Welcome, Pewter Report readers and listeners, to day 2 of the PewterReport.com draft show powered by Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. I am Jon Ledyard from PewterReport.com, along with me, Scott Reynolds, also from PewterReport.com, here for the second straight day, bringing you NFL draft coverage of every pick in the 2021 NFL draft, but especially focusing on your Tampa Bay Buccaneers and what they're going to do on day 2 to improve their Super Bowl championship team. Yes, now you heard that right. They do get to improve this team somehow. They did it last night, Scott, too.
Not done yet.
They're not done yet, but last night was a nice step in the right direction. The addition of Bucs' best bet, Joe Tryon, in the first round.
Yeah, also in our Bucs mock draft, it's one thing to get a Bucs best bet. It's another thing to hit the mock draft, especially at 32.
Right.
And just want to thank everybody for tuning into the day 1 show yesterday. It was a huge success. And we're going to have a fun night tonight. The day 2 traffic, John, is always more intense.
Yeah.
In terms of volume.
Because you got 2 picks going on.
Because there's 2 picks. It's also Friday night, right? You have to work the next day. At least most of us don't.
That's right.
I do. You do, too.
We do.
But there's somebody out there, they're going to kick back with a beer, cold one, and enjoy our draft covers tonight. We want to thank you for that. In just minutes, John's going to be having a great film breakdown on Joe Tryon and what Buck fans can expect from this Washington Huskies pass rusher. And then we're going to have a tale of the tape. I compared Jason Pierre-Paul and Joe Tryon, very striking similarities. We'll break that down in a little bit before the draft starts at 7 o'clock. So we have an hour. And John, let's talk about what the Bucs did last night and also what they didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And first, if you're watching the show and you're jumping in here, great. We are live on YouTube, on Twitter, and on Facebook today. We would love it if you're coming from Twitter or Facebook or one of those places, or even YouTube. We would love it if you would go over to PewterReport.com and watch us there. You can watch, comment, super chat, all of that stuff, just like you normally would. We'd ask you to try and do it from our website. That would be great to us if you could go over to PewterReport.com and watch us there if you're able. Yes, yesterday it was kind of we're waiting it out. We're talking through all the options, but for us, it's really been Joe Tryon for a couple weeks. We really thought that was going to be the pick for a couple weeks, even at 32 with no perceivable need. We knew it would be a tough year to nail Bucs' best bet, but it was one of those things we thought, man, the player, the team, the range, it just all seemed like it was going to fit. And there weren't many of those like, oh, it fits perfectly that we could see. And so it made a lot of sense for the Bucs to acquire Tryon. The other reason, Scott, is path to playing time. You want your first round pick to have some sort of an impact. You want to get them on the field even for their development early on in their career. And that can be the case with Joe Tryon.
And not so much just on special teams. That's one thing that Bruce Arians said today is, hey, Rook, you're playing special teams. It doesn't happen a lot for first round picks, but in Joe Tryon's case, it will. But we talked about it last night, John, and we've talked about it really throughout our draft coverage. There's really only 3 positions on this depth chart where you could draft a player in the first round and have them see the field. And it really would be along the defensive line. But, John, there wasn't any first round caliber defensive tackles. That's something Warren Sapp said on the Pewter Report podcast about a month ago. And he was right. There weren't any first round defensive tackles. And we'll talk about Christian Barr more in a minute. But the edge rusher, running back, an interior line, or maybe even a tackle, an offensive lineman. You could play that offensive lineman in the Joe Hague role, get them on the field as an extra blocker, get their feet wet in the NFL. Obviously, with a situational pass rusher like Joe Tryon, you can bring him in on obvious pass rushing downs, third downs, kick Jason Pierre-Paul inside where he thrives as a rusher, and then also running back. But when you look at the running back position, which I think they're going to address in this draft, it really boiled down to how much did they like Javonte Williams, who was the number 3 running back on the board, with Najee Harris and Travis Etienne going, compared to, from a value standpoint, an edge rusher or another guy that is involved in the trenches. And we know Jason Light loves the trenches. He's spent high round draft picks on Vita Vea, on Donovan Smith, Ali Marpet, so he values the trench play. And, John, we were both at Raymond James Stadium watching the Bucs win the Super Bowl. The story of the game, the story of the Bucs Super Bowl was Tom Brady had time to throw. Yeah. And Patrick Mahomes didn't. Yeah, and why? Because Tampa Bay's offensive line was good and Tampa Bay's defensive line was good.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so I think that has been one of the focuses for the Bucs. It's like, how can we continue to improve in the trenches? I did a Bucs second round mock draft today, and I included a third round pick in there for the team as well. You can head over to pewterreport.com and check those out even as you're watching us. We've got a lot of content up. We've got probably 4 or 5 Joe Tryon articles up.
Yeah.
Scott's done a comparison to Jason Pierre-Paul that we're going to get into a little bit more here in a second. I've done a film breakdown on Joe Tryon and why I believe he is a hard evaluation for people. He's one of the most polarizing players on that consensus big board that I'm always talking about. It's an accumulation of about 60 big boards from around the media, and people who do this full time, people who do it part time, takes all their opinions into account. That consensus board has done very, very well as the NFL actual rankings have done at predicting player success. So when you go way outside of it, like the Raiders have done with Alex Leatherwood and other picks, the typical result is not very good.
Right.
But there have been exceptions to that too.
Yeah.
Joe Tryon is kind of outside of it, but he is a kind of an interesting case because he's very polarizing. There are people who thought he was basically right in range with where the Bucs picked, and then people had him much lower. And I was somewhere in between those two, as it turns out. So looked at his tape and came up with some things there that we can take away from it. But the biggest thing, like you said, it makes the team better right now, and I've always agreed with that. I said to you, I'm up in the air about what Joe Tryon's going to be long term when he was to become a full-time starter. If he went to Baltimore, for example, and they needed to start him right away, and he needed to play every down.
Yeah,
I don't know whether they'd be ready for that or not yet.
I agree.
In Tampa Bay, it's a little bit harder to be critical of the pick without that 2020 season to know what he really is right now, and knowing that he'll be a backup and they'll be able to bring him along pretty slowly there.
Yeah, and if there's an injury, if there's a sprained ankle that's going to keep Shaq or JPP out for a game or two, I'd rather have him in there than Anthony Nelson or Cam Gill at this point, just based upon what he can bring to the table from an athletic standpoint. And listen, if you're out there and you think, well, Pewter Report says it's a good pick, so we're all on board with it. That's great. If you're out there and you're saying I don't like the pick, I've got some data that I did a data dive between Jason Pierre-Paul and Joe Tryon, and I didn't know what I was going to come up with. I love this as a reporter when I don't know what story I'm going to get when I have a question that needs answering. But when you go check the data, sometimes it's not what I expect. And this was one of those instances I was really surprised by what the data says. And the great thing is, as a Bucs expert, when I learn something, that's really cool because I know that people out there probably haven't heard this yet and are going to experience it for the first time. So that's the best part of my job is when I don't know something, I know that a lot of the Bucs community doesn't know it as well. And we're going to educate a lot of Buc fans tonight, starting with Professor Ledyard here with some Joe Tryon footage.
So a couple things I noticed in Joe Tryon's tape, and some of this is a little bit technical. I'll put it in as simple terms as I can without getting too into the nitty gritty here. But basically, Joe Tryon, some people didn't think he was a good athlete at all. Then he ended up testing pretty well. I mean, there wasn't like he was an amazing athlete, but like Jalen Phillips, but pretty good athlete. And so I think with him, you ended up coming back to the tape and saying, okay, why didn't this athleticism show up more often? If he's this great athlete and he's huge and physical, why doesn't it show up more often on his tape and his movements? Why doesn't he beat guys one-on-one more often? I think it's because he wastes steps a lot of the time. Yeah. He wastes movement a lot of the time. You can't make up those wasted steps and movements in even at this level, and definitely not at the NFL. Remember, this is 2019. He may have cleaned up all these things in the year away. I don't know yet. There's a beauty to that, and that we can't wait to see him in camp. I mean, it's going to be a blast to see him. Even if it's a mini camp, we get to see him first time. But you can see as I pull up this clip here, if you watch this clip, and I'll play it a couple times here. I know this format's not necessarily the best, but you can see
he's number 9.
Yes, he's number 9.
Rushing off the right side of the screen.
Rushing off the right side of the screen. And if you watch his top right foot, it steps backward before it steps forward. He steps backward with that foot, and that's a consistent issue with him. His get off, especially when he's in a 2-point stance, is kind of hampered a lot by the fact that he does those movements, those wasted movements. He wastes half a second there. It makes him late to get to the quarterback in an unblocked situation. That's stuff that showed up consistently in his tape. I wrote about it. There's more examples.
Easily fixed and correctable. That's one of the things that as a Pop Warner defensive line coach, I would stand right behind my players and in the practice field, and I would not allow them to take the step. I would put my toes by their heels and literally almost kind of push them forward with my foot. And once you get it, you get it. So I think that's something that's going to be really cleaned up. I think that Larry Foote's going to fix that, probably the rookie minicamp.
Yeah, and it could be something he's already aware of and worked on a little bit. We're not sure, but there's those kind of steps. Sometimes he steps sideways. There's another example in my article over at pewterreport.com. He just looked a little bit uncomfortable getting out of his stance from a 2-point stance. The other thing, he switches his feet, which one's the high foot and which one's the low foot, even from the same side of the line of scrimmage. Typically, that's going to be stagnant in the NFL. You're going to just always have that 1 foot up, and that's it. That's how you're going to rush. And so we'll see if the Bucs ask him to eventually do that. I'm sure that they will. I'm not sure if Washington wanted him to do that. Washington's always done weird things. Remember when Vita Vea was coming out? He was in that square kind of squatted stance, and they had to basically change his stance. It's one of the reasons why it took a couple years to start seeing the pass rush impact in Tampa Bay. But they had to kind of change. So there will be some tweaks like that with Joe Tryon that needs to happen. But the encouraging thing, 3-point stance, which he'll get to rush in Tampa Bay, 3-point stance as well. This is the kind of results you can see when everything's clean. He's a left defensive end here.
Coming off the left side.
Coming off the left side. And you can see clean footwork, that arm over cross chop, that near cross chop right at the top of the arc. And he's able to kind of get by the tackle, doesn't lose speed coming around the end, and he gets a hit on Justin Herbert. So good stuff with him in terms of that stuff. When he can get out of his stance clean, you see the quickness, the speed. Now, Joe Tryon is a short stepper. That probably will never change. What I mean by that is he's not a long strider. He doesn't eat up a lot of space as you get to the top of the arc, that point where you're going to corner. So he may never be a great speed bend cornering pass rusher, but he's fast enough and quick enough off the ball in his first step. He can open up a speed to power game, and he can open up a speed counter game as he learns pass rushes. Some of his best rushes come when he crosses the face of the tackle and gets inside of him. That could be his game, honestly, moving forward. It's just all going to take time. It's going to take development. But he's got a lot of the right traits. You watch him here, then he's the right defensive end on this rep, and you can see, again, he steps sideways first instead of coming uphill. But honestly, it makes his punch a little bit less deadly. But watch what he's still able to do to Penei Sewell here. Is from the right side. He's on the right side. Penei Sewell comes up. He stacks him, sheds him, gets inside, makes the tackle away from his gap. So even without clean footwork, you can see there's pop in his hands. He's powerful. He's got a lot of traits you want. If he can get the technical stuff right and the mental stuff right and the hand placement stuff right, that's what's inconsistent right now for him. I think his game is kind of trapped in this behind these technical deficiencies. If he can fix those parts of his game, then I think you're going to see him start to blossom. He can build on his pass rush, but it's kind of stuck there right now. Last time we saw him in 2019. And so that could be already done. That could be something the Bucs are going to have to get out of him. But luckily, he doesn't have to go right in and fix everything right away. They can work with him over the next.
And it's always great when you're watching college film. We talked about this yesterday. It's one of the challenges, whether you're a professional NFL scout or whether you're in the media trying to do these evaluations, is getting good on good, right? It's one thing to be an All-American going up against a scholarship player or a walk-on, right? But when you get good on good, when you get first rounder on first rounder, Sewell versus Tryon, in that instance, you can really see how he measures up. And when you're a defensive lineman, it's great to get penetration, but you can also win by stalemating at the line of scrimmage and not allowing those offensive linemen to move to the line of scrimmage and get some push. And we saw him right there lean into Sewell and not go anywhere, really showing some strength, even though he's outsized there by 30, 40 pounds.
I mean, he kicked the tails of all the Oregon tight ends. I mean, they tried to block him with the tight end all game, and he just rocked them. I mean, they were going back into the backfield. He's very physical. He's gotten even stronger since then. Hand placement's got to be more consistent. He's got to be more aware of blocks on his edges. I mean, his game is just a bunch of rough edges right now. It really is. And like the last, again, in 2019, it's just a bunch of rough edges. It needs polish. It needs refinement. I do think he's never going to be an elite pass rush athletic guy. He's never going to be an elite speed bend guy. But like I said, he has speed to power capabilities. If he can change his steps off the line of scrimmage, get into tackles a little bit quicker. I mean, he almost forklifts Penei Sewell. It slides off at the last second, but he almost forklifts. I mean, you could see Sewell start to go up in the air. That is a hard dude to move like that. So there's lots of traits there.
When you watch the film from the 2019 season, his body doesn't look like this. You can tell.
And he said that too, I think, right?
Yeah, he's put on muscle. He has put on size and bulk and mass in the things that he's going to need at the next level. And this is not unnatural. It's just that he had more time to dedicate to adding size and strength and explosiveness and do these training exercises for his pro day by not playing but it's not unheard of, certainly, to improve athletically and from a size standpoint from your freshman to sophomore year, sophomore to junior year. So it's not like he's doing anything special. It's just he's making really good use of his time. And I think the Buccaneers are getting a bigger, better, faster player now, even though he didn't play in 2020 from an overall athleticism standpoint.
Right. That's what I think it is right now. Really, it's when he gets on the football field, some of the athleticism gets hidden behind some of the technical stuff. Yeah. And if he cleans that up, then I think you're going to see that athleticism blossom a little bit more. Like I said, he is a short stepper. Right. If you watch him move laterally even, there are times where his feet kind of flay out past outside of his knees. He's an unusual. It's very similar to how Rashawn Gary kind of moved coming out. Now Rashawn Gary's gotten good coaching. He's cleaned some stuff up. He started to flash last season. So I think it could be a similar type of situation. Not saying he and Gary are the same player. I think Tryon's a lot more physical. Gary was a little bit more of a bendy type of rusher. He needed to win that way. Tryon's got the chance to be an impact guy, I think, earlier than Gary because the speed to power is there.
And with Larry Foote, and I'm not saying that Tryon's going to be a 19.5 sack performer at all. I think he probably is more like a 10 sack guy. Sure. Around his ceiling, maybe a 10, 12 sack season. But you saw the coaching that Shaq Barrett got,
right,
and the difference in terms of his production level from Denver, where I think he had a combined 12.5 sacks in his 5 years there to 19.5 sacks in his first year in Tampa. And a lot of it's coaching. And the things that John pointed out, the stance, the false steps, whether it's going backwards, then forwards, or going sideways. It's those little things that will allow a pressure to turn into a hit, to turn a hit into a sack. It's those fractions of a second, John, that we're talking about. And absolutely. Sometimes it's not just getting the sack, it's getting the sack fumble. It's the evolution from the pressure to the hit to the sack to the sack fumble. And the great pass rushers get there. And I've seen plenty in my day here in Tampa. Warren Sapp and Simeon Rice were some of the best. I'm too young to remember Leroy Selman, but obviously an old man like Mark Cook was alive and well and watching Buccaneer football.
That's right. He sends us a thread about Leroy Selman.
Oh yeah,
every month at least.
And I've seen the highlights. I mean, Leroy was deadly, dangerous pass rusher, especially with the sack fumbles. We'll see what Tryon's ceiling will be. Now a good time to do the comparison.
Let's talk about the comparison. Okay. Let's talk about Edmonson, and then we're going to talk about some of the picks that the Bucs didn't take that you guys wanted to see. You're like, where's this guy? Where's this guy? Well, we went digging for you, and I've talked to several people, and we've got some info on that for you. So if you know somebody who's interested in A, the Bucs, B, what happened with those moves and why they didn't take some of those guys, we're going to talk about that information a little bit here. But take your phone out right now and send that text and send this link to the show, link to pewterreport.com. They can tell them, hey, get in here. You're going to want to see this because we're going to talk about that stuff, obviously. And then obviously as the draft gets underway, we'll update you on every pick. We'll talk about the Bucs picks. We'll update the board as it gets closer to the Bucs picks. It's going to be a faster moving day. We're going to get through a lot of stuff on this show today. Definitely.
And so let's start with the tail of the tape, as I like to call it, because I wasn't quite sure how this was going to play out necessarily. But if you look at just the measurables, all right, you look at the size, you're looking at two athletes that are roughly the same size. This is Jason Pierre-Paul when he came out of USF and was a first-round pick, the 15th overall pick in the 2010 draft by the New York Giants, 6'5", 270. And Joe Tryon, 6'5", 259. I think he'll be playing somewhere in the 260s or so. Yeah. So about a 10-pound differential there. But you see the length of the arms, 35-inch arms from Jason Pierre-Paul, 34 inches, very similar there. Bench reps were in the same realm. Tryon a bit stronger, 22 reps. Jason Pierre-Paul put up 19. It's interesting to note that the three-cone drill, John. Why is that such an important measurement when it comes to pass rushers?
Yeah, it really denotes that bend and flexibility that you need to have especially in your ankles, but to a degree in your hips as well. The ability, can you stay balanced and maintain speed while you're doing those things? Everybody can run a three-cone, can run a loop, or can do those kinds of things. And I think they added the loop actually to the combine drills. I forget what it's called, figure eight or something like that. to the combine drills when the combine comes back.
Balance and bend, right?
Yes, balance and bend. It's very important. Edge rushers got to be able to maintain. If you can't win on the edge as a pass rusher, you need to have some trump cards and so that was honestly Jason Pierre-Paul it's not the greatest 3-cone. Right. It's a fine 3-cone. Joe Tryon's the same way.
It's the exact same.
Exactly.
So Buck fans, if you're out there and you're fretting about the pick and you're not excited about it, well, there's a couple of things that you should know. Look at the 40-yard dash times, and the 3-cone's probably more important. Actually, the 10-second split is really what it's about, because you're not running 40 yards. The reason why they have a 40-yard measurement in there is really for special teams. Mm-hmm. It's really for punt coverage, because the average punt's around 40 yards or so. But you look at the 40-yard dash times, Tryon was faster than Jason Pierre-Paul, 4.68 to 4.78. And even in the 10-yard splits, has a little bit of an edge there, 1.64 compared to 1.68. And then you also look at the vertical jump. That's an explosive movement. And 35-inch vertical, which is just a little bit higher than Jason Pierre-Paul's. Then you look at the production, and I've got the story of John's story where he has all those video clips. Is posted on pewterreport.com. So if you just joined us and you missed that segment, you can actually watch all those videos in John's story. It's the video breakdown of Joe Tryon. It's on the front page of pewterreport.com. So is this Tale of the Tape story, so you can read that there as well. But when you look at the college production, it's a little bit different path. Jason Pierre-Paul went to 2 junior colleges before he went to USF. And listen, when you're a top athlete at the junior college level, you should dominate, and he did, right? He had 14 sacks at College of the Canyons, and then he moved on to Fort Scott Community College out in Kansas, had 10.5 sacks the next season. Well, then once he got to USF, it's a different step up in competition.
True.
And as good as Jason Pierre-Paul is and was, obviously he was a first-round pick, he only had 6.5 sacks, John,
right,
at USF as a junior, okay? And he didn't even have a forced fumble. He had a pick 6. And he did have 16.5 tackles for loss, 45 tackles. Well, what did Joe Tryon do in his sophomore year at Washington? He played sparingly as a freshman, had 1 sack, had 20 tackles as a freshman, but then as a sophomore became that full-time starter, 41 tackles. That compares favorably to Jason Pierre-Paul's 45, 12.5 tackles for loss. That's very similar to JPP's 16.5 tackles for loss. 8 sacks. That's on par with what Jason Pierre-Paul did at 6.5 sacks in his lone season at USF. So I'm just saying, what I'm not saying is, I'm not saying that Joe Tryon is the second coming of Jason Pierre-Paul. That's yet to be determined. This kid has yet to play it down in the NFL.
Right.
But if you look at the measurables, you look at the athleticism, you look at the size, you look at the production in college, they're very similar. And I think that's why the Buccaneers felt pretty good about getting the potential heir apparent, the potential replacement for Jason Pierre-Paul down the road in Joe Tryon, because he's an awfully similar type of prospect. Yeah,
it's interesting that you point that out. I mean, I think both guys are going to have to do it without having great bend or flexibility at the top of the arc. It isn't to say that neither guy can do it, but not where either of them, not where Jason Pierre-Paul has made his money in the NFL. He's made his money primarily as a speed to power type of rusher that also knows when he can dip inside guys and get some sacks over guards. He really has. He's piled up sacks. Jason Pierre-Paul has never been a guy who went out against elite on elite and dominated those matchups. Right. It just hasn't been who he is.
He's not a Simeon Rice type.
He's not.
Right.
But he's still a really good player who's been able to be productive, because when you give him a matchup he can win, he might get 3 sacks in that game.
Yes.
And that he doesn't leave any doubt about it.
Exactly. And the added value that Jason Pierre-Paul brings to the Buccaneers is he's a threat.
Yeah.
So he has to be accounted for. And the good news for Tampa Bay, they've got another threat in Shaq Barrett on the other side. And so those two guys work in tandem. It's really hard to double. You can't double them both.
That's right.
And I think that's the dream matchup, is when you have 2 guys, that's where the value of Jason Pierre-Paul is.
Oh yeah, that I think is a big part of when you think about Joe Tryon. We are now thinking about him as a Buccaneer. So we've talked about him a ton as a prospect. Right. When you think about him as a Buccaneer, from his perspective, if he's willing to put in the time and being coachable and all those kinds of things.
And learn from those guys.
Yes, and learn from those guys. I mean, you are talking about going into such an ideal situation. And Dominican Sue is there, and what he's been able to, he is one of the guys that's known for taking players under the wing and talking to them and helping them develop on and off the field. Shaq Barrett is the same way, Jason Pierre-Paul. So it's a great landing spot for Joe Tryon. We talk about the prospects all day, but that matters. The team and the player fit matters a lot, and that's where you start to feel better about this in Tampa Bay than you might in Seattle.
And you know what? I think too, Buccaneer fans, that they felt pretty good about Jason Pierre-Paul coming back to Tampa, right? Because this was home. This is where he played at Raymond James Stadium for USF, and so home's important, right? I mean, it's something that you want to defend if you're the Buccaneers. Your home turf. That's why they went out there and won the Super Bowl at home, and you need to defend your home too. And the place to do that is at Edmonson Electric AC and Security. It's the place where you're going to get the all-pro defense. You've probably seen, if you're a PewterReport.com reader, that Edmonson Electric AC and Security, well, they power our draft show, all 3 days worth of draft coverage, and they've also sponsored all of our draft previews. Edmonson Electric AC and Security is the official smart home and security company of PewterReport.com. For over 40 years, Edmonson Electric has proudly served Central Florida with electric services. And now they've added state-of-the-art smart home technology and security systems to the roster. Whether it's surveillance cameras, home theaters like the one I got here at the Reynolds household, or smart lighting, Edmonson Electric AC and Security is automating your dream home. Click their website, edmonsonelectric.com, to find out more about monitoring and securing your home. Tomorrow starts now. From home automation controls to structured wiring and surveillance systems, Edmonson Electric AC and Security has the team to keep your home current. Call them 813-910-3403. That's 813-910-3403, or visit them on the web at edmonsonelectric.com. Control, monitor, and secure.
It's great stuff from Edmonton. Great to have them sponsoring the show once again this year, obviously. All right, Scott, it's that time. We got to look at the board and we got to answer the question. So if you want to know about why the Bucs didn't draft a certain player and instead drafted Joe Tryon, now is the time to ask. There's a couple we know about. We know you want to know about Azeez Ojulari from Georgia. The medicals are out there. You know about some of the stuff. The knee and the ankle got flagged at the combine rechecks or medical checks, whatever they're calling them, that happened a couple weeks before the draft. That pushed him down teams' boards for sure. That's out there from other people. I've heard it. It's definitely out there. It's legit. I think the other thing about Azeez Ojulari that I've struggled with, and I don't know, I'm sure there's some teams that feel this way. Some teams maybe don't care as much. His athletic testing at a pro day wasn't great. And he is right now a guy who wins with athleticism. So my struggle with Azeez Ojulari was on tape. I saw an explosive dude who played extremely hard, had a great cross chop, and was able to tilt the edge. That athleticism did not show up in his testing. I don't know what to do with that, man. Like, he clearly was explosive on tape. Yeah. Sometimes you can fake bend, the angle isn't really as tough as you thought it looked in the first time you're watching it. But explosiveness off the ball, that's easy. I just paused the thing and see when he jumped the ball, and he didn't test like that, and it frustrated me.
And, John, we talked about the 3-cone drill being so important, right, for edge rushers as you're turning the corner. And the thing is let's compare him to Joe Tryon, for example. Mm-hmm. 6'2", 249 compared to 6'5", 260 or 259, right?
Yes.
And you talk about explosion. Azeez Ojulari only had a vertical jump of 30 inches and a 3-cone time of 7.28. By comparison, Tryon jumped 35 inches. That's 5 more inches. That's a lot. And had a better 3-cone drill.
And he's 10 pounds heavier.
And he's 10 pounds heavier.
3 inches taller. All that stuff matters when you're kind of adjusting this stuff for size.
That's right. 7.27 compared to 7.18.
Right.
And football is a game of inches. It's a game of fractions. And he ran a 4.61, but again, at 10 pounds heavier, Joe Tryon ran a 4.68.
Right. Now, here's one thing that's undeniable. Azeez Ojulari was a better pass rusher in college than Joe Tryon.
Yes.
And he was a better pass rusher in 2020. Joe Tryon didn't play in 2020, and that may be why that's the case. But when you compare Azeez Ojulari's tape in 2020 to Joe Tryon's tape in 2019, it's hard to come away and say, oh, Azeez Ojulari is the worst player. I think the projection to the NFL is where the struggle happens. And I know that's hard for fans to understand. And I get it. I thought Ojulari was better on tape. I'm disappointed that he didn't test better than he did, because I do believe the testing is indicative for how careers end up in the NFL. The injuries being on top of it, I cannot criticize them for not drafting Ojulari. I only know what I've said here, but I just think those are to me, those would be two red flags. I don't know what the extent of the medicals the team does. To me, the testing was a red flag. And then if you're saying there's two injuries potentially on top of it that are getting flagged, I'm not going to sit here and say that was terrible that they passed on.
Right.
I don't know the extent of the details of that situation to the degree that the Bucs do and to the degree that other teams do. I mean, he fell out of the top 32. Yeah, that doesn't happen if your health is a clean bill of health.
It wasn't just the Bucs who passed on him. Right? There were 5 edge rushers taken in the first round. Joe Tryon was the last, and that tells you something. Yeah, that every team that took an edge rusher, they chose somebody other than him.
Exactly right. Now, one of the other guys that was talked about a lot, Scott, is Tevin Jenkins. Tevin Jenkins was the player that I said last night on the show I would have taken if I were the Bucs.
Right.
I love Tevin Jenkins' tape. He plays right tackle. He plays left tackle. I think he can play inside and be a dominant player in the NFL. When I watched him this past season, I have 5 games that I watched of him this past year. He only played like 6, and I thought he was dominant. A consistent player, technically sound, played well against Oklahoma, despite the long arm one play that everybody likes to show. Played well in that game. Was dominant physically against WVU, against Texas. I'd have to pull up to see what the other games I watched were. What I heard when I asked people today, because when a player like that falls after the first day, I almost always ask people. So I asked around today, I had 2 sources tell me, and then I've heard this a little bit myself. And then if you look in Bob McGinn's article, actually I rechecked it on The Athletic, he talks a little bit about the interviews for Tevin Jenkins did not go well. I don't know why that's the case. I don't know what exactly was unimpressive to teams. I don't know whether the Bucs were one of those teams or not. I just know that there were teams that definitely were put off by his interviews, and that is causing him to slide to a degree. So there's something there that I don't have full insight into with teams that's making that happen with Tevin Jenkins. There's also a hip issue that got flagged. Dane Brugler tweeted that out today. There's a hip issue, an injury issue with the hip with Tevin Jenkins. So there are red flags there that we didn't know about last night on the show that now we know a little bit more about just from talking to people today. I love Tevin Jenkins' tape. I'll go to bat for him every single time. I think he's going to be a stud.
I think you and I like him. You and I like him more than the Buccaneers do.
Sure. I mean, that's probably a fair assessment.
And,
at this point,
and sometimes it's what's reported and then what's not reported. If you looked at my SR's draft insider today, my day 2 insider, he was not one of the players I mentioned today.
Yeah,
the offensive line, and that was not an error by omission. That was an on purpose.
You probably got some comments there. They're like, "What if Tevin Jenkins falls to 64, Scott?
Yeah,
you forgot about him."
Yeah, no, he's not going to be the pick at 64.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. So I think he'll be off the board before 64. Yeah. I do think somebody will take him. I don't think it's every team. I don't think he's like this horrible
dude. The Bucs would not take him at 64.
Right. We're just saying what we said. I don't trying to slander him or anything like that. I've actually talked to him before, and I thought he was very impressive. So obviously the impression of what they talked about could have been much different. So that's part of this process. Hopefully he proves them all wrong and he balls out wherever he goes. And I bet we'll see him go early in round 2. But that's something that
he'll find a home.
Right. He'll find a home, and I hope he makes good on it, or probably early in the second round, I would guess too. Who else do we wanted to talk about? I know people wanted to know.
Barmore.
They want to know about Christian Barmore.
All right.
Well, we haven't talked about Christian Barmore for a few weeks as a probability to the Bucs, Scott, because we knew that wasn't going to happen.
We know that. Yes. Yeah. Listen, Christian Barmore, the team is not high on Barmore, and I'm not either. And Warren Sapp wasn't. Neither is John. Yeah. Christian Barmore, there's a little bit of a media fable around this guy. I think he has been artificially pushed up boards because he's
weak class.
It's a very weak class, and he was in the national championship game, and
he did play well.
He did play well
on the big stage.
But there's some really, really, really bad tape out there, John. You've showed some of that tape before, I think, on our Pewter Report podcast, even where Barmore just doesn't have the awareness. He misses sacking the Auburn quarterback. He gets him here,
destroys his teammate,
but completely. It's like Keystone Cops running into there and jumping off sides on 4th down, and he's just not a smart football player. And that's not coming from me. That's not my personal evaluation. That's Warren Sapp's evaluation. You heard Warren Sapp on the show on the Pewter Report podcast when we had him on. When Sapp personally worked him out at Yo Murphy's performance compound, he asked him to throw his right hand. And when Barmore threw his left hand, he says, "No, dummy, you're the right hand." I mean, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, listening, focus, attention to detail, those things seem to be lacking on his tape. Then we've heard, obviously, tales that that's the case. Again, I don't want to kill any of these kids. Yeah. I want them to go ball out wherever they are. I really do. But
of course,
we got to say what we're hearing and why we're hearing that certain players fall or onto the board, and that's something that matters at this point in time. That's also not a secret with Barmore at this point. By the time we got to the draft, what we had talked about in February had leaked out everywhere, and it was being. But you saw in Bruce Feldman's article there was coachability. I think that was Bob McGinn's articles on The Athletic. You saw a couple scouts quoted as coachability. That's a concern. That kind of stuff with him. Yeah. I think that's going to be something that it's a reason why he's still.
Here's the thing, right? And I am close with Warren Sapp. I mean, we've had him on. I've known Sapp. We walked in the building together in 1995. Okay. And whether I agree with him or not, Sapp will give it to me, full bore.
Yeah.
He doesn't pull punches.
Straight. Yeah.
And he said, Warren sent me a couple of clips of him working with this kid, and Warren will videotape the reps to show the kid, right? Because it's like instant film right there. And he sent me this clip of Barmore. And this is like 20, 30 minutes into the first session. I mean, the kid's barely broken a sweat. And he sent me the clip without any commentary. And I replied, and I think I said something like, "Does he even want to be there with you?" Like he seems disinterested, right? And Sapp's a prideful guy. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a Bucs Ring of Honor guy. Yep. And so Sapp calls me up and he says, "Let me ask you something. If you had the opportunity to work out with a Hall of Fame defensive tackle who was trying to help you free of charge, wouldn't you be a little bit more excited about it?"
Yeah.
I mean, that's a tell, John. That's a tell.
Sure. All these things matter. I mean, we try to take into account everything. And again, when I grade players, I grade them on tape, and I grade them on production, and I grade them on athletic testing. So Barmore is a late second round grade for me on those things. I flag the other stuff if I hear about it. That's it. Yeah. So I hope he matures and as coachable as can be, and he plays to the talent level, because he can definitely be a good starter in the league.
If this kid falls, late into the second round or whatever, maybe he gets the chip on his shoulder. Maybe this is what he needs for the light bulb to come on, for him to get pissed off and become a better pro, or a better player, and then eventually a good pro. But sometimes you need to have that chip on your shoulder. If Tom Brady gets drafted in the second round, John, does he become Tom Brady, or was it him being drafted at 199 that added that little oomph to his career, that extra drive? We'll never know, right? There's no alternate universes and realities, but I hope the kid turns it around. It's just I've seen that type of player here before in Tampa. I've seen Daquan Bowers, Eric Curry. I've seen
the type of player that they've tried to move on from. They've tried to turn another page and create a new culture. And it doesn't mean Barmore can't go somewhere, buy into a culture, and become one of those guys. Right. They just don't want to take that risk in the first round.
Right.
That's all that it is. It's just a risk management thing. Yep. Now, the other thing people point out, Sapp said Myles Garrett was overrated, and he also said the Vita Vea pick. He was down on the Vita Vea pick. He's not the only one talking about Barmore. That's the difference. That's right. Everybody liked Vea for the most part. Didn't necessarily love the pick, but liked Vea.
I talked with
Myles Garrett was elite.
Warren Sapp's a former Buck. I'm talking to people who are currently employed by the Bucs. Yeah, and Barmore was never in consideration.
Right, and it's not just the Bucs.
Never in consideration. In the first round. For this team.
And
I don't think he's going to be in consideration if he's there at 64. If he's there at 64, there's a real problem.
Yes,
right.
He's not going to be Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
He's not going to be.
We feel pretty confident saying that. But you're right. Sometimes Sapp is wrong about these things, but in this situation, we're using him as an example because he was actually on our show and talked about it and gave us a very specific story of working one-on-one with them. So it is applicable and it does matter. Yeah. But at the same time, if it was just that, okay, but it's not. It's not just that. We've seen it reported other places.
Exactly.
Talked to other people. This is the situation with him. He's
first
probably got to
go
somewhere mature.
Of the night,
Josh,
appreciate it.
Again, coming up with the $4.99 super chat. Light said he was going to go with Tryon if he was there. Do you think the O-line depth contributed to the decision? Lots of good talent still there today. I think edge rusher was their top priority. Yeah, I would say. That we didn't necessarily know that they would just be like, and I'm not saying they were just focused on one position. Right. I'm sure if there were a couple guys maybe down their list that weren't on the board, they would have gone to another position or another player, or they would have traded back. Jason Light said there were trade offers to trade back, he said the other day. So those could have been possibilities, but because they really liked Tryon, once he was there, it took him about 30 seconds.
Exactly. And Joe Tryon was the fifth edge rusher taken?
That seems right because it was a late run. Phillips was first.
Kwity Paye. And you had
Russo and away. Peyton Turner, Russo, and then away, and then Russo,
so he was
away.
The fifth.
Yeah, so fifth.
Yeah, and so he was the fifth edge rusher taken, but he was the third on the Bucs board.
Yeah,
so that's really good value.
Right. So they knew that was a guy that they really liked there, and they wanted to get, and they were able to grab him. So that was obviously critical with that pick to be able to do that. Now, you mentioned, what did he say there? He asked if O-line, the depth at O-line. Yeah. I don't think that you could have asked for a better scenario. I know we're going to transition and talk about some of these day two guys here soon. We are going to talk about Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, by the way. Don't let me forget. I know some people asked about him, and he was popular too. But I think the offensive line board couldn't look better than it is right now going into day two, right? Like,
I agree.
You didn't have either of the centers go in the first.
Right.
That was a possibility. Jenkins is still there, even if he's not going to be a Buck that pushes somebody else maybe down the board.
Agreed.
Trying to think who else, but you basically didn't have any. The Raduns is still there. Yeah. Not that the Bucs would be interested.
Liam Eichenberg.
Liam Eichenberg didn't go in the first round. Right. A lot of people thought that might happen late in the process. So what I'm saying is it just leaves there's a lot of people on the table right now for going into round two. So that I don't know if it contributed to the decision, but it is an added benefit of the way that the first round went is that there's a lot of teams that need offensive line in the first 10, 15 picks in the second round. So I'm not saying who's going to be there,
right? But
we'll talk about the Bucs moving up in a second, potentially in the second round. Okay, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Love this guy. He was one of the. I said I had 3 first round picks left on the board after I had 3 first round grades. After the first round that were still available. This guy's one of them. Wide receiver Elijah Moore from Ole Miss, who we knew wasn't going to be a Buck, but I love him. Devin Jenkins, and then Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. So Jock, I'm going to call him Jock instead of saying his whole
JOK.
Jock. JOK is a player that I think, as I talk to people all day today, and as I've talked to him really leading up, I think everybody loves JOK. Like it's not the same, but everybody loved Budda Baker. They're not the same player,
right?
But he fell in the second round, and it was like Budda Baker for me was a top 7 player in that class. I absolutely.
And why did he fall in the second round?
Because he's small.
Right?
He's small. He's
undersized.
Exactly. Teams were like, "Ooh, that was a concern to knock them down the board." Lots of good players go in the second round. We say falling. Most of the time, the teams they valued him in this range, and then the guy can outplay that. I think that's the situation with JOK that you could be in that type of a spot with him, but I think it's just about how you get him on the field full time. Where's he going to play? He is a guy that projects to linebacker, a very cerebral position that takes reps and vision and reading blocks and those kinds of things. And he played slot corner most of the time at Notre Dame at 215 pounds. He played slot corner, dropped off into zones. He carried verticals. He played as a blitzer, overhang defender. I just want him on my team, man.
I know he's,
if you're a horrible defense and you take him,
you're going to get better. You're going to
get better, but he might be put in some situations that are overwhelming.
Yeah.
If you're a good defense and you take him, I had him in my second round mock going to the Chargers. Imagine him playing with Derwin James and some of the guys they have there. I mean, be a really fun fit for them.
Well, and you look at the production, 24.5 tackles for loss, 7 sacks, and this is over the 2 years, his junior and senior year at Notre Dame. 7 pass breakups, 4 fumble recoveries, 5 forced fumbles, and a touchdown. So this guy's always around the ball, right? He is a playmaker. And the thing about him is he's a linebacker in Tampa's scheme. He's not necessarily a strong safety. That's how the team views him. And so the fit there at 32 is he's not going to see the field. And we talked about that earlier, John, at the start of the show. The reason why a Joe Tryon makes sense is because you can put him in there on third downs and kick Jason Pierre-Paul inside. But with Owusu-Koramoah, he's basically a glorified special teams guy for 2 years, waiting for Levante David to retire. Now, that's not necessarily a bad option, but that's the luxury of all luxuries. Yeah. And I think from a value standpoint, you want to see your first-round pick see a little bit more playing time. And then it's can you play him as strong safety? And every time that you try to turn a linebacker into a strong safety or a strong safety into a linebacker, it sounds good in theory, but it rarely works out. Who was the kid from Michigan? Peppers.
Jabril Peppers.
Jabril Peppers.
He played like the same as Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Yeah.
took him years to really become something as a safety, as a true safety. He didn't play deep.
Right.
And that's the big, as much as I love JOK, that's the struggle with the projection, right? If he's going to play safety, he can't always be in the slot, right? Unless it was a slot corner. It's just hard.
It takes time to learn the other position. I mean, Mark Barron finally flourished at linebacker with the Rams, but it took him so long. He was not the fit at safety in the NFL with Tampa Bay. And they essentially wasted a first-round pick on a guy who ended up not being a safety and ended up playing weak side linebacker.
Yeah, wasn't any good at that either.
That's right.
So somebody says I'm still smarting from Mark Barron's days in Pittsburgh. His one season was just horrendous, heartbreaking to me. Somebody mentioned that he was actually the 6th edge rusher taken. I guess we can't count Scott, but there were 6. He was the 6th edge rusher taken in the first round.
Listen, folks.
So
we're drinking Celsius. Why? Right. Because we're tired.
There's mine over there.
Yeah, I went to bed at 4 o'clock this morning. Got up at 7:30.
4:45 for me.
Yeah,
I had to finish that second round mock and got up at 7. So yeah, it was.
Well, I'll tell you what. Before we go any further, we are going to do our friends at Celsius a big favor, as we're about 14 minutes away from the draft starting right now, and tell you all about their tasty, energizing beverage. John, the cool thing about Celsius and about the draft, what are you rocking there? I'm having the Fuji apple pear.
I got the strawberry guava, sparkling strawberry guava, yeah.
Well, our friends over at Celsius, and they're the proud sponsors of the Pewter Report podcast, which can be heard Monday through Thursday, usually 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern, unless we have a guest. We're trying to get Jimmy Lake, the Washington head coach, to come on next week to talk about Joe Tryon and maybe Levi Onwuzurike.
We'll see. We don't know who the Bucs are going to take yet. We'll talk about all these guys. By the way, you're asking questions.
Yeah, we're going to get to questions in 1 second. But I would be remiss if I didn't let everybody know how you have a chance to win a Scotty Miller autographed football and a 1-month supply of Celsius. Now, it's not just one grand prize winner we're talking about, because the grand prize winner gets the Celsius, the 1-month supply, and the autographed football. 9 other winners are going to get 1 month supply of Celsius. And it's a really easy, quick way to enter this contest. And here's the details. Subscribe to Pewter Report TV on YouTube. You should already be a subscriber. If you're not, just click the button and boom, you're done. Take a screenshot of it once you do that. Follow Celsius Official on either Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, or all 3. Take a screenshot of that once you've done that. Follow Scotty Miller, the Bucs wide receiver, at Miller Time, 3_ the number 10 on Twitter or Instagram. Take a screenshot. Then take those screenshots and go to Celsius.com/Pewter. Upload those screenshots plus your name and email address, and that's it. You're entered to win. They're going to be picking 10 winners. 1 grand prize winner gets the football and the 1 month supply of your favorite flavor, and 9 other winners, John, are going to get a free month supply of Celsius. And I'll tell you what, it goes awfully fast in the Reynolds household.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely, it's great stuff. There's no question about it. It's kept me going over the last couple of weeks, man. As we grind for the draft, there's no doubt about that. It's really great stuff. By the way, I want to mention this before we get to these, and we'll talk about Quinn Miners. We'll talk about all these questions about Josh Myers and our other potential day 2 picks. But I do want to mention, I don't know if people saw this today, but there's unrest in the Raiders war room. I know there's always an ear toward what's going on with John Gruden. But after that Alex Leatherwood pick, Tony Pauline from Pro Football Network reporting that there's some unrest, and after the draft, we could see some changes. So fall guy Mike Mayock might be on his way.
Sounds like it.
We'll see. But
I love John Gruden, but the coach, not the GM.
That's right. There's a big difference. So yeah, that a lot of frustration maybe over the Leatherwood pick that you could have at least moved back. Taken him. I mean, I don't even think Leatherwood's like that bad. Like they've had worse,
but
moves.
Just the value. I mean, just be smart about it. Like if that's your guy, trade back, get some draft capital, right?
And Tom Cable said it was his favorite player in the whole draft. Wow. The whole draft?
Yeah, and listen, and I'm not suggesting this is the case with Tom Cable. He knows more about football he's forgotten more about football than I'll ever know. But John, sometimes the game passes you by at some point. I saw it happen live and in person with both Lovie Smith and Mike Smith. The game just passes you by.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's been the case with Tom Cable, but maybe it has.
Man, I mean, honestly, he was so bad in Seattle for so long. And then he came to Oakland. And Oakland, then Las Vegas. And he developed a lot of their guys. I mean, Colton Miller, I didn't think had a chance with Tom Cable. And I don't think Colton Miller's necessarily worth what they're paying him, but he's become a good, solid tackle. So I don't know what to do, but I wouldn't want Tom Cable running my evaluations for sure. I'd want my scouting department to be doing that. But anyway, okay, let's talk back to the Bucs here. Okay, lots of questions about Quinn Miners. Did the Bucs move up to get him? Is Quinn Miners a target? Somebody said, didn't John and Scott say I thought the Bucs weren't really looking at Miners a little while ago. I like him. Yeah. Our small school guys are amazing, and I think he would eat in Tampa. I love Quinn Miners. I do. I've just decided to stand on the table for him. I'll be honest. I've only seen a little bit of his tape in the Senior Bowl because it's hard to get access to a ton of his tape. Right. I just know the mindset's there. Yeah. I know the athleticism's there. Elite size for the position. I know he's dedicated to his craft. And I saw at the Senior Bowl how he handled that competition. I got me on board. I'd take the shot. But we don't think the Bucs are going to.
We've had Quinn Miners in 2 of our mock drafts.
Yes.
And even as high as the second round, I believe in one.
Yeah, in the early one. Yeah, the first one.
I don't believe that that's going to happen. I think
in the second round.
Maybe with the third round pick, they might.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm hearing. Mm-hmm. So
we'll see. I mean, I like Miners, but it is a D3 guy that didn't play last year. We only saw the Senior Bowl.
I don't think that he has got as high of a grade, certainly as Ali Marpet, who was a second round. They traded up in the second round to get the Hobart College product, and I don't think he has maybe the same grade that Alex Kappa did coming out of Humboldt State.
That's interesting.
Keep in mind, Kappa was a left tackle too, right? So there's that, but keep in mind, Jason Light likes left tackles, and he likes to move them inside. If you look at this Bucs offensive line, I've said it before, I'll say it again. All 5 of these guys have played left tackle in college. Donovan Smith was a left tackle at Penn State. Ali Marpet was a left tackle at Hobart. You had Northern Colorado.
Ryan Jensen.
Ryan Jensen was a left tackle at Northern Colorado. Yep. Then you had Alex Kappa, left tackle at Humboldt State, and even Tristan Wirfs saw some time at left tackle, although he played mostly at right tackle at Iowa. So what do you get when you get a left tackle switching in positions at the NFL? You get athleticism because most colleges, and Kansas State does this too, if they don't have a left tackle, I've seen Kansas State take their centers and for their senior year and move a center. Who's the center for the Bears?
Cody Whitehair.
Cody Whitehair, center for the Bears, was a center at K-State to start his career, played left tackle his senior year. Why? It's the most important position on the offensive line. Right. And if you don't have a good one, that's what college coaches will do. And so that's why Jason Light values left tackles. And the interesting thing is one of our Bucs best bets, and we'll get to those in a second. We've got some left on the actually all of them left on the board, is Liam Eichenberg. John, he's a left tackle at Notre Dame. You and I have talked about him possibly moving inside.
I would love to see him slide down the board. He's probably one of the guys I most desire for the Bucs today at 64. I think he plays with their type of mentality. He's physical. He's aggressive. He gets after people. He's a left tackle that I think could definitely kick inside. There's not great arm length here. There are not great physical tools. He's very technically sound. He's very clean. He's ready to go. If you needed him to play today, he could play. There isn't a high ceiling with him maybe, but I just love how he gets after people. I mean, he's not the biggest dude, but he just plays so hard, and he does it with good technique. I think he'd be a great fit in Tampa Bay if he gets to them. But again, there was talk he might go in the first round to the Colts was a rumor. And so there's a lot of landing spots for him.
I could see him go early in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, he could be one of the first picks in the second round. Or he could slide. I mean, like we said, Tevin Jenkins is still there. Yep. We know teams like Dylan Radoon's a good bit. Spencer Brown's still available. We know Jackson Carman will probably go higher than expected. So there's a lot of options still available to teams. Somebody slides. And so I'm just saying, if you want to be aggressive and go get a guy, I like Liam Eichenberg a lot. I think that could be a possibility for them. Somebody wants to know, John, what about Josh Myers? This is interesting. Dane Brugler mocked Josh Myers to the Bucs in the second round, Ohio State center. Mm-hmm. I have not seen Josh Myers mocked to the Bucs at all. I thought about, my mock came out before Dane's. I thought about putting him in my mock is just to throw a new name in there. Now, I like Josh Myers a lot. I think he's in my top 50 if I remember right. He is a player that really just impressed me on tape. Ohio State center. You haven't heard hardly anybody talk about him. People talk about Wyatt Davis. To me, Myers was better. He can play in his zone scheme. I think he can play in a gap scheme. They rave about his intelligence there. They rave about his work ethic. He's very physical. He's also a really good athlete. There's no bad weight on him. He moves really well. Even when you compare him to a guy like Creed Humphrey, who I like too, they are a little bit different players. I think the ceiling is higher with Myers. If Myers gets better with his hands and can sustain blocks better, I think there's a really high ceiling with Josh Myers. I would go so far as to get crazy and say he could have the highest ceiling of the center group, probably he and Quinn Miners. I think Dickerson is pretty close to what he is, and I think Creed Humphrey too, pretty close to what he is, although he tested really well. I don't know if there's a whole lot more there, but I think, those are the two guys. If both the top two centers go early, I would like. Now Josh Myers, there's a lot of zone stuff, but I think he can do it with the Bucs. I do. And he didn't play. I don't think he played left tackle, did he? No, just center. But again, if you're left tackle and move a guy into guard, I think it's rare you're going to find a left tackle go to center like Jensen did at the college level.
It's not your everyday occurrence.
I think they'd make exceptions on the left tackle thing for a center.
I definitely agree. And this is a guy that has had 21 starts, played in 31 games at Ohio State, so he's well seasoned in the Big Ten. 6'5", 310, and I think that it's not that they have to have a bigger center because they had A.Q. Shipley in there as a reserve, but you look at Ryan Jensen, and he is a bigger center. Jason Light doesn't shy away from having some size and beef on that offensive line. So definitely a player that I probably have slept on a little bit. He's not a Bucs best bet. We'll get to our Bucs best bets in 1 second, but we would like to
we're about 3 minutes, by the way. 3 minutes from the start of the second round. I can't wait.
I saw a super chat in here, and I wanted to get to it. Jonathan, thank you for that $10 super chat. Some second day of the draft love from Pennsylvania. Johnny's from your neck of the woods. Keep up the good work, guys. Maybe get some sleep on Sunday. Yes, Sunday is the designated sleep day. For those of you who want a podcast on Sunday, I will not be on the podcast on Sunday. I will be sleeping on Sunday.
We have a podcast on Sunday?
No, we're not having a podcast on Sunday. I'm letting everyone know
they'll have a break from us.
Yeah, there will not be a post-draft podcast. There will be one on Monday. We'll go back to our Monday through Thursday schedule, 4 o'clock. Again, trying to get
and obviously Saturday will be on for all of day 3 of the draft, which that's really the day you want to be with us every day.
Yep.
And we appreciate that $5 super chat, Leighton Carter, our boy. Keep it up,
guys. Sharp dressed man.
Look at that. Look
Love
at
it, Leighton. Thank you.
But day 3 tomorrow, we're gonna crush those picks while the networks are messing around with some. They're not covering every pick. We're going to have you covered, and we're going to be updating that Bucs board for y'all and getting all the info we can. So,
and I'll tell you, these super chats, we really appreciate them. We had a lot of love yesterday, and that's greatly appreciated. If you have the desire, if you have the means to do so, support pewterreport.com, and the best way to do it is through our website, pewterreport.com/donation. You can go there and visit and make a one-time donation for as little as $10. That's less than $1 a month. If you like the work that we do, you've seen we have the new high-def cameras. We've got improved graphics. Our website is running tip-top thanks to Kyle and Rochelle over there at Visual Realm. They do a fantastic job as our web host company and web designer. The new layout looks fantastic with the draft content on it. And so every bit of donation money that we get, and John, we didn't do any traveling last year, but that's a big part of where the donation money comes into play. We go to the away games, we go to the NFL scouting combine in Indy. Hopefully it will be up next year, and this COVID stuff's behind us. We go to the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama. We even went to London a couple years ago before the pandemic hit. So that's where the donation money goes. It goes right back into giving you guys the best Bucs coverage. And you can go to pewterreport.com donation, make that one-time donation, or we have 3 different options for you to donate on a monthly basis. $3 a month, $5, and $9. So it's a super easy way to inexpensively help support your favorite website.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great stuff, and we definitely appreciate all those who have donated. It's been critical for us during the past year where things have just been obviously crazy, and we've been doing everything we can, as we always. So we are about to have the Jaguars kicking off today?
Yes.
On the clock. Many people believe this pick will be Tyson Campbell, Georgia corner, who I would have, by the way, I think I was the only one. I haven't seen anybody mention him, but I would have liked for the Bucs to consider at 32. We're going to have a conversation about the Bucs defensive backfield at some point. But right now, let's look at the Bucs best bets and just see kind of, okay, so all our Bucs best bets are still available except for the one that the Bucs already selected in Joe Tryon. So you can see kind of where we're leaning for the Bucs at each position. Obviously, Tyson Campbell is our cornerback best bet. We would assume now that since he wasn't the pick at 32, that Bucs best bet, that early Bucs best bet will be off the table before they're picking at 64.
Yeah. And if you see the early picks, those are guys we think could be there between rounds 1 through 3, and then the late round guys are rounds 4 through 7. Right. We have to sprinkle in some guys that we think could be there in the first round for the Bucs, could be there in the third round for the Bucs. Otherwise, we're not going to have a chance on hitting.
If we just put guys at each position they could take in the first round, we would be out of luck and out of options later. So let's go through real quick and talk about them. Let's start at the safeties and work our way up, so we delay the Kyle Trask conversation. I know there are people in the chat clamoring for the Kyle Trask conversation, but Divine Diablo from Virginia Tech. Our guess here was that they wouldn't, if they went safety early, they wouldn't go till round 3. And I think Divine Diablo, we never know, but I think he's going to go late round 3. So that's our Bucs best bet for the early. If they went safety in the first 2,
we were kind of debating UCF's
rounds.
Richie Grant too.
Right. We talked about him being on the table. Maybe he might go in this round. I could see him going in the third too, but we didn't see safety early. So we tried to go with a guy that might be there and fit them at the end of round 3. So we'll see on the safety. Again, we think Tyson Campbell will probably be off the board before the 64th pick. I like Derek Barnes to probably be there around 64. He could get nabbed earlier, but he could be in there in the third too. A big range from everybody we've talked to on him. Some people have him in the fourth, some people have him in the second. I'm not sure where he's going to come off the board, to be honest. And so he could be a guy that gets some consideration. We'll see. Then I'm just looking at early picks right now. Rolling to defensive tackle, Levi Onwuzurike. My guess is he doesn't make it to the Bucs. If he makes it to the Bucs, I think there's a decent chance they come away with 2 Washington guys. I don't think he'll make it there. I'm not sure if they'd make a move for him, but he might be one of the few D tackles in the class that they would consider. So we'll see on that one. Obviously, Landon Dickerson, if he were to be in their range and the health checks out, we believe I think we had him. Do we have him at 64 in our last mock?
We did, yes. We had him as the second round pick. We had him as the first round pick in our previous mock draft. Then
the medicals happened at the checks, and we heard he was probably going to be a second round pick. So if he's there, obviously we don't know the Bucs' full medical evaluation on him, but we think there's a good chance he could be the pick. We did guard, and we went kind of third round range with Trey Smith. I think that's when you'll see him come off the board. He could be a late third round pick for the Bucs, in our opinion. I think he fits. That's where I have him graded, is the late third type of range. Notre Dame's Liam Eichenberg. We've talked about Eichenberg as being a potential fit for the Bucs in this round, in the second round. Tommy Tremble, tight end. We don't think it's going to happen on the first couple of days. We picked a blocker with upside. If they go there, maybe he's the H-back type.
This kid loves football. He is a throwback guy that I don't think he cares about scoring touchdowns, John. He loves
hitting people,
block people, and he's a fun kid to watch on tape.
And he'd be a great special teamer.
Yes,
I think he goes in the third round. Maybe he's their consideration there. We'll see. LSU's Terrace Marshall still on the board.
Yeah.
There were medicals that were the latest report on him that may have pushed him down a little bit. Good player, talented player. I think he goes off the board before the Bucs really have a shot at him. Also, now wide receivers, there's just I would be shocked in the second round if Wideout was taken. Michael Carter, decent chance Michael Carter could be a guy for them in this round here. So I think, as we move through the other positions other than quarterback, real quickly to recap, guys I'd feel of our Bucs best bets that could end up being a Buck by the end of the night. I think Levi Onwuzurike has a chance.
I agree.
I think Landon Dickerson has a chance. Liam Eichenberg has a chance. Maybe you need to trade up for one of those two guys or both if you'd want them. And I think Michael Carter has a chance.
We're talking about the second round now, and that could be a situation where Jason Lighty's traded up before.
Yeah.
And we've talked we talked about him hating fourth round picks. He's only picked 4 of them in 7 years, John.
Right.
He traded away the 4th round pick last year to get Rob Gronkowski. So I would not rule out a trade up because, listen, Jason Light loves the second round. He has picked 11 players in his 7 years in the second round as general manager for the Buccaneers. And John, 11. Think about that. More picks in the second round than any other round. He loves the second round. And for him to have to sit there on his hands and wait for 32 picks in his favorite round, I don't know if he can withstand that.
It would be tough for him, I think, for sure. So, I mean, just looking at the trade value chart to give people an idea, if they say, oh, what would it take to move in the draft? If you're the Bucs and you're in round 2 and you want to come up, well, let's say you're at 64 and you want to come up to 50. We're looking at the trade value chart. It's not totally up to date. If you're at 64 and you want to go up to 50, so that's 14 spots. That's a pretty good climb. Right now, it's about 130 points on the board. That's probably going to cost you the Bucs' third round pick. It's a late third rounder. I think it's going to cost you their third rounder. Now, you could argue, is that a big deal in this draft? I don't really think it is. If you love a player, go get him, I say. So
I agree, John.
But that's also 14 spots. That's a lot.
The third round pick this year is really a fourth rounder because you're picking last.
Yep. And if you want a center, there aren't too many teams trying to get a center probably, but if they start sliding toward the second half of the second half of the second round, the teams you have to look out for, the Steelers are one of them, honestly. So the Bucs want to try and jump and get ahead of the Steelers, and if Steelers are at 55, so that's not quite getting to 50. Now you might be talking about a fourth round pick, and you're giving up your fourth, which is pretty late to go up there, and the Steelers could be looking for extra picks. So that could be a situation you're trying to get ahead of them. So that's one that the Bucs are going to have to monitor. But I think you could see them be aggressive in this round. They know at some point they're going to have to be aggressive, right? They know they can't. All these guys aren't going to make their roster. And, I'd rather go get somebody than have to cut two guys.
Exactly. It's about quantity rather than quality.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Quality.
Yes, quality. Right. This is my 3-hour sleep talking. Quality rather than quantity.
Right. So there are lots of considerations, obviously, for the Bucs there. Let's get to some of the questions.
Let's do it.
Yep. Okay, quarterback. We got to talk about quarterback. All right. Kyle Trask is the one everybody's kind of throwing out there as the Bucs' potential quarterback option in this draft in the second round. It's definitely on the table. It's definitely possible. I think that they would consider quarterback. I do. I don't know that I'd say it's probable. One of the tough things, Scott, is when I did the second round mock, and nobody's even pointed it out that I've seen, but I didn't actually have a quarterback going in the second round.
Correct.
It wouldn't shock me if none of these guys go in. So we see every year these guys get blown up. They could sneak into the first. It never. I mean, it doesn't happen. We saw what Tom Savage. We saw with Davis Webb, Luke Falk. I mean, we get the same thing every year, and it hardly ever do these guys sneak into the first round. So I don't know that the intrigue's there. There also aren't many teams that need quarterbacks. A team like the Bears was, people thought, they'd do it. I don't know if the Bears would do it. I mean, and obviously now they got Justin Fields, so they definitely wouldn't. And so the Patriots, if the Patriots don't come away, they could be one of the teams. Well, I don't think they're doing it. The Steelers could be one of the teams looking for quarterback. Well, they just re-signed Mason Rudolph for a 1-year deal to be the bridge guy. So I don't think any of those teams are going to do it. We'll see, but the Bucs might, and they all might be there for the Bucs at 64. So if they liked one, they don't have a ton of needs, and they might feel like, it's worth it to develop a quarterback. So we'll see. I would be very opposed to the pick. We know this. I've been clear about it. I've written about it.
You wrote a whole column about
it. The chance of it working out, and especially with these three guys, to me, they're all fourth-round grades. I think they're spot starters in their career backups most likely, and they could have success for a limited amount of time, a great situation, but not the kind of success you want to have for Tampa Bay. Super Bowl should be the expectations. Get quarterbacks that can win you Super Bowls, not that can help you get to 8-8. There's no point in that.
And the thing is I think people that have listened to me on the Pewter Report podcast or read my SR's Fab 5 column after covering this team this is now year 26 for me, John, and sitting through 5 years of Josh Freeman and 5 years of Jameis Winston, waiting for these guys to take the Bucs to the playoffs, which never happened. I'm opposed to quarterbacks now. Give me a veteran off the scrap heap. And I've even seen what guys like Brian Greasy and Jeff Garcia can do. And you get a good one like Brad Johnson or Tom Brady, obviously, who's the best one. They can take your team to the promised land as long as you have the weaponry in place around them, as long as you have a good defense. And you know what? That was the case in 2002, and that was the case in 2020.
Right. Yeah. So it's something that they're going to have to keep considering. I'm not necessarily scared of drafting a quarterback, but I haven't been scarred like you either. So
I've been scarred, John.
So I the time comes, do it. Pull the trigger, be aggressive, do what the Bears did. But that time is not now. Yeah. And so we don't. If they take one, great. We'll let you know all about them. But I think just going into it, I'm just letting you know, I think all three of these guys super limited. The ceiling is low with them. To me, in the NFL, I don't have much belief in what they can be, but it's on the table for them.
Any other good questions or comments?
Yeah, absolutely. Some people want to know about Baron Browning. We haven't talked about him at all. I got to him late in the evaluation process. Too. And when I watched him, I thought, man, Ohio State screwed up by not putting him at edge defender early on. Like, he should have been like a 3-4 outside linebacker. He's big, he's physical. Right. Oh my goodness, is he explosive? But he's an off-ball linebacker, and he doesn't know what he's looking at still. And It's been there a couple of years, and they rave about him. They rave about his character. They said he'd do whatever for the team.
Good athlete.
Great athlete. Yeah. I mean, test's unbelievable. They split him out wide in a game, and he plays an end zone fade perfectly. I'm like, what in the world? Like, he just has a crazy athleticism. I would love to get your hands on him, but I just don't know what you do with him at this point. I mean, I would make him an edge defender, but I recognize the fact that the likelihood of him panning out there after playing off ball as much as he did, pretty low. He had some nice reps against Clemson, rushing off the ball. He's explosive, dude. But
it's really crazy because Ohio State puts some really good guys out there like Chase Young, right, and the Bosa's. But then you have these other guys, whether they're linebackers or defensive tackles or edge guys that are like that next tier down that like whet your appetite with like 3 sacks or 4 sacks. But it's just kind of like hit and miss production.
Yeah.
They're not the monsters that the Chase Youngs and the Bosa, guys are. But then you think, Ohio State, there's a little bit of a mystique there about the program and the defense. But then they enter the NFL and they just like, it's like Beanie Wells. Like I remember when people were raving about Beanie Wells, I'm like, I don't see it.
Right.
And it's like kind of like Trey Sermon this year. It's like, I'm not a fan,
I'm not either.
So I think that listen, Ohio State's a great college program, but almost like USC, right? Back in their heyday, you had Reggie Bush, you had Matt Leinart, but it was the collective, it was the whole, not the individual parts, and that's why sometimes when you have a quarterback like a Mac Jones from Alabama who has just got all of these weapons around him, what happens when those weapons aren't there at the next level?
Yeah,
right. Yeah. We saw that in Arizona with Matt Leinart.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it becomes for Kyle Trask,
you get
especially.
Exposed.
Yeah, exactly. You can get exposed quickly, and it's the concern a lot of people have with Mac Jones too. That's going to end up happening. And so, I just don't. Again, I just don't think that there's. I mean, picking as low as the Bucs pick in the second round, there just is not really a precedent for that for quarterbacks in that range of the draft consistently becoming successful starters. So that's why I'm just kind of out on the idea. But we'll see. There's a couple good other questions. Jags are actually officially on the clock finally now, so that's fun. I know it took forever to start these rounds.
Well, John, real quick, because we're getting ready to get into the second round here, let's just take a really quick look around the NFC, find out where these teams are picking. First team that's going to be on the clock in the NFC South is the Falcons. And this is what they've done so far. They've got Kyle Pitts, but they got a pick coming up, lickety split, number 35. And John, my nightmare scenario, because I love the kid, is Javonte Williams, North Carolina. There's a need there at running back in Atlanta, and they've already got one weapon. Now, listen, Atlanta's defense needs some help.
Yep.
But you got an offensive-minded head coach in Arthur Smith who likes to run the ball.
Yeah.
Who's the running back right now in Atlanta?
I mean, I don't even know.
It's Mike Davis, right?
Yeah, from Carolina. Now, here's the thing. The Jets pick right ahead of them at 34.
And they need a running back, too.
They don't have anybody. Their running back's like Michael Pirine. So we need the Jets to come up clutch. If you're a Bucs guy, you're cheering for the Jets. You have to take a running back.
Yeah.
Now, the other interesting part of this
Matt Matera would love, I think, to have his Jets take.
I think he would be ecstatic.
Take Javonte Williams.
For two reasons, because the Bucs wouldn't have to face him as well. The other part of this that's interesting is that it's widely been rumored that Tyson Campbell is coming off the board here to Jacksonville at 33. Now, if he doesn't, that could be a strong consideration for Atlanta. Georgia guy right there, he stays, and they need a corner really bad, opposite AJ Terrell.
Atlanta also needs some edge rushers, and
they need plenty on defense.
Maybe Azeez Ojulari from being.
But if you're Arthur Smith and you just came from several years of Derrick Henry, it's probably hard to picture what your offense looks like if Mike Davis is your running back.
That's true.
So I mean, I wouldn't take. I'm not saying he should take one. I'm just saying it's probably hard for him to picture it.
Right. So then we've got the Atlanta Falcons coming up with pick 35. Carolina is going to be picking next. Pick number 39. They've got J.C. Horn from South Carolina. Panthers needs, John, in the second round. Any fits that you might see? coming up?
They've prioritized the defensive side of the ball so heavily. Every pick last year, Scott, was a defensive pick. And they started this year's draft with a defensive pick. Now, you were going to hear a lot of buzz in the media about, the Panthers defense is going to be so good in 3 years. We'll see. I love J.C. Horn, so I'm all about that projection. I think Yorgos Matos. I think Jeremy Chin. I think those guys are guys. Derek Brown, even to a degree.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Jeremy Chin obviously has a very high ceiling. We'll see what he develops into. He had this couple scooping scores, and people wanted to call him Defensive Player of the Year, and then the Bucs schooled him up real quick.
They did.
Bucs schooled him up a couple times. They played him. So they have some good players, but I definitely think they're still very much a growing unit. At some point, you just need to pour some resources into that offensive line, man. I mean, you have Taylor Moton right there at right tackle, but the rest of the line is a question. Then they went out and prioritized guys like Pat Elflein and Cam Irving in free agency, signed them within like the first hour of free agency. Very questionable picks. Guys that were once highly thought of, that bounced around a few spots, have not played
journeyman now.
And they paid him right out of the gate.
I know.
John Miller, same thing.
It's a sign of desperation. And when you don't hit on your draft picks, then you're forced to make those type of moves in free agency, and it doesn't always pan out.
And so,
free agency, John, isn't free. It's expensive.
Yes, and you're looking at a situation now where Sam Darnold's got very little protection. I mean, left tackle, left guard, center, even Matt Paradis, he's getting up there and hasn't, frankly, been the same player he was early on in Denver. Pat Elflein, and then you've got Moton, who's the one stud. So to me, you've got to start pouring resources in the offensive line, and there should be some good options for them at 39. So that's where I'd go. Well,
and then, so keeping in the NFC South, you're looking at the Saints, and they're picking 60. The Bucs pick 64, so the Saints will be right in front of Tampa Bay in the second round. And John, they got another guy. This is kind of an interesting pick. Peyton Turner from Houston. They lost their top pass rusher last year, who's really kind of their situational pass rusher, their designated pass rusher, and Trey Hendrickson had 13 sacks. And this is a guy that's not going to get those sacks with quickness and burst off the edge. He's really more of like a carbon copy of Marcus Davenport, but probably not as good as Marcus Davenport.
Well, I think the one thing, Peyton Turner just plays way more hard, way more violent than Marcus Davenport coming out of college. Davenport just
he's closer to Cam Jordan than he is Marcus Davenport.
I didn't scout Cam Jordan, but maybe that was a little before my time. But
I remember.
Anyway.
Yeah,
you probably.
I wanted Cam Jordan over Adrian Claiborne.
Oh, that's right. You did tell me that.
Yeah, I said there's two Camerons. Buccaneers, don't mess this up. There's two Camerons.
Yeah, two good Camerons
that you could get. You could get Cameron Jordan from Cal or Cameron Hayward from Ohio State.
Yeah.
And they got Adrian Claiborne.
Well, I appreciate them not taking Cam Hayward at the time because he's one of my favorite players. I think Peyton Turner is going to be a good pick. He was the lowest first-round pick on the consensus board, by the way, which, again, that usually does not bode very well for the team that takes him. But I think one of the reasons Peyton Turner is a tricky evaluation for people is because he was such a late bloomer this year at Houston and really started to develop. And then I think you had him not quite dominate the Senior Bowl, but they were trying to play him inside a little bit, and I think you're going to see his best football ahead of him. So the Jaguars have selected Tyson Campbell, quarterback from Georgia. So there goes our first Bucs bet off the board. Obviously, that was a Bucs best bet targeted toward the first round. And so that we expected that one to be off the board now at this point in time. So Tyson Campbell to Jacksonville. I love it. I think that Jacksonville continues to, obviously the Travis Etienne pick probably wasn't what I would have done at that point in the draft, but probably because I would have taken somebody like Tyson Campbell. So they end up with him anyway. It's looking like a very good draft for Jacksonville once again. Obviously, the addition of Trevor Lawrence changed the game, but they're not a team with a ton of holes. And safety is one of them. They didn't go safety here. Thought that they might. Trevor Merrick was here. Shaquille Griffin is somebody they added in free agency. They've got C.J. Henderson, who they drafted last year. Mm-hmm. Now Tyson Campbell. So there's three corners there. None of those guys are nickels. I'm not sure how it's going to sort itself out. I think Griffin played a good bit. I believe they paid him a good bit. to come play this. So I have no idea how that situation sorts itself out in Jacksonville. If somebody's playing safety or what's going on there. Yeah. But Sidney Jones is back too. He played great for Jacksonville. Yeah. So they have all of a sudden a ton of corners that they could choose from. And so Joe Cullen, your guy, is going to have a lot of talent on that defense. Once again, Jacksonville's trying to get back to where they were.
And it's funny, when you and I were doing the cornerback evaluation, we liked Campbell even better than Stokes a little bit. Stokes was the guy that went in the first round, faster, ran a 4.29, probably better ball skills, had 4 interceptions last year. Campbell only had 1. But the thing that I said if you were to take, after watching Campbell on film, if you were to take the physicality of Carlton Davis and a little bit of the speed that Sean Murphy-Bunting has. Murphy Bunting's a 4.4 guy. Yeah. Davis is a 4.5 guy. Put Sean Murphy-Bunting and a little bit more of like a smoother player where you got the physicality with Davis. Put those two guys in a blender. That's kind of what you get in Tyson Campbell.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, what I love about him is the physicality. I mean, he's so physical. He's really good in press.
Yeah.
He knows that it's unbelievable how often he just mirrored guys for a big, long, tall corner like that to be able to mirror and match the way that he does.
Right.
His biggest thing is just find the football, man. Yeah. I mean, he does everything else well.
That's coachable. That's something that can happen at the next level. We saw that from Carlton Davis, the guy. And I love CD. He's a fantastic person and player. But I remember when he made his first interception, which was in his second year. It was the most ridiculous, like one-handed, like Odell Beckham interception in the Atlanta game. And I was like, oh my God, he actually caught one, you know? It's like, yay, good for you, you know?
Yeah.
And then in year 3, he gets 4 picks, right? And he's really become the ball hawk. And so, sometimes it's just the mentality. The first rule of a cornerback that they teach you, whether it's Pop Warner, high school, college, whatever, is your job is to not let the receiver get the ball, right? And so sometimes guys think, okay, good coverage, pass breakup, you know, check the box, job done. But you really want to create the takeaway.
Yes, you do.
And listen, when the Buccaneers, when Herm Edwards went to become the Jets head coach, and Monty Kiffin and Tony Dungy went looking for his replacement, and they got Mike Tomlin. When Tomlin came in, he was the defensive backs coach fresh out of college.
Yeah. And
his message to all of the defensive backs, oh, by the way, John, it had this guy, Rondé Barber, and it had this guy, John Lynch. So he's walking in there, and John Lynch was older than Mike Tomlin, right?
Oh, yeah.
And Tomlin said, we're not going to celebrate pass breakups anymore because that means you didn't get the interception. Okay, so I don't want to see any of this. Mm-hmm. I don't want to, no high fives for pass breakups. Catch the ball. And you know what happened the next year, John? After that first year, which was 2001 for Mike Tomlin's secondary, the next year, the Buccaneers had a franchise record 31 interceptions en route to the Super Bowl. Now, to be fair, Derek Brooks had 5 of those picks. He's a linebacker.
Yes.
But it just goes to show you, sometimes it's about mentality. It's about not just settling for the pass breakup. Get your hands on the ball if you can catch it, or if you can touch it, you can catch it. That doesn't always apply, but that's kind of the mindset. And I think that Carlton Davis has bought into that, and it's paying off dividends.
Oh, yeah.
If he has 4 picks again, John, he's going to cash in with the huge contract.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No question. And the pick is in for the Jets, so we'll see what ends up happening again. They kind of need him to keep Javonte Williams away from Atlanta, if y'all would, fellas. Remember, this is Jets. This is coming from Kyle Shanahan's system with Mike LaFleur as the offensive coordinator there, Robert Saleh as the head coach. They didn't prioritize running backs. They used them a ton, but they didn't draft them high. They got guys like Tevin Coleman in free agency, Jerick McKinnon. They signed guys like that, or they went the Raheem Mostert, Matt Breida, or Breida, late round type of players. So it would be a long shot for Williams to go here, but I would love to see it happen. Just because.
Dara O'Brien, appreciate the super chat from across the pond.
By the way, it's not Javonte Williams. It's Elijah Moore going to the Jets. So the Jets giving Zach Wilson another weapon.
Yeah, makes sense. That's probably going to put Javonte Williams in play for the Falcons.
Probably is.
He asked, would you take that 9-touchdown cornerback return guy in the 3rd round, Avery Williams from Boise State? No, I wouldn't take him that high. But I might consider him early on day 3, just because this team has no needs and a bunch of wants. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't be surprised, because really what you're doing is you're replacing Ryan Smith, which is your lowest cornerback on the depth chart, your special teams guy. But Avery Williams was no slouch playing slot corner, and he's undersized by Bucs standards at 5'8". They like 6-foot corners. Sean Murphy-Bunting's 6 foot tall, and he plays inside at the slot. So does Ross Cockrell. So he's definitely not a size consideration for defense, but for special teams, maybe.
Yeah, it could be on day 3. It could definitely be a target guy. Yeah. Before that, though, I'd be a little hesitant.
Robert Gordon,
crazy.
Memory of Scott's mom. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I was thinking about mom today because she did love the draft. And my godfather, Uncle Larry. This is the reason I'm a Bucs fan in the heart of Eagles country. Great work, gentlemen. So I appreciate that super chat. That's awesome. Yeah. My mother, Judy Dunleavy, loved football. It was her, not my father or my late stepfather, who got me interested in football. Started off as a Washington Redskins fan because she grew up in Washington, D.C. as an only child. And so, how do you spend time with daddy, John? You got two girls.
Yep.
They're going to like football because they want to be around dad, right? And so that was the ticket to getting her dad's, not love and affection, but time, and those shared bonds and experiences. Mm-hmm. And so I owe everything to my mom in terms of my interest in football, and her love and support has been one of the reasons why I'm here, entertaining and informing you all about that. So Robert, definitely appreciate that super chat. Thank you.
Yeah, that's much. Great stuff. Definitely appreciate that, Robert. We've got the Falcons on the clock now here with Javonte Williams on the board. Man, trying to think about that offense, Scott. And somebody said Elijah Moore, Shifty, or Brandon Cooks. To me, the biggest difference is Elijah Moore is much better ball skills than Brandon Cooks. Yeah. He finishes through contact extremely well. That's
Falcons have traded to the Broncos. Wow. Okay.
So the Broncos are coming up. Could this be for a quarterback? Broncos feel like the Aaron Rodgers thing's off the table today.
Yeah, Teddy Bridgewater.
Aaron Rodgers is going to retire.
Drew Lock. They're going to add another quarterback. All right.
I don't know. Who knows? What are they going to do here? How many spots do they move up?
I've got the tankathon here. Let's see. Denver was at 40, so they're only going from 40 to 35. So just
5 spots. Okay. Yeah. So still pretty high in the draft, but they're clearly very excited about someone here. I'm trying to think what they need. I mean, they took a corner in the first round. They need offensive line for sure. This could be an offensive lineman, I think. So, well, I guess there's still uncertainty what the heck is going on with Jawan James. If he's going to play or if he's going to be back there. So, but yeah, Atlanta moving down, man. Okay, so does that mean they feel like they can move down and still get Javonte Williams? Who picks right after Atlanta?
Right after Atlanta?
But there are some teams. Miami definitely needs a running back.
Yeah, they do.
They might be happy about this.
Yeah, Philly picks at 37. Cincinnati picks at 38. Carolina picks at 39. And then Denver.
Who's Denver's right? What does Denver have? They could take Javonte Williams.
They could. Anybody but Atlanta.
Anybody but Atlanta.
Really. I just don't.
He's just he's become too much of a Pewter Report fan. Now, I mean, what if he slid all the way to 64? We didn't even really have him as a Javonte Williams
is going to be Benjamin Albright, who knows everything about the Broncos. Yeah, that's the pick right there. Javonte Williams.
Okay, so he's in Denver.
To Denver, yep.
Okay.
Okay, good. I can live with that.
So Atlanta didn't love him.
Yeah.
They must have known Denver, or they had probably not.
I may or may not have lobbied members of the Bucs brass to go up and trade up for Javonte Williams today. That's right. I'm not going to confirm or deny that, John.
Everything the Broncos do except for their quarterback.
Yeah.
I just love the way they draft. They just don't prioritize the most important position in the game.
I know.
They're a maddening team to me. I wanted to love them last year, but I just didn't believe in Locke enough to do it. And then same, I love Judy. I love KJ Hamler. I love Javonte Williams. I love Patrick Surtain, who they just took. I mean, all their DBs, the way they went out and got Kyle Fuller.
Right.
They're aggressive all over the place.
Well,
they
got Melvin Gordon, and they got Javonte Williams now. Yeah. That's their 1-2 punch.
Broncos trading up for a running back.
Yep.
Interesting.
Atlanta traded number 35 and number 219 to Denver for pick 40 and Denver's 4th at number 14.
So would they give up a third and Atlanta got an extra third?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Won't be in the NFC South. Yeah, that helps that he's not in the NFC South for sure. What an unbelievable player Javonte Williams is. I have not seen dudes break tackles like he breaks tackles.
Right.
It's been a long time. I mean, Denver clearly loved that part of it. I'm not sure I would have traded up for running back, but at the same time, he's a tackle breaker. He's a creator. He's growing as a receiver. a little bit frustrating to watch him and trying to value him as a receiver because all of his catches were like wide open. This past season. They just forgot to cover him on half. So you couldn't get a great feel for him like you did Michael Carter. But it's still growing in that way, I think. But good pass protector for sure. Oh, just so physical. It's unbelievable.
Yes.
So love that part of his game for sure, and think that he's going to be a stud in Denver. They've really been trying to find a guy in Denver, man, and it just hasn't worked out.
It's been a long time since Terrell Davis.
It's been a long time, and I mean, they had some guys after that, obviously, Clinton Portis, and for a little while, a bunch of other guys. But then the last couple of years, it's been tough.
Well, and there's a lot of draft evaluators that think when it's all said and done, out of Travis Etienne and Najee Harris, that Javonte Williams could be the best running back.
I mean, and as a pure runner, that wouldn't shock me at all.
Yeah. I mean, Kareem Hunt from a pure running back standpoint, and you saw what he did in his rookie season with Kansas City, making the Pro Bowl, leading the league in rushing. He was the 3rd round pick. I mean, he was not the first running back taken. So sometimes it's not the guys in the first round that end up being the place to go, and certainly it's scheme fit and destination. With a coach that knows how to use you and is committed to the running game that matters.
I just realized that the Jets have actually selected 3 of my 17 first-round graded players on my board in this year's draft. So kudos to the Jets.
Yeah.
Joe Douglas, you and I continue to see eye to eye on the draft side of things. And obviously I would have taken Justin Fields, but I get it, Zach Wilson.
Matt Matera got a big smile on his face,
He does. Matt Matera, it's a good time to be a Jets fan.
Right.
Joe Douglas doing some nice things for you for sure. So let's see who's on the clock now. Is it Philadelphia? This would be
clock right now is
Miami.
Yeah,
but
Miami.
That pick's probably
the pick is in. Yeah.
But we can probably find that pick.
Well, is this okay?
This is where I thought Landon Dickerson would go, because this is where I had him going to that second round mock. They need a center, and he is like their culture, their type of dude. I don't think they've been too concerned with medicals. And
I'm sure Brian Flores has probably hung around some of those.
It looks like it's Javon Holland, by the way.
Really? The
Oregon DB, the first safety off the board. Although he played nickel all the last time we saw him. He played nickel in 2019.
Yeah.
The year before was safety.
Right.
Was a free safety. So I don't know what he's going to be necessarily. I have to look at Miami. Miami has actually kind of a need at both spots, I think. So really, he's just a versatile defender that is kind of like the heir apparent to Eric Rowe, right?
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah. So I like that pick. I mean, it's a little high for me to Javon Holland, but I think he's a good player for sure. I wish I would have been able to watch more of him, to be honest. I just didn't quite have time to watch everybody. I watched a couple games of him, and it's a little bit hard when you play in the slot mostly, and you don't always matched up with the best receiver. You're a lot of zone coverage. It's hard to get a great feel for you. But he tested pretty well. They speak highly of him. He graded well for Pro Football Focus. So I think it's a good pick for Miami. Probably players I would have preferred on the board, but the scheme fit feels good too, though. That's important too.
All right, so we're talking about fits and schemes and all that stuff. And Christian Barmore, right? That's a player that I think the ESPNs and the NFL networks are really going to start to hone in on if he doesn't go in the next couple picks here. Because, again, I think he's a media creation. I think the media thrust him up into the first round, but obviously teams didn't have a first round grade on him.
Right.
And now he's, we're approaching 5 picks in the second round, and this was a supposed first round talent that's still there. Maybe he goes sooner rather than later. If you're Carolina and you're Matt Rule, do you want to put Derek Brown next to Christian Barmore and really beef up the defensive
Is that
line?
what I think that's what I had. Did I have that in my mock? I can't even remember now. But I think that was might have been the pick that I had in my mock, just because they don't really have another guy. Bravian Roy's kind of like an early down run stuffer guy. And
he's a Baylor guy too.
He's exactly right. They knew what they were getting with him. They knew they were, that he was going to be a high floor guy. And so, but they really need another guy next to Derek Brown. I mean, Derek Brown can definitely play that 0-1, and you could have Christian Barmore play more of the 3. So it'd be it would be great for Christian Barmore. It would be a great fit for him to be in a group like that. But it is a young group. They could be like, okay, who's our leaders? Do we want, who can help this guy come along if we take him? So, I think that's something that they'll consider as well. But Yeah, I do. I like Barmore in a situation like that where he doesn't have to come in and be, star or anything right away.
Bengals, the Philadelphia Eagles are going to draft Landon Dickerson.
Okay, so the Eagles. Whoa.
The pick is in the Eagles.
So that means Jason Kelsey getting close to the end.
Yep.
Or maybe he's going to play guard for them. Maybe he's going to play left guard for them. Where Isaac Siomalu starts right now for them. Because Brandon Brooks is back at right guard, Lane Johnson's back at right tackle, and then left tackle you're going to have this Andre Dillard, Jordan Mailata battle. So now you've got two options at guard. I mean, is there some irony in the most injury-prone offensive line in the NFL adding the most injury-prone dude in the draft?
That's a great take, John.
There might be.
Wow.
I hope all the best for our boy Landon Dickerson for sure, but there is definitely some irony in the fact that the Philadelphia Eagles haven't had a healthy offensive line for like 3 years, and they just took a guy that's gone hurt.
At least Jalen Hurts has got some wheels, right? At least he can run around and run for his life.
Hopefully he avoids the injury curse
of
the Eagles offensive line.
So we've now seen a couple of the Bucs best bets come off the board. Tyson Campbell, obviously a high first round / early second round Bucs best bet at cornerback, and now Landon Dickerson, who was our early selection at the center position. It'd be a stretch to see him get to 64, right?
Who's this?
Landon Dickerson.
It would have been a stretch. Yeah. We didn't know. We have just kind of filtered as much of Landon and Dickerson information as we can. For a while there was like, he could go. I mean, there was a report. Was it Peter King or Albert Breer that he could go in day 3? I don't remember. That was about a week and a half ago, maybe.
Right.
And that was when I was like, okay, all right, where's this guy going to go? It seemed like sure he wasn't going to go in the first round, but where was he going to go? Where was he going to come off the board?
Greg DeCruz, I thoroughly endorse that statement, Hardy Nickerson. If you look right over John's shoulder over there, you see the Buccaneer magazine cover with Hardy Nickerson on it. Love that guy. He's got to get in the Bucs Ring of Honor. He deserves to be the next one in. Simeon Rice, yes, I'm going to say he's right there too. But let's rewind a little bit further and get Hardy Nickerson, because he was the mentor for Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, and John Lynch. I mean, that trio got the baton from Hardy and then took the Bucs defense to the next level. So I agree with you.
Now Christian Barmore's off the board. The Patriots just traded up for Christian Barmore. Okay. So
there's that Alabama connection again.
Connection again. 2 Alabama players for the Patriots. Christian Barmore obviously going to go to a place that is going to do everything they can to get the most out of him. No doubt about that. I think if you're Barmore, this is a really good thing for you if you're willing to let it be. Interesting that he would end up in New England. And then they traded up for him. He was a priority for them.
Yeah, he was.
Wouldn't be surprised if they had a first-round grade on him with the way that they moved up this year in the second round. So,
and the thing is you're getting Mac Jones, who's coming with Christian Barmore, team captain who knows him personally, maybe knows which buttons to push to get the best out of him. So Barmore's going up there. It's that Saban to Belichick pipeline again. And I think that Mac Jones being there, that's somebody that can help Christian Barmore because listen, it's a different culture up there. Maybe not too different from Alabama, but sometimes when you're the star player, you get a little bit of the kid gloves treatment. Bill Belichick, there's no such thing as kid gloves up there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And remember, Saban and Belichick are like best friends. So he obviously knew all about Barmore, and he still took
the good, the bad, the ugly.
So again, this is what we say. We just know what we hear, but we never want to kill the kid, and we always want to say, leave the door open for people to mature and grow, and for people to come away with different opinions. We tell you why they might be sliding. It doesn't mean that that's true about him. Just tells you what we're hearing about why that might be the case. And obviously for New England, they feel confident, and they have a great insight into him, and so. I definitely don't think he was going to be a Buck at any point, but they feel like they can get the most out of him. And I think if anybody can get something out of him, it's probably It's probably Belichick. So
you're looking at Carolina on the clock now.
Okay, Carolina's on the board on the clock, and this could be offensive lineman. We still Tevin Jenkins is still here, and
the Panthers have just traded.
The
Bears are moving up. So we have 2 NFC South teams trading down in the second round now. First it was Atlanta. Now it is Carolina.
And where were the Bears at? They came pretty decent way, right? 52. They've traded up in the first and second round.
Yes.
This needs to be a good player. You do not have a ton of draft capital if you're the Bears, and frankly, you have some needs.
The Bears ain't messing around. That's for sure.
They need to make an offensive line pick here, I would say. I mean, again, this is an important pick. You can't be trading.
Interesting thing too. Landon Dickerson snapped the ball to Jalen Hurts for a couple of years there in Alabama.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. And they have Devontae Smith, too.
Yeah.
So now they're all of a sudden an Alabama factor.
That's right.
You're seeing, what is this, Alabama now? We've got how many Alabama players off the board? I mean, it's getting absurd.
Well, you throw in Leatherwood, right?
Leatherwood. So you've got Waddle, you've got Devontae Smith, Mac Jones, Najee Harris, Alex Leatherwood,
Landon Dickerson, Christian Barmore.
Patrick Surtain. That's
Patrick Surtain.
We're how many picks in the draft?
We are 36. 39.
39 picks in the draft. 8. Am I forgetting one? I mean, this is absurd.
I think that's it.
I mean, Deontay Brown's going to come off the board here pretty soon. I mean, this is crazy. I'm trying to even think if there's other guys right now.
Yeah.
I think that might be it until Deontay Brown or
the Alabama Patriots.
And
the Philadelphia Crimson Tide.
The Philadelphia Crimson Tide at this point. Okay, so Patriots selection is being announced right now. We already know what that is. We don't know who traded up again. It's
the Bengals.
Bengals.
Well, the Bengals. It's the Bears trading up.
The Bears trading up, right? And this is like I said. This is Tevin Jenkins. This would be if it is Tevin Jenkins here. It's obviously they felt strongly about him or as a right tackle.
Yeah.
They still have Charles Leno as a left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we didn't think even if Tevin Jenkins made it, he was going to be a Buck, but
right.
And it is Tevin. It does look like it is Tevin Jenkins at least.
Right.
I don't know. Is that a substantial reporter? We're always trying to figure out who's just trying to get us on Twitter and who's.
I'm going to say.
I think it's Tevin Jenkins for the Bears. So, I mean, I can't. Again, if you're aggressive, you got to nail it, and I think the Bears just nailed it with both picks. They got the tackle that they needed. They got the quarterback in Justin Fields. So I love it. I only have 17 first-round grades. The Jets got 3 of them. The Bears got 2 of them. So
that's pretty good.
Not bad at all.
The draft, according to Jon Ledyard,
that's
pretty good.
According to me, it's, that means anything. But so who's on the clock now?
Well, now it would be Denver.
Okay, it's Denver
at 40. I believe. Well, let's see.
Wait. Who Carolina picking? I'm trying to remember.
No, it's the Falcons. The Falcons because they traded back.
Down. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the Falcons are on the clock now.
Right.
And
Falcons pick is in. We're moving quickly here.
Yeah, I like it. Let's get on with the show.
Yeah. So a couple guys off the board that may be in consideration for the Bucs at this point, but not too many. I mean, there's still again that offensive line run is always going to happen.
Yeah.
You got Dickerson, you got Tevin Jenkins now.
So maybe you go Azeez Ojulari here. If you're the Falcons, you need some more pass rush, and he's a local kid from Georgia. So
did Tevin Jenkins go off the board of the Bears? So we saw that, but that's what people talking about him it's the next pick too. So
Falcons have selected Richie Grant from UCF.
Okay, so Richie Grant, the safety, is somebody that Atlanta felt like they needed.
And they've lost some safety play.
Yes, they've lost some safety play. Ricardo Allen, DeMonte KZ, and Keanu Neal are all gone.
Yeah.
So they're replacing
starting
the whole
over
room basically.
Right there. Yeah.
And they just need DBs, man.
Yeah.
Richie Grant is tough. He is not a super athlete. So
he's a leader about that. He's a leader. He's a culture changer for that Knights program. I've watched a lot of UCF football over the last couple of years, and I've always liked Richie Grant. And I think you've seen the evolution of him becoming that free safety. And each year he plays better closer to the line of scrimmage. And he's always been a ball hawk. This guy had 10 interceptions, I think around 20 pass breakups in his career with the Knights. And he's a clutch player. I like Richie Grant. There was some consideration. We almost switched the Bucs' best bets because we know Jason Light sometimes will draft a safety in the second round, John.
Yep.
He's done it twice. Last year, Antoine Winfield Jr., back in 2017, Justin Evans.
Right.
And he had to draft Antoine Winfield Jr. because Justin Evans didn't pan out with that foot injury. But there was some consideration about not that they won't draft Divine Diablo, but we have a little bit of second guessing of ourselves.
Oh yeah. I mean, I honestly don't love Diablo that much. Now the Bucs might. I hear he's a great kid. Everybody says that will matter to the Bucs. He doesn't play that physical. He's huge. He's a huge safety. He doesn't play that physical or that fast. He is fast. He could be physical. He just doesn't really play that way right now. He's kind of a cerebral player. Right. He's a Simon Sound, or probably a good special teamer.
All right, so
still could make sense.
Let's stick on the safety since we're talking about it. Trevon Moehrig is still there from TCU. A lot of people had him as the top safety, but he's kind of been pigeonholed as what type of player, John?
A slot corner, maybe a man coverage guy.
He's almost like
he's not like an enforcer.
Bunting,
he's not like an enforcer safety. He's not like a Jordan Whitehead type of safety. Like that's going to hit people and defend the run and blitz.
Nor is he that center fielder that Antoine Winfield Jr. or Mike Edwards is.
It's just a niche fit. Niche fit. I mean, that's what people, everybody's kind of been saying, oh, Trevon Moehrig this. And I thought he might go to the Jaguars. I shouldn't have mocked him in the first round because everything about him to me honestly said the NFL's not going to see him as a first round pick. That was lazy of me, but here the Lions have selected Levi Onwuzurike. So there's another Bucs bet off the board. Onwuzurike Detroit really just needs defensive line help.
They need help.
They need help.
They need help. There's a cry.
There's
for
a
help
player in a
Detroit.
position Detroit could use them.
Right.
I mean, they are brutal. Yeah. But
any player, any position, Detroit needs you.
I mean, especially that D line though. I mean, they want to be able to get after people, and it's
So the dream of reuniting Levi Onwuzurike and Joe Tryon in Tampa Bay has come to an end.
It has come to an end, yes.
And I tell you what, he's really one of a handful of defensive tackles that I think the Bucs were even considering this year. I mean, there's only like a couple of quarterbacks that I think the Bucs were like, and in a year that has just bankrupted the defensive tackle positions, only a couple of defensive tackle fits this year.
One guy that's curious to me is Louisiana Tech defensive tackle Milton Williams. Just because the Bucs know if they came in, he's a high upside guy. They can afford to take that kind of a pick. They have a bunch of guys. They wouldn't even need to play at all really this year. They went with the super athlete in Khalil Davis. Maybe they're trying to check out that kind of player to play next to some of the power guys they have. I could see that being
washed out so much.
He gets washed out a lot. Yeah, I don't love his tape at all. I wouldn't necessarily be a fan of the pick, but again, it's like an upside thing.
I think he's a little more finesse than physical.
Yes, he plays hard. I think he definitely plays hard. I just don't know if he's going to be powerful enough to. He's 284 or something like that, so he's on the smaller side. He'd need to win with athleticism and quickness. He definitely has that. I mean, you could see his athleticism, but it is a technique position. It's a mental position, and that part is still developing for him, I think. So Richie Grant pick being announced now for Atlanta. Let's just take a quick look at Atlanta's roster. And I know we kind of had they've got they traded back, so they've got an pick in the fold here. Again, I like Richie Grant. He's a late second round grade for me. Right. And I don't have, that puts him in like the 30s on my board probably because I don't, or maybe 40s. But so I'm fine with it here. But I think right now their safety room is the 4th round pick from last year, Jalen Hawkins. Jerron Harmon is there to play free safety, Eric Harris. So they've got 4 guys. I would guess Harmon's the free safety and Grant is the strong safety probably for Atlanta. So definitely a need pick for Atlanta, but they have plenty of needs. So it's also probably a guy that was obviously high on their board too. They moved back and they felt like they could get him, and they were right. And a safety went after they moved back too. So they were took the chance there. And I mean, who knows if Grant was their top guy when they moved back, but certainly didn't take long getting that pick in. And so now Detroit's on the board. I'm sure that pick's been announced. We'll get to some questions here in a second if people have asked them. I know that we haven't checked the comments in a little while, but Ryan Pace, man, with everything on the line, I saw Trevor tweet, Trevor Sickelman, he's right. I mean, that's definitely with everything on the line, him going all out and trading up twice. But again, in this draft, there just aren't that many good players.
Right.
There really aren't. And some of them are going to slide through the cracks because teams will draft bad ones. But I just don't mind quite as much trading up for players. I want to be careful about who you're trading up for, but it's hard. I'm not going to criticize it when you're trading up. And I don't know what he gave up either. I'd like to see that. But when you're trading up for a guy who I think is a first-round value, and they may have had first-round value too. If you've seen teams trading up early in the second, it's usually because they can't believe a guy's on the board,
right? And
they got to have him, and they loved him. And so I love Tevin Jenkins' tape. I know his interviews didn't sound like they were for everybody, but I love his tape. So are the Giants on the clock now?
The Giants are –
because they're trading that pick to the Dolphins, it looks like.
Yeah. So
the Dolphins, they stay and take Javon Holland, and now they're moving up for their second-round pick. Man, so We'll see what this selection is here.
Pick 42.
There's some people who would love another pass rusher there. They haven't spent a pick on offensive line.
The Giants traded number 42 for number 50 and a third-round pick in 2022.
So those 2022 picks are very valuable right now. So Miami's giving that up for a guy that they must really like here. So, I think still offensive line. I mean, we've definitely seen a couple guys. Tevin Jenkins, Landon Dickerson.
Mm-hmm.
Have any other offensive linemen come off?
Well, Liam Eichenberg is not yet
still available.
Right.
Liam Eichenberg still available. Who else do we say for Creed Humphrey still available. Quinn Minor still available.
I think the thing with Creed Humphrey is he's a little undersized for some teams. Right. I think 5-10 years ago, 305, 302, whatever he is, that would have been fine. Now, I think just with the size and speed of some of these defensive tackles, you want guys that a little bit more mass there. And
Miami's a team, honestly, that could take if are they staying there? Yeah, if they. Oh, okay. It looks like Miami's taking Liam Eichenberg, I believe. Is that what I saw there? I think Miami could be selecting Liam Eichenberg here. Looks like.
Yep. Liam Eichenberg. So correct. That's another Bucs best bet.
So another Bucs best bet off the board. A guy that I would have liked there. Dang. But not that I really thought he'd get to 64.
Right. Exactly.
Again, when you're rumored to be a first-round pick, it usually doesn't happen where you get all the way there. So I thought he was a consideration at 32, honestly. Instead, he goes at 42.
Yep.
Love that pick for Miami. Man, they've had a great draft. Even if Javon Holland was a little bit high, I mean, that's still really, really good draft for them. So where does Liam Eichenberg play then? They took Austin Jackson in the first round last year. He's their left tackle. I'd assume they don't want to move him. Does Robert Hunt go inside? Does Liam Eichenberg play right tackle?
So. I think Robert Hunt goes to guard.
It's interesting. The Dolphins have drafted really big dudes. Solomon McKinley's there.
I like Robert Hunt in last year's draft. He played right tackle, played guard at Louisiana.
Yeah.
They didn't have to run the ball. I mean, that's what they do at Louisiana. Raging Cajuns, they will run the ball. And he really is a solid guy. And I think some of the pass protection issues out there on the edge probably prompted him to move inside.
Right. I mean, I think he played some tackle last year.
Oh, gosh. Honestly. Oh, John. San Francisco's trading number 43 to Las Vegas. What's John Gruden going to do now? What's Mike Mayock
John Gruden's
do?
moving up Gruden's moving up right now.
Yeah, to 43.
Can't wait to see what kicker
my
he
gosh.
takes. He's about to pull an Aguayo.
Oh, my goodness. Love John Gruden, the coach. Not a fan of John Gruden, the GM.
He's like, Liam Eichenberg's going to be like the smallest offensive lineman compared to all the other dudes at Miami right now.
Yeah. But, and like you were suggesting, he moves to right tackle, right? He played left tackle at Notre Dame, so he's got the athleticism to probably switch sides and play on the edge.
He's definitely but again, he has the mentality that they want.
Yeah,
that's kind of.
So you got John Gruden
coming up here. I don't even want to speculate.
Hey, John Lynch, remember me, your old pal John Gruden?
Some Clemson guy.
Probably.
Watch it be like a good pick. Watch him take the top guy. Who Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Watch it be that guy. A lot of trading going on.
A ton of trading. Yes.
So yeah, we'll see. But I'm trying to think if Liam Eichenberg played right tackle. Let me look at Dane's. He is kind of everywhere that he played on there, but
yeah. All right, Matt Miller, some people love him, some people hate him. He reached out to a few scouts about Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. These were the scouts' replies to Matt Miller. Scheme fit is really hard. No linebacker coaches at his pro day. He's 214 pounds, mental lapses, not fast. Tape is fun, doesn't translate. So, take it or leave it. That's some of the opinions on why
the mental lapses thing is a little bit weird. Sometimes he freelances to try and make plays.
Yeah,
I think
that's a little different than mental lapses.
They probably greenlit him. Yeah. So Eichenberg's only played left tackle. That's what I thought. So you're projecting a position switch too at Miami. That makes it a little bit interesting.
Josina Anderson says NFL source via text on the amount of trades going on tonight, out of control. And no one's staying put. This is like an ADHD type of second rounds.
Yeah.
And I say that as someone who has ADHD. I'm not making fun of anybody. It's a real legit thing. And I think that's what's happening in the second round right now.
Right. The Raiders, I don't know what they're going to do here, but I do know that fans in the chat believe that the draft pick here is going to be Tim Tebow.
Oh, man. There you go. Trevon Moehrig from TCU.
That's the Raiders pick?
Yeah.
That's not even that bad of a pick.
So they got the Mississippi State kid, Jonathan Abrams, at one safety, right? And didn't they sign a safety this offseason?
Carl Joseph's back there.
Yeah. Right. Carl Joseph. I was thinking about. So they have Carl Joseph, this guy, and
he's almost a Steeler. Carl Joseph. I would have, as their third safety, I would have been okay. I would have. Yeah. I love Carl Joseph coming out of college.
Oh, me too. He was the missile at West Virginia, man.
Goodness, I don't know why he wasn't good. Probably because he went to the Raiders. That's probably the only reason. And some injuries. They have Jeff Heath still around, but yeah. Moehrig's he's kind of a different dude. He's like, he can play in the slot if they need him to as well. And Trayvon Mullen's an outside corner. Obviously, they drafted Amik Robertson last year to play in the slot as a fourth rounder, but hasn't necessarily happened. Damon Arnett, we know there's some issues there with him going on. They got Rasul Douglas in. Maybe he can play one of the outside spots. They've got like a couple options. Now they had a guy who can play in the slot and probably kick down when they go too high. They were a too high team. Gus Bradley, I would assume they're going to be more of a cover 3 team now. And I don't know if Moore's going to play in post for them, or I don't know what's going to happen.
Right. It's interesting to see these guys that were Tampa 2 disciples under Monty Kiffin, back when the Tampa 2 was a legit defense, back when it was a thing, really have to morph their games. Raheem Morris doesn't play as much of it now. He's the new defensive coordinator out there in L.A. Mm-hmm. Joe Barry getting another shot at the defensive coordinator job up in Green Bay. He was the Bucs linebackers coach. And now Gus Bradley was also a former Bucs linebackers coach. He used to be a Tampa 2 disciple, but they really had to stray away from it because Lovie Smith, the last person, I think, to really cling to the old Tampa 2 as a base defense. You can still run it. I mean, it's still a defense, but it can't be your base anymore. There's just when the NFL made the rule changes and took away the John Lynch's that safety that would clean your clock going across the middle. It totally just disrupted that type of a defense as a base call. It
changed a lot of things. And honestly, cover 2 is still really valuable, I think.
Yeah.
But you almost have to vary things up so much.
The Bucs played more cover 2 against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl than they played in any game all year. And it was the right defense. It was the right call for that game against what the Chiefs wanted to do.
Especially 2-man. I mean, I think 2-man, that's honestly how I would like to play teams. I would let them try and run the ball, honestly, on me as much as possible. And then with Tampa Bay, obviously, that's how I think they should approach this next season. But that's a conversation maybe for another time. But the Cowboys on the clock, correct?
I think Kelvin Joseph.
Kelvin Joseph? Oh, my. They did need a corner for sure. Calvin Joseph's a good player, but there are definitely some character concerns there with him. Yeah, Kentucky. He was at LSU, got suspended for the Fiesta Bowl, then got booted or left LSU, transferred, and they really he was a fan favorite because he was good there. And what interesting thing about him is that he played almost all zone at Kentucky. They hardly ever played press man or played him in man coverage. So he played well there this past year, but he's very little college experience. He's very talented.
Picks are flying. Trades are flying. Picks are flying. This is a fast second round.
Oh, yeah.
I don't recall seeing a second round this fast. I mean, we're probably an hour away from the Bucs, maybe even less, the way that this is just flying by.
Yeah, and it is going quick. I feel like with the trades, people have known exactly what they wanted. As the trades happen, they've kind of just jumped up and said, oh, yeah, we're making the pick. So that's 2 guys now the Cowboys have selected with character concerns that were out there. I know that's not shocking anyone. Right. I just want to throw it out there. Yeah. No one's going to be like, oh, wow.
The Dallas is changing the name. Did you hear that?
No, don't say it.
Yeah.
It's going to be – no, I'm muting the mic.
The Dallas Outlaws. They're going from the Cowboys to the Outlaws.
It's
the Wild West, John.
It is. I mean, it's been the same thing under Jerry Jones for a long time, right? It's been they have put that on the back burner, and it's it's not really actually worked out for them at all. I was going to say it had, but it hasn't.
we got a great question here from the chat about Creed Humphrey. We're talking about him. Scott Federico asks, hey guys, any concern with Creed Humphrey being a left-handed center? I heard a national commentator say that was a big issue. John Gruden made a big issue out of Chris Sims being a left-handed quarterback because the ball comes out differently when you have a right-handed quarterback, one rep, and then a left-handed quarterback. There's some spin on the ball. Obviously, it's just coming from a different, it's coming from a different hand. It's a little different. I don't give a crap about offense. I'm a defensive-minded guy, so that stuff doesn't concern me. But is there any credibility to that concern that you get a left-handed center? I mean,
that's a very interesting thought. I don't know.
More about offensive line play.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not heard. I mean, Brandon's never mentioned to me when we've talked. That's interesting. I wonder who the national commentator was that said that, Scott.
Yeah.
Let us know. I'll even try to ask him if I can. It's official. Joe Tryon's wearing number 9.
Yeah, that's great.
That's really cool.
So you got Leonard Fournette wearing number 7 now officially.
Officially, yeah.
And Joe Tryon wearing number 9.
Right. First D-line. I like that. Yeah. Wearing number 9. I mean, defensive lineman wearing. So I asked a couple Raiders guys. Interesting. The comments of I'm gonna go to the Raiders thing real quick just because of the Gruden. Sure. I know people are always interested. What's Trevon Moore going to do? Because Gus Bradley typically been a single high type of safety. Obviously, Jonathan Abram is probably not going to play your single high.
Right.
So he is going to have to play there. So I asked a couple of them, who is he going to play? In the post for the Raiders, and Ted Wynn of the Athletic said he didn't play much single high at all. Right. But he takes great angles, and you think with how fluidly he moves, he'd be able to play center field. So it's a projection process and play there. But
I think that's sometimes you need to draft a player for matchups, and maybe that's the Kelsey killer. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
Right. That's interesting for Ian Rappaport there. He says
that they took. Why did Moring slide to 43? Source said he injured his back while training. He wore tape on it at his workout. Scouts noticed it. Then he got an MRI. It revealed some issues. And that clearly affected his stock. So
Raiders traded up for a safety
with back issues. Wow.
Yeah, that doesn't to play a position he had. Yeah. Just kidding. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to hate. I'm going to choose to be positive. This is a great pick, Las Vegas.
Yes,
great pick. John Gruden's going to turn around. Great pick. Yeah. Back to the Cowboys. Yeah, this gets so fascinating, man. Yeah. Not even all the Micah Parsons stuff is out there, but what's out there, people already know it's he's interesting for the culture. Yeah. It's interesting. How's that going to fit? The Calvin Joseph stuff, I've heard that really he's not a bad kid at all or anything. Yeah. It was just, but this is from Dane Brugler's draft guide, just to give you an idea of what the Cowboys have done here. This is from Dane Brugler's draft guide. Meager playing experience with only 9 starts. There are character red flags due to youthful immaturity and accountability issues on and off the field. Some of his former coaches go to bat for him, but some don't. This is a quote. He needs to grow up, according to one former coach. Scouts say his rapping passion might supersede his football passion. Has released 6 albums under the name. 6 albums. He's like 21 years old. Under the name YKDV Boss Man Fat. I actually saw him get interviewed, and a bunch of people were in the comments that were like, they know him from his rap music. Yeah. It's crazy. Suspended for the 2018 bowl game for a violation of team rules. That was news with LSU. He had 1 foot out the door before the season was over, and the coaches directed him to opt out. Another quote from Stoops at Kentucky: "I just can't have him out there standing around."
Wow.
Now, I watched all the games from the end of his season.
Wow.
I have no clue what the coaches are talking about. He played hard. He tackled. He played run defense. And maybe there was a verbal thing. I watched every step. I read this and then watched the snaps.
Now you're going to give this kid a big pile of money.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Without the structure of having to go to class and, and check in with tutors. Now it's like, here's a bunch of money. Come to work.
Very talented. 4.34 40.
Yeah.
31, almost 32-inch arms. Right. Again, not much man coverage experience. It was Kentucky's almost all zone defense. So
Walker Little goes to Jacksonville. That's a questionable pick right there.
I just don't think Walker Little's good at all.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. This is Walker Little. I mean, he didn't play in 2020, opt out. 2019, he played part of one game and tore his ACL.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen him since 2018, and he was bad in 2018.
Right.
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know. I can't believe it's a top 50 pick still.
Yeah.
I don't even have him in my top 100, I don't think. Now, PFF loves him. Yeah. PFF has Walker Little like 26. Wow. I just didn't think he was going to go that high. I didn't think a team was going to do that. Remember, he won't have to play this year, which is typical for him at this point. He hasn't played in many years. So, but he will be their number 3 tackle probably. Jawan Taylor's on the right side.
Right.
Walker Little played on the left side, I believe. And so now he will go back up Cam Robinson, who's on the, I believe, still just on the tag, right? He didn't sign a deal. So Cam Robinson, the tag, Walker Little will play behind him, and we'll see. Then maybe they'll battle it out. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, you understand the need for offensive line, right? You got the number 1 overall pick, right, and Trevor Lawrence, and you come back later in the first round and you get a running back, so you need to open up holes. Is Walker Little, is he better in pass protection? Is he better as a run blocker at this stage, John? What can he hang his hat on?
Well, let's just take a look. I'm going to actually go to Pro Football Focus because Pro Football Focus has him graded highly or has him rated highly on their board. I think he's like in their 20s on their board.
Right.
On the consensus board, he's 92 or 93, I think, on the consensus board. So he's probably the lowest picked player. He's 24 for Pro Football Focus.
Wow.
But here's what they say about him. This is why I don't understand really where they're coming from. Mm-hmm. Best team he played probably was Oregon. He had a 48.4 grade for Pro Football Focus in that game. He's a 44 run block grade from the last time he was on the field for them. His grades for the seasons that he's played in, he only played 72 snaps in 2019. He didn't play in 2020. In 2019, he's a 57.2 grade. In 2018, when he played 790 snaps, he was a 69.1 grade.
Mm-hmm.
That's like 5th round stuff.
Is he better than Jackson Carman? Because the Bengals just drafted offensive tackle Jackson Carman.
I would rather have had Jackson Carman, but neither of those guys are good.
Yeah. If you're just catching it to,
now Jackson Carman could be a guard, and then I wouldn't hate it. But that's the big pick for the Bengals, remember, because they traded back. And it was like, okay, who can we get to protect Joe Burrow? And that's a big deal at this point in time.
Right. All right. Well, you know what? If you've been tuning in, you know that the Pewter Report podcast is powered by Edmonson Electric. All-Pro defense. Where are you going to go to get the All-Pro defense? You're going to go to EdmonsonElectric.com. Make sure that and this is very important. In this day and age, they handle everything from electrical issues, AC, security. That's why they're called Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. It's a one-stop shop for your home needs, home automation, for your low voltage needs from the electrical side. If you need air conditioning, service or repairs or installation, they do that too. You've probably seen that the pewterreport.com draft previews have been powered by Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. And that's the case here, too, for the Pewter Report draft show. All 3 nights. Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security is the official smart home and security company of pewterreport.com. For the past 40 years, Edmonson Electric has proudly served Central Florida with electrical services, and they're now proud to add the state-of-the-art smart home technology and security systems to the roster. Whether it's surveillance cameras, home theaters, or smart lighting, Edmonson Electric AC and Security is automating your dream home. Click to find out more about controlling, monitoring, and securing your home by going to their website, edmonsonelectric.com. That's edmonsonelectric.com. Tomorrow starts now. From home automation controls to structured wiring and surveillance systems, Edmonson Electric and Security has the team to keep your home current. Call 813-910-3403. That's 813-910-3403. For more information, visit their website, edmonsonelectric.com. Control, monitor, secure. And I shared with our viewers yesterday that I had Edmonson Electric come in and install my 75-inch TV. Why do I need a 75-inch? Because I watch football for a living. That's why. And my eyes are going. I'm getting old. I just turned 49. So yeah, I got a pretty good justification, John, for having a big screen TV.
Oh yeah.
But I'm not going to install a big screen TV by myself. I'm not going to do that when it's that big and that heavy. So I called Edmonson to install it. So whether it's home security or home theater, Edmonson Electric is the place to turn. 813-910-3403. So John, we've had couple picks roll in.
Couple offensive linemen, like, but none that we would have wanted to the Bucs, really. So
that's right.
That's at least one win out of it. Yeah, I don't get the Walker Little thing. Now, Jackson Carman's interesting for Cincinnati. He does have some upside, I think. It just hasn't really come together for him at this point in time. After a couple of years, I think he started a lot of games at Clemson, and it hasn't really developed for him. He struggled in the national championship game, the semifinal game against Ohio State.
So the Chargers are on the clock right now. And this is a team, John, that they had a 17-point lead against Tampa Bay before Tom Brady decided to throw 5 touchdowns.
Right.
After throwing one to them to help them get the lead, he threw a pick 6. But this is a team that hit on Justin Herbert. He's a fantastic young quarterback prospect. And it's going to be interesting to see that AFC West now. They took Kansas City into overtime with Patrick Mahomes as the quarterback earlier in the season, and they lost that game. Of course, they beat the Chiefs at the end of the season when they rested their starters. Mm-hmm. But this is a team that has played competitively with the top team in the AFC. And even the Raiders, John Gruden's Raiders, beat the Chiefs last year in the regular season at Arrowhead. That's a tough thing to do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That
AFC West division is a little bit rough and tumble now. And you got Javonte Williams going to Denver. Who'd the Broncos get in the first round?
Patrick Surtain.
Patrick Surtain, right. Yeah. Okay. And they traded for Teddy Bridgewater. It's interesting. I grew up in Kansas City. Mm-hmm. Don't have any allegiances to the Chiefs anymore. I wanted them to win and beat the 49ers 2 years ago. It brought me some great joy to talk some trash to my former college roommates who still live in Kansas City when the Bucs thrashed them in Super Bowl 55 at Raymond James Stadium. But the AFC West is become an interesting division.
Yeah, the Chargers have just taken Asante Samuel, the cornerback from Florida State.
Makes a lot of sense.
First Florida State got off the board. Mark Cook will be happy. What was that, pick 47, I believe? So we got him inside the top 50. I'm not forgetting a Florida State guy, right? That's the first one.
No, that's it.
So he comes off the board to the Chargers. I think it's a great pick. I think the Chargers I think the Chargers draft well all the time. They just have to stay healthy, and they have to lift the curse. I think Telesco's a really good GM. They haven't won, and he's kept his job. That means they think that too. But
I remember when Eckler, he's a fantastic running back. He got hurt. Levante David knocked him out in, I believe, the first quarter of that game. And if Eckler's in there, they may not beat the Chargers.
Yeah,
because their running game was gone after that. They really were one-dimensional, and he's such a factor in the passing game that played a role.
Yeah, that's absolutely part of the equation for sure. And so Asante Samuel will go there, and that'll be, honestly, the Chargers at this point, That's Chris Harris, Michael Davis, who they brought back there, and it'll be Asante Samuel. Those will be your top 3 corners. So not quite all the way back to where they like that secondary to be, but you definitely knew Brandon Staley. I really thought they could trade up for J.C. Horn because I just didn't think he was going to – I mean, after where he was with the Rams and how important the secondary is to him, I just knew that they were going to have to address it soon. They got their 2 biggest needs with 2 of the best players available on the board, and they didn't move to get him, I don't think, right? This is where they were, I think, in the second round. I don't think they traded. So – they had guys fall right into their lap. It's been a perfect draft for the Chargers, I think.
It's interesting because we saw the Panthers, and right now the pick is in with the Chargers. San Francisco is going to be on the clock. Then you have the Cardinals, then the Giants, and the Washington football team. Then the Panthers at 20. We saw that the Falcons. They went ahead and made a move in the second round. They traded back, and then they ended up getting Richie Grant, the safety. He's going to be a starter, just like Antoine Winfield was as a rookie in the second round. But when you look at Carolina, they've traded back now. What do you think if you're Matt Rule and you're trying to chase the Buccaneers and really, you've been fighting Atlanta for the cellar in the NFC South, but let's just, spend a few minutes talking about Carolina because they're the next NFC South team to come up. If you're Matt Rule, what are you looking for?
Yeah, I think you're still offensive line. I'm just going to keep. I mean, they need to find offensive linemen. They really do. I mean, it's not something that they've prioritized enough over the years. It took them forever to get Taylor Moton back once he started playing well. So yeah, to me, that's kind of where they need to go, I think, with this pick. And there's obviously, as Bucs, you don't want them necessarily to go offensive line. You'd like to see a few more people on the board by the time the Bucs pick at number 64. But I think that's a consideration for Carolina. They are going to have to look at that position, and they're going to continue to look, I'm sure, at the defensive side of the ball. They're going to continue to try and find talent, a young talent. And so – that's going to be something that is kind of that continues to be on the table for Carolina as they chase the Bucs in that division, as all these teams, kind of chase the Bucs. Even though the Bucs haven't technically won the division, being the Super Bowl champs will definitely do that. So some considerations for them. We talked about the Chargers pick. 49ers are on the clock now. Just trying to update you all on the consensus board and where we are at. I'll update you with my board and the consensus board, but the consensus board kind of just giving us who the best available players are as we get closer and closer right now to the end of the second round. Right now, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is by far the highest consensus player. He is 17th overall on the consensus board, and he is still available. Then Azeez Ojulari after that, 20th overall. We know why those guys are falling. Teams aren't quite sure where JOK fits into their defense on a full-time basis. And with Azeez Ojulari being 20 overall, I think it's really the injuries are pushing him down the board more than anything. So next guy is Terrace Marshall, the wide receiver from LSU. He's 35th on the consensus board. So we get a big jump, right? Okay, 17 and 20. We jump all the way down to 35 as the next player in the consensus board. Terrace Marshall falling. Great athletic traits, but there were injury concerns he got flagged with for at the combine. So that's going to be something that maybe pushes his stock down. At 37 on the consensus board, Sam Cosmi, the tackle from Texas. Could be a Bucs consideration if he gets there. I don't think he'll get there, but we'll see what happens. Rondale Moore, the slot receiver from Purdue, 39th on the consensus board, has return ability as well. Creed Humphrey, 41. To me, right now, if you ask me to guess, that's the Bucs' top target. There's a couple teams he has to get by to get to Tampa Bay, I think, but that would probably be my guess as the guy moving down the board. Joseph Osai, the edge rusher from Texas, 42 on the consensus board. Pat Freemuth, the tight end for Penn State, 47th on the consensus board, will be the second tight end selected whenever he comes off the board. And Carlos Basham, 49th, Wake Forest defensive lineman, and then Dylan Raduns, the tackle from North Dakota State. Those are the top 50 consensus players that are still left on the board, have not been chosen at this point in time. San Francisco's pick is in at number 48 overall. So we are still, I know it seems like it's moving fast, Scott, but we are still in the spot right down.
Now. We had a flurry of trades. Yeah. We had picks coming off the board, and
most of the teams that have had the best drafts are in the AFC so far.
Yeah,
I'm just going to note that. I'm not saying that the NFC isn't catching up Tampa Bay, but most of the teams that have had the best drafts. I think about the Jets, The Bears have had a good draft for sure.
Right.
They are one team I think that is definitely they're putting themselves in more of a position. If Justin Fields is, goes right away now, there's a rumor out there. That's NFL rumors. I don't know if I trust them, but we'll see what happens with more potential trades that are coming. That could be coming this way. But yeah, 49ers pick is in, so they aren't moving. And they're 48.
Right.
Again, remember, I think if I'm looking at the board, I'm saying the next spot really where the 49ers are loaded at center, the Cardinals are loaded at center, the Giants could be considering Creed Humphrey.
Yeah.
Panthers could. There's still some teams that could look at Creed Humphrey even before the Steelers get there. Honestly,
right.
Titans,
If the Bucs don't go offensive line,
gets tricky.
Yeah. They drafted Ronald Jones in the second round.
Yeah.
They were strongly considering Antonio Gibson last year in the second round. And there's Michael Carter that's available.
Mm-hmm.
He's our Bucs best bet for the early pick. There's also Kenneth Gainwell from Memphis. And Gainwell's interesting because he's got the best hands of any running back in this draft.
Oh, yes. Completely.
I mean, he can run receiver routes, and you talk about pass catching backs out of the backfield. I know that they've signed Giovanni Bernard, but just like Joe Tryon, I mean, you're a situational guy as a rookie, and you're going to be playing special teams. So whether it's a Carter, whether it's a Gainwell, that might be a consideration. And again, some of these Bucs fans out there, you're trying to probably throw up and feel better about me saying running back this early. I'm just telling you what we hear and what we know.
I'm telling you what. The only things
I'm not
really be
advocating
disappointed
for it,
at,
but
I'll be disappointed in a player I have really low on my board.
Yeah,
which goes without saying almost. In a quarterback.
Right.
I really don't care any other position. It's not a big deal to me. They have the position.
And I'll tell you what. In the second round, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, if he's still there at 64, I bet you the Bucs stop his fall. Because then you could justify taking him
at that point in the draft
as your backup linebacker, and then he's the.
By the way, the 49ers just took Aaron Banks, a guard from Notre Dame, who in the top 50, he is 92 on the consensus board.
Wow,
90 on the consensus board. 90 on the consensus board. Pretty wild.
Yeah,
I kind of liked Aaron Banks, but. I didn't think he'd go this high at all. I thought he'd be like a late third, early fourth round pick.
Giants are on the clock. The pick is in for Arizona.
Okay, so now we are almost pick at Arizona at 49 and the Giants at 50. So we'll be through 50 picks.
Watch the Cardinals take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Yeah, they just have all these dudes with that. That's one team I definitely don't think he's going to, but no, which would surprise me. Now, the Cardinals, I think wide receiver was their big. People are like, oh, wide receiver, and their corners are still bad.
Mm-hmm.
So there's still plenty of options. Ifeatu Melifonwu could definitely be a player that's in consideration
Terrace
here.
Marshall.
Yeah, he's the player that I would.
Yeah, and there's some medical issues there as well. And I say for
Marshall,
for people that have gushed over Rondale Moore and the 4.29 and stuff, the dude is 5'7" with 29-inch arms. I'm not saying Rondale Moore is not a good player, but I saw Rondale Moore in some media mock drafts in the first round.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, there's
definitely the guy's catch radius is like this. I mean, he's got raptor arms. And I mean, I appreciate the gadgetry, but even with that speed, John, I think he averaged less than 12 yards a catch.
Did you just say? Did you say who you drafted him? Rondale Moore?
No.
Oh, the Cardinals just drafted him.
They did?
Yeah, as you're saying that.
Cardinals.
That's funny. Cardinals get a guy that will play in the slot for them. And remember, they love to throw the ball quick, and
they do.
He can do things.
That's
after
a great
the
scheme fit. That's a perfect fit for him. Glad to see him go there.
Yeah, that's exactly where he should be. Now, I thought he could go to New England and be the Julian Edelman replacement.
Yes, that would have been a good scheme fit as well.
Right, Rondale Moore is not my type as a receiver for sure.
Yes,
but his tape was awesome. I mean, this dude, he is every bit as quick. Some people they're like
when he's healthy,
quick. Yeah, when he's healthy.
He played in 7 games over the last 2 years.
You're taking the massive risk on that. But when he's on the field, I'm telling you, he is unbelievable with the ball in his hands. He doesn't catch the ball down the field hardly at all, though.
Right.
So it's perfect. It's a perfect fit for him there in Arizona.
Definitely agree.
Lots of scheme touches in Arizona. He should do very well there. And now we are at pick 50 with the Giants.
And now I think what you're seeing now, John, is you're seeing some guys where the medical questions are kind of popping up. With Terrace Marshall, there was some medical issues there. Azeez Ojulari with the knee. These are some players that kind of had some potential first-round buzz. It's listen, if they get picked in the second round, it's not going to be a reach for any team at this point to grab these guys.
Right.
But these were players that were kind of buzzed about kind of being picked a little bit earlier, and they're still on the board.
I'm going to update people in a second. There are very few second-round grades that I have left. I only had like 27 second-round grades, so This shouldn't be a big shock to people. But
and just like we've said all along, the Bucs will be drafting a third-round player in the second round.
More than likely, yes.
The Bucs drafted a second-round player in Joe Tryon in the first round.
Right.
Because of where they're picking.
Right. And then nobody has 32 first-round picks.
That's right.
So there's always going to be that. Now, Terrace Marshall, the wide receiver, is a second-round grade for me, late second-round grade. He's on the board. These are all late second-round grades except for Ojulari, who we know has fallen because of the medical.
Right.
Terrace Marshall, late second-round grade. Creed Humphrey, late second-round grade. Quinn Miners, I gave him a late second-round grade. I'm going all in. I'm just betting it.
Right.
Ojulari, who I mentioned. Derek Barnes, late second-round grade for me, the linebacker from Purdue.
That could be a pick right there. That's a Bucs best bet. He could be the pick here too.
He could be. My guess is Barnes will be the player that lasts on the highest player on my board that lasts the longest. We'll see. Ifitu Melifonwu from Syracuse is a low second on my board. He's still available as well. So only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 second-round grades left for me on the board. I'll update you on the third-round grades here in a second. But a lot more third-round grades still available. Yep. So plenty of good players.
Giants on the clock right now.
Clock. Yeah. Giants they're taking a lot of this time to
followed by the Washington football team and then the Carolina Panthers. Back to the NFC South. A couple picks.
Yeah, there's still a lot of offensive linemen on the board. Just to update people on kind of who's still available out there. Creed Humphrey, Quinn Miners, also a tackle, Brady Christensen from BYU. He's 25, or he's going to be 25 soon, but his tape is really good. I don't know if he was short arms. I don't know if you move him inside the guard, though. That's the struggle with Christensen. He could go late. Sam Cosme from Texas, great play demeanor. You're going to have to rework his whole pass set, Scott. He's just very raw.
He's very mechanical.
He is. Now, he will finish. He is unbelievable, the success he had, despite not even having anything remotely close to an NFL pass set.
Right.
He is a great athlete, and he is his grip strength is awesome.
Yeah.
So I like Sam Cosme to a degree. Dylan Raduns from North Dakota State is still on the board. Spencer Brown, tackle-only guy, still on the board. Then you go interior offensive line after Humphrey and Miners. Josh Myers, the center from Ohio State, is a player that I like a lot. And then Wyatt Davis as well, the guard from Ohio State. I think he's probably going to go late third.
Right.
Trey Smith would go in that late third. But again, these guys might get pushed up the board. Aaron Banks just went off the board. I have him below those guys. And I like Banks. But Ben Cleveland is still on the board. I have him a little bit lower for me. But Jalen Mayfield is still on the board. So a lot of offensive linemen. Robert Hainsey, kind of a zone center who played right tackle this past year for Notre Dame, probably going to move to center in the NFL. He could still be on the board. There's a lot of options still on the offensive line. They have not had this huge run. It's kind of been here and there, picked apart, but nothing major so far on the offensive line. And only 2 D tackles off the board.
Not a surprise.
Right. We've seen
not a surprise.
Farmore and Onwuzurike.
The only 2 guys that deserve to be picked this high.
Right. And so we'll see now Davion Nixon, Oso Odigizua. I think Milton Williams could be the next one to come off the board. Yeah. You're going to see teams will be all over the place with these guys.
Right.
These D tackles, the ones that are left. We also have not seen. Have we seen an edge rusher today? Wow, we haven't seen an edge rusher get drafted.
Joseph Asai from Texas,
Cam
Azeez Ojulari,
Carlos Basham still on the board,
right?
Rashad Weaver, Quincy Roche, Ronnie Perkins.
I read Bob McGinn's scouts' take on Boogie Basham, and I'm glad that the scouts see it the same way I do. It's for such a big guy, boy, he plays soft and inconsistent and not physical. I just can't believe how much he got pushed around. Sometimes just one-on-one against tight ends.
And now Ojulari is off the board. The Giants have selected him at 50. So obviously fell because of the medicals. So the medicals. It's hard to know how excited to get about that pick, but on paper, it really
Right.
looks like the Giants have another good pick there, I think. So, yeah, lots still on board for the Bucs consideration. I mean, like you said, if they're looking at the lines, it's gone about as well as you could have hoped.
Yes.
Maybe you thought Liam Eichenberg would slide down, but we still got a long way to go, though, with the centers. I mean,
that's right.
Josh Myers, Creed Humphrey, we've got 14 picks to go here still, so plenty of landing spots for guys like that. It gets hard to know what they'll even take if it's not if there's certain players aren't on the board.
Right.
First round we felt great,
Yes.
but I don't even know, man. Like, what plays for this team if they take a running back?
You have to kind of go by. Well, you can do one of two things. You can go by tendencies, right? They've addressed the secondary a lot in Jason Light's tenure, whether it's two safeties, whether it's cornerbacks, Carlton Davis, MJ Stewart, Sean Murphy-Bunting, the safeties in the second round. I'm talking about Justin Evans, Antoine Winfield Jr. The problem is okay, so you spent the second round on those guys. Most of those guys are still on the team. So maybe you reallocate your second round pick resources to another position to bolster that. And so then you look at, okay, where else has Jason Light put the priority? Well, it's where he's drafted a running back before in the second round. And you got three guys in Leonard Fournette and Ronald Jones and Giovanni Bernard, who are only signed through 2021. I think the jury is still out a little bit on Keyshawn Vaughn. The team is optimistic about him, but we've yet to see him become a consistent player that's going to petition for carries and touches, and also hang on to the ball when those touches happen.
Right.
So I'm not advocating for a running back, but I'm just saying there's a couple guys in Michael Carter and in Kenny Gainwell from Memphis that are probably going to be in that third round spot. And if they almost got Antonio Gibson last year, I think Kenny Gainwell is in that class.
Yeah, and again, you're just going through the options. I mean, but if that happens, Scott, do you think does it mean Ronald Jones on the move? Somebody's on the move if a running back gets out?
Possibly. I wasn't really buying into it, but you could make the case when this team traded for Rob Gronkowski, John. Well, maybe that's the end of O.J. Howard, right? No, they end up keeping O.J. Howard and Cam Brate. I mean,
it's a pretty crowded group at running back.
It is. But the thing is you probably keep 5 running backs rather than 4. Mm-hmm. And whoever you're drafting is going to play on special teams. And if he's a Michael Carter or Kenny Gainwell, maybe they're factor into the return game. Both those guys have return ability.
Still haven't seen a quarterback come off the board in the second round. Now, I'd love for Washington to Washington just traded up. They traded up to 51. So Terrace Marshall, Diami Brown could see those being possibilities if they're not going quarterback. Would love for them to go quarterback. Take somebody off the board for them.
That's right.
A mistake off the board for offensive tackle certainly is a consideration too for Washington. Sam Cosmi again still on the board.
I'm just not a huge Cosmi fan.
Oh, it's a correction. Carolina is trading to 52, not Washington.
Okay.
So right. Carolina is trading up. I don't think they're taking a quarterback, but I also wouldn't totally rule it out. But our offensive line seems more likely again.
Yeah. And maybe this is where Cosmi goes.
Maybe.
Played left tackle at Texas.
Right. Could definitely be fill a need for them because Taylor Moton's at right tackle. The Panthers, they just kept moving down today. Have they had a pick today? I don't think
Panthers, no, they have not.
They moved down once or twice.
Picked Richie Grant in the second round, but the Panthers have not had a second round selection.
Okay, wait. Did Washington make a pick? Washington did make a pick. They took Sam Cosmi.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Now Carolina is trading up. So Washington wasn't trading up.
Okay.
So Carolina is trading up with Cleveland, I believe.
All right.
Or maybe Carolina traded back. I don't know. I can't keep track.
The second round is going fast and furious, man.
Okay, really Carolina is trading to Cleveland. So Cleveland moved up. Carolina moved back again. Is that twice they've moved back?
Yes.
So Sam Cosmi now off the board, developmental guy. It's hard. He was fun to watch because nothing he does is technically right.
Yeah.
But
he kind of got the job done.
Exactly right. Now they had some struggles. I don't think he's high effort. He works his tail off.
Kind of reminded me a little bit of Dalton Reisner from Kansas State. It's like got the job done, but looked awful doing it.
Yeah, it's true. I like Reisner a lot, and I think for Cosmi too. So but again, he didn't really grow technically, and that's important at that position.
Yeah.
So he's definitely in for
now,
an awakening.
John, you're talking of Creed Humphrey, and we talked about this. If the Bucs select Creed Humphrey in the second round, you have to sing a Creed song on the podcast.
I'm not singing a Creed song,
show.
but I will have plenty of Creed song jokes and Creed Bratton from The Office jokes lined up for the show if he ends up being a Buc. So.
All right.
Or if he ends up being a Steeler, he could end up being a Steeler or two. We've got a number of corners have come off the board. We've seen Tyson Campbell go today, Asante Samuel, Calvin Joseph, Javon Holland. There's still some good corners left on the board. One of them that I'd love for the Bucs to consider right now is Ifeatu Melifonwu from Syracuse.
From Syracuse, yeah.
I think he's a zone guy who can play press. That's kind of what they did in the regular season. He played great against Diami Brown. Awesome tape against Diami Brown. Played great against Clemson. Played terrific against the Clemson guys. That's what you want. I mean, really, I think big, long. I thought he played really physical. I know some people have said, "Oh, is he physical?" I wonder how much of that's just people guessing because of his brother, Obi Melifonwu, the struggles he had in that area. But I mean, Melifonwu, he bullied Diami Brown, I thought, in that game. So I like him a lot. The thing we don't talk about, Scott, is that cornerback right now. I mean, I'm not saying there's any needs, but the Bucs are you willing to go into next season and say, "I've got all the faith in Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean"? I mean, I know you've got Ross Conkle around, but
well, and the thing is you can only keep one of those guys if you're going to pay Carlton Davis the big money, right?
Right. Maybe one.
Yeah.
And they would have to prove that they're worth that too.
Right. So you would need another cornerback because this team plays, as most NFL teams do, majority nickel defense. So you need another good corner. And why not, start that process now and get somebody in there that can really start learning. Playing special teams. Oh, my
goodness. The Browns are taking Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Okay.
They are just killing it. Yep. I mean, they might be my favorite team in the league. And I'm a Steelers guy.
Right.
They just have an unbelievable team right now. They have really added some incredible talent. They're a blast. I mean, that they don't have a lot of linebackers, so he's going to play. Right. He's going to play a lot on passing downs for that team. That's a really fun team, and they have built the team really, really well. They traded up for him, by the way, and they're the most analytics-driven team in the league right now. So they traded up for a situational player. That's how much they love that dude. So pretty crazy that they've gone in that direction. But I mean, he's really, really good player, and I have him graded as a safety, but I think that he'll play probably nickel for them. They have a bunch of safeties.
He'll play superhero. He's an Avenger.
That's right. Hey, you don't have to convince me, man. I love him. Great pick. So now that's the highest grade player consensus coming off the consensus board.
Right. So
they've taken Greg Newsome, and then who else to Cleveland? They had another selection, I believe, earlier. The AFC is loaded.
Yeah.
The AFC is loaded. I think that's it. Just Newsome and Owusu-Koramoah. So they continue to get better on defense, which is just great. JOK finally coming off the board. Paulson Adebo, sleeper. Yeah, Paulson Adebo could be a sleeper. We got our rubles are back. Yeah. 1,312 rubles.
Oh, I love
Your guess for the Bucs pick right now, based on what we know, I would say Creed Humphrey.
Boy, you're selling these offensive linemen. Yesterday, you were trying to sell Tevin Jenkins. Now you're selling Creed Humphrey.
No, you don't think they're going to go?
Something tells me that it's going to be running back.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Running
back. Is this
back,
a little birdie you're hearing? Is this a complete guess, Scott?
I can't. I'm not at liberty.
What? Come on. Get out of here. Are you serious right now?
Just want to create angst in the chat room, John.
Running back. I mean, again, I'm not going to get – Kenneth Gainwell's awesome. I mean,
yes,
he was so much fun to watch. And he's like a receiver, honestly, not even just a running back.
Yes.
So.
And again, it's not a necessity that the second round pick has to find the field, but we've talked about really the three positions where you can put early picks in: edge rusher, running back, offensive line. And really, we only see offensive line because this team wisely uses, instead of a blocking tight end, they use an extra offensive lineman because you got to dress them anyways, John. You got to dress your reserve lineman on draft day on game day in case there's an injury. So why not use 300-pounder and they're a tight end rather than a 250-pounder, right? They did that with Joe Haig over Anthony Auclair. And so that's why I say running back. It's second round. You don't want your guys sitting on the bench. I think linebacker could also be another one if the right guy is there. And again, quarterback. They've not re-signed Blaine Gabbert, much to my chagrin yet. I think it's happening. I hope it's happening. But
it's a big deal. It's a big deal around.
It kind of is. It's a bit of an inside joke.
Well, he's the only guy that's not back at this point that really, moves the needle at least at all. I don't know.
I don't think Blaine Gabbert would move the needle except for maybe
me. For you.
Yeah,
that's true. So now who's on the clock? It's Tennessee. Pick is in for the Titans, and the Colts are on the clock.
Okay.
And then the Steelers will be up. So that's definitely a Creed Humphrey. Steelers don't even really have a center right now, Scott. So it would not be surprising at all if Creed Humphrey were the pick here for Pittsburgh. I don't think Tennessee or Indy will select him. So that's really the spot. If you're thinking center for the Bucs, that Steelers pick is looming large in your mind. If you don't really care and you just want the best player available, you're probably chilling right now and having a cold one, and more power to you. I'm kind of with you. I'd love to see a quarterback come off the board before they pick. Hopefully not to the Steelers, but that's Tennessee and Indy up next. And you've got Pittsburgh at 55, Seattle 56 with their first pick of the draft.
Inching closer.
Rams 57 with their first pick of the draft. Chiefs 58 with their first pick of the draft.
Now the Panthers have yet to make the pick. They've been trading down. They're going to be picking right ahead of the Saints for now at 59, and then the Saints will pick at 60. So we'll have a couple of NFC South teams getting some more players that will give the Buccaneers some headaches and heartburn. And it'll be interesting to see who they pick. And
I don't think there will be a city more unified over selecting a center than Pittsburgh will be about Creed Humphrey if that is indeed the pick.
True.
I mean, I had him going past the Steelers and them taking Pat Freiermuth today or Freiermuth in my mock today, and Steelers fans like, there's no way that happens, and they're probably right. I thought the Bucs might trade up, honestly, at some point if he were falling and they really wanted him. So. So let's see. Are we even? They're officially on deck, and because the Colts and Titans, we haven't seen the Titans pick yet. I think Steelers are on the clock. Titans pick is in, so that means the Titans pick is probably up there somewhere.
Yeah.
They took. Feels likely that it'll be Creed Humphrey, but again, and the Colts could take Pat Freiermuth too. I mean, the Colts really need a tight end. Remember, they've been in the Zach Ertz conversations.
You buying that?
No, I'm not buying that at all. It's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. 87 and white. That's the only reason that happened.
That's right.
But yeah, they have been in the Zach Ertz conversations. Remember, now they do have guys. They have Jack Doyle and they have Mo Alley Cox, who they liked from last season. But Titans selection is about to be.
Yeah,
right. I haven't even seen.
So listen. I'm not necessarily advocating. Have you seen the super chats we've been getting from Russia tonight?
I haven't. The rubles. Yeah, I said the rubles were coming in.
Okay. Have we posted those?
I don't think I posted. I posted one of them.
Okay. Did you post the one for 1,312?
That was the one I posted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we have a new one.
For the Bucs pick. Yeah.
We have a new one from Tony, Montana, all the way over there in the former Soviet Union. Let's pull this off. So we can pull that one up.
Is it a question?
Giants, the only thing that can stop TB12, I guess he's referring to the past two Super Bowls when Eli Manning, stopped Tom Brady. But that was with the Patriots, though.
Yeah.
Hate their good draft. Rubles is not that bad. It is 70 to 1, so still. So, all right. We appreciate
it, Tony Montana. Yeah. No, every little bit, man. Every little bit. Okay, so
Dylan Radness is off the board to Tennessee. So John Robinson restocking the offensive line there.
Yeah.
Never really got a good beat. I know everyone links small school guys to Jason Light, and that's why the Quinn Miners stuff kind of took off a little bit. I just don't know if he was on the radar. I never got a read or a feel from the organization if he was a guy they liked or not.
Who's this?
Dylan Radnitz.
Oh, Dylan Radnitz. Yeah, I
North Dakota State.
Yeah, he was the one everybody was like, he probably moved to guard, and then after the Senior Bowl, and then he had 34-inch arms, and everybody else had the stubs. And so it was like, oh, maybe he's going to stay at tackle, and he will probably stay at tackle. I would guess, for the Titans. So if we've seen the Colts pick yet, their pick is in. I haven't seen it announced yet. But
I have not either.
The broadcast is starting to fall behind a little bit. I bet we see the Steelers pick.
We always kind of see that.
Brady Christensen, I may have just gotten picked by someone. Could that be the Colts? We get back-to-back tackles there.
Yeah, you're seeing that they're run on the tackles here.
Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me. The Titans needed a starter, and
you might see Spencer Brown too at some point. The big guy from Northern Iowa.
I thought Brady Christensen could fall because his size and his age, and where's the upside? Is he short arms? Does he play tackle? But doesn't seem to be stopping people here.
Okay, so the thing about my job, John, is listen. I'm not complaining. I'm not crying because I realize I get paid to watch football. Right? It's not a bad gig. There's worse jobs out there. There's harder jobs out there by all accounts. But my birthday is April 23rd, and not that I'm excited about turning 49. And I'm now 49. Yippee! But last year I had to work my birthday because it was the draft day. Right? I love fall. It's my favorite season, and part of it's because of football. But I also like to go hunting and I love Thanksgiving. I love Christmas. I love New Year's, in the winter. And I've had to work New Year's Eve. I've had to work Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve. And so I'm kind of cursed by this job because all of these big moments in my life, I got to work or it's around, I can really take some time off. Tonight, unfortunately, is the draft. And I got to miss my daughter Jillian's flag football game.
That's right.
But I'm not suggesting the Bucs draft her in the second round. I'm not saying that, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Developmental.
But Jillian for Sun Lake High School tonight, 5 flags pulled.
Let's go.
In the Powder Puff game for the freshman team, 5 flags pulled. Now, I like that, John. I'm a defensive-minded guy.
I was going to say, that's probably your favorite stat right there.
So the fact that she caught 0 passes, if she did, I don't know how many passes she caught. Doesn't matter to me. Right. I don't care if she scores a touchdown, unless it's pick 6.
That's true.
I don't care. The 5 flag pulls.
Scoop and score.
Yeah, scoop and score, sure. That gets me going. I love that. Look at that smile, right?
That's
She's having a blast.
That's great.
So, Jillian, congratulations on the 5 flag pulls tonight. I heard it wasn't enough for the Sun Lake freshman team, but you know what? She's got 3 more years of powder puff to go. So that's exciting. Now the scouting report on her is tall, just like her mama, long limbed. She's 5'10", very fast. She's got length. She's got the reach. She can grab the flags.
There you go.
Right, and she's left-handed too, and so that poses a little bit of a problem, right? Because you're making your cuts, and you got to mirror a different way. You're used to dodging somebody's right hand when you're eluding the flag. But Jillian's going to come and snag that flag because she's left-handed, right?
That's true.
And football IQ. Why? Because her dad, does football for a living.
Yeah.
And she's a cheerleader. She's been on the sidelines since the Pop Warner days, the South Pasco Predator, watching football. So you put all that together. I'm just saying, John, it's a hell of a prospect.
That's right. Hey, Bucs can consider it 64, and I wouldn't feel that bad. I wouldn't. Hey. Developmental prospects.
So sorry, we got a lot of time to kill over these.
And no picks are coming in either. This
exactly.
log jam right here.
So I got to brag on my daughter Jillian there. So.
We still have not heard the Colts pick. I think they might be reading it soon here, but we still don't know who they've taken. So we know Dylan Radins went off the board to the Titans.
Right.
We know that the Colts are up. It might be Jalen Mayfield here for the Colts. Again, that's another offensive lineman. So maybe Brady Christensen has not been drafted. I saw his name being kind of thrown about.
Yeah.
I just really don't feel the Jalen Mayfield pick. I continue to not be on the same page with
Jillian getting some love in the chat room there. There we go.
Let's go. Shout out, Jillian. So Colts selection is happening right now.
What's her 40 time? Faster than me. That's for sure.
Oh, no. The Colts are selecting Dio Odeingbo.
Yeah.
Who is coming off a torn Achilles.
Yes, he's going to be out his rookie year, but that's a future pick,
I don't get it. Dude didn't do anything in college.
Yeah.
Whatever. I know he kind of played out of position, but I did not see the allure with Dio at all. Didn't see it with him before the Achilles. After
it'd be interesting to see if the Bucs go defense or if they switch gears to the offense here with this pick. The one thing I will say though is John, when you're looking for defense and you're looking for Or maybe you're looking for protection. You can go either way, right? Offense or defense. When you're looking at protecting your house, which is your biggest investment,
right?
You're protecting the lives of your family. That's the most important thing, is your family. And the place to turn is Edmonson Electric AC and Security for that all-pro defense. Get secure. Call them at 813-910-3403 or visit edmonsonelectric.com. They're the proud sponsors of the Pewter Report Draft Show all 3 days, as well as our pewterreport.com draft coverage on the website. They're the official smart home and security company of pewterreport.com. Over the past 40 years, Edmonson Electric has proudly served Central Florida with electric services that are now proud to add state-of-the-art smart home technology and security systems to the roster. Whether it's surveillance cameras, home theaters, or smart lighting, Edmonson Electric and Security is automating your dream home. Click to find out more about controlling, monitoring, and securing your home. Tomorrow starts now. From home automation controls to structured wiring and surveillance systems, Edmonson Electric and Security has the team to keep your home current. Call 813-910-3403 or visit them online at edmonsonelectric.com. Control, monitor, and secure.
Well, the Steelers have a couple guys. Oh, their selection's being read right now. And Franco Harris is reading their selection.
Pat Freiermuth. There you go.
So today I mocked Pat Freiermuth to the Steelers in the second round.
Yes.
And I said, in Steelers fans, literally all over my mentions, there's no way they take Freiermuth over Creed Humphrey.
Right.
And they did it. So terrible pick again for the Steelers. Freiermuth to me is like a 4th round value. Not surprised they did it. That's why I mocked it. Know how the team drafts, know how they think.
Right.
It's dumb. They have not moved.
You know the Steelers like I know the Bucs, and you're beginning to know the Bucs. You were just as much a part of that Joe Tryon pick as I was.
But it's like this with the Steelers. They have not reset kind of their focus at certain positions. They still believe the Heath Miller type of tight end is valuable and is as high as this, and they don't have any offensive linemen.
Heath Miller was a Bucs best bet out of Virginia many moons ago. I loved Heath Miller,
and it didn't quite go down that way. Interesting. I have a 4th round grade on Pat Freiermuth. So,
okay. Trevor Sickema chimes in. Steelers, what are you doing? We love Trevor. If only he had a personality. He's so dry. You know, that's Sickema.
Oh yeah, no, so dry. I mean,
and he's so serious all the time.
Oh yeah,
he needs to lighten up. When he was working for Pewter Report, that was my biggest complaint with him. I was like, damn it, can you smile be happy or
be goofy on this show?
Yeah, just like show a little bit of personality.
I did the podcast with him. It was just so dry all the time.
I know. It's like stick in the mud, right?
Yeah, my gosh.
Like he's the straight guy, you're the Mr. Personality all the time. You had to carry the whole show, right?
Oh my God.
We love Trevor.
Hopefully we'll get him on. Maybe we get him on. I don't know if we'll get him away from his stream for Saturday's show, but it'd be nice to get him on here.
Yeah. Ross Tucker says, how does Franco Harris not know how to pronounce Freiermuth as a Penn State alum? He must not have watched a single Penn State game over the last 3 seasons. Who's your favorite Steeler of all time? I've never asked you that before.
I don't really know. All time? I mean, I would be somebody that I watched in my lifetime probably. To watch play was honestly probably Antonio Brown.
Okay.
I mean, best Ian Ben Roethlisberger would probably be the best Steelers that I've seen in my lifetime. My favorite Steeler since I've been like around, like really covering the team, and is Cam Hayward for sure.
Yeah.
So that'd probably be. Now there's been other good ones back in the day that I certainly enjoyed a lot, but
my all-time favorite Buccaneer is the guy that's front and center right there, Rondé Barber. That's why he's front and center.
Oh, that's a good choice.
Yeah, smart guy, cerebral, one of the top 5 all-time Buccaneers. Great player, signature play. Rondy and I did not start off on a good foot.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. He called me out even when he was like a second-year player. Actually, no, it was 1997. He was his 3rd year. And Rondé Barber became Rondé Barber in 97. In 95, he was a draft pick in 90. He was a draft pick in 97. I'm getting my years mixed up because he never played in the old creamsicle until they had the throwback games. And Warren Sapp told me that they brought the creamsicle look back because Rondé Barber was lobbying the Glazers, which is interesting. So Rondé was the 3rd round pick in 97. And by 99, he became Rondé Barber. Awful as a rookie. He was so bad as a rookie. He only played in 1 game, got torched against Arizona. And then they played him again in the divisional playoff game at Green Bay. He played in 2 games the entire rookie season as 3rd round pick.
Oh, wow.
So bad that they drafted Brian Kelly in the 2nd round out of USC because they thought they missed on Barber. 2 years later, 99, Barber becomes Rondé Barber, and then the legend takes off. He comes up to me in the locker room, and he has an old copy of Buccaneer magazine where I had written that he was slow. And he's like, you do realize, just like everybody was like, hey, Scott, can I see you for a minute? I'm like, yeah, sure. What's up, Ronnie? He's like, you do realize I was like a state champion sprinter, right? In Virginia.
What'd you say?
I was like, no.
Didn't look like it.
Yeah. But, he took issue at the fact that I said that he was lacking in speed and all that. He's never the fleetest of foot. I mean, you're not gonna confuse Deion Sanders, right, for Rondé Barber. But you talk about a player that just won from the neck up. I mean, just smartest guy in the world, and was a good athlete. Got the most out of his athleticism, and just the total package, the personality, the intellect, the football IQ, tough as nails.
Yeah.
For a 5'10", 180-pound corner, and just absolutely loved the longevity to play. Oh, yeah. Just love Kevin Rondé Barber. Still a good friend of mine today.
Yeah. It's he's a legend around these parts for sure. Seattle's about to make their first pick of the draft.
Yeah.
Then the Rams will make their first pick of the draft. Then the Chiefs. I wonder if 3 teams have ever made their first pick of the draft in consecutive order.
That's interesting.
That
Probably
low
not.
on the board. I bet it hasn't happened.
Dwayne Eskridge.
Is that Seattle? Because Seattle is kind of like the Raiders, except they've been doing it longer,
right?
Worse, and still have their GM. Right. And the Raiders won't have their GM probably in the next week.
That's true.
That's probably the biggest difference between the two. But Seattle is just a drafting disaster. But they typically have so many picks. They are the spray and pray theology. At least they trade down before they do it.
And Seattle drafts a running back every year. And I would love to see the Buccaneers adopt that approach. Because you don't want to get in a position where you have to pay running backs because they're not worth it. You draft them rather than pay them.
Yeah. It's and
they always have a good running game.
They do.
They always
find them. Yeah, and then they took Rashad Penny in the first round, which shows you they've learned nothing from the fact that they've gotten guys late in the draft that have done what they needed to do. It was really. We'll see Seattle. Okay, so Seattle. You said they took Dwayne Eskridge. Is that true? Okay, that would be a huge reach to me. I thought him as an early 4th round pick, very fast. He's their wide receiver 3. They don't have cornerbacks. They need pass rush help. The offensive line always needs help. Very, very curious pick, in my opinion.
Right.
Seahawks just stay crazy.
Well, and the thing is that they've got Tyler Lockett, who they just extended. And why wouldn't you? He's a fantastic Kansas State grad. And who's the other guy they got? The guy with all the muscles. Future Pro Bowler. What the hell is his name?
Who's
DK Metcalf?
Oh, DK
right?
Metcalf.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. By the way, did I ever tell you DK Metcalf, this was before I was working here, but he was the 9th overall player on my board or something like 8th overall player
on
my board.
I remember that.
Which isn't like super uncommon. A lot of people were higher on Metcalf than he went. Yeah. But to fall that far at that high on my board, that was very bizarre. What, it was 64th pick, I think? He was like the last pick of the second round, I believe. Yeah. So the Bucs hold the DK Metcalf pick in this year's draft. By the way, people ask, I am a Steelers fan. Yes, I grew up a Steelers fan, covered the Steelers for a couple years actually out of college, and so that's definitely been my team my whole life. My wife is a diehard Steelers fan.
Yeah,
our whole family's diehard Steelers fan. My whole family. We're definitely Steelers. My wife actually is a Penn State graduate as well, and Penn State fan, and her family is Penn State fan. So they're probably very upset about the fact that I think Pat Freiermuth is a horrible pick and that they ignored offensive line again with Creed Humphrey and Josh Myers on the board, that they did it in the first round and they did it again is crazy to me. Now, they do have Kevin Dotson and David DeCastro at guard. So they do have some guards, but they don't have a center. Their tackles are horrible. So there's a lot still going on. What is that?
Okay. Tony Montana with the 7,520 rubles donation. This is exactly $100. Can we please stop making fun of the rubles?
And he puts the smiling emoji.
But seriously, I was a Pats fan since 1997. I studied Boston University, 97 to 2001. So it was monumental for the Pats to win that year behind Tom. Just when he moved from New England to Tampa Bay, I realized that I am his fan. Your show is amazing. Trust me. I wish you great success. Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Tony's been giving us rubles.
I know. Yes.
Crazy. It's awesome stuff, though. Really is pretty cool. All right, we've got Seattle's pick is done. Rams are on the clock, I believe, and Chiefs will be up, and then we've only got a handful fixed until the Bucs second round pick. It has slowed down some. The Rams are drafting from their beautiful beach home, whatever they have going on there. So yeah. By the way, Bucs pick coming up. We're going to keep updating the board, letting you know who's available. I'm about to run through another consensus board update for y'all to let you know who's come off the board and where the board kind of sits in the eyes of the consensus, and I'll update you on mine as well. Terrace Marshall, now the highest ranked player left on the consensus board at 35 overall. We know he's sliding because of the injuries. We at least know that part. Maybe there's more to it. I don't know. Eric Carlson, we'll pause for a second. Eric Carlson, what do you guys think about Eric? We appreciate the $10 super chat. That's awesome. That. He says, what do you guys think about taking Osai to bulk up and learn from Will Golston? Cool. Okay. Big bulk, the dirty bulk.
Hold on.
Wings for Joseph Osai.
He's going to have to take a massive injection of steroids, like multiple cycles concurrently, to get even close to Will Golston.
He is. What is Osai? Maybe I'm wrong. Was he 246?
Maybe 250.
But I mean, Golston's what, 2'9"?
He's so maxed out. I mean, right now, he's
Golston's like 6'8".
No, he's 6'6". He's legit 6'6". Yeah,
looks huge. Yeah.
Oh,
anyway, that would be Joseph Osai would be on the dirty bulk. That would be awesome. I don't think he's gonna bulk up and learn from Will Golston. I wouldn't hate another edge here though if it happened. I know we haven't talked about that, but if Osai's still on the board, that's a high upside special teams ace. I'm not saying pick him. I'm just saying I want a corner. That's what I want, Scott. I'm telling you right now, I want a corner. Pick is in for the Rams. We'll see who that is. You guys probably have already seen it, maybe. Terrace Marshall is the highest ranked player left on the consensus board. Then Creed Humphrey at 41. Joseph Osai at 42. Carlos Basham at 49. Everybody was like, oh, Carlos Basham going to be a first-round pick. Okay. Right. People make the same mistake with the Carlos Bashams every year.
Yeah. Tutu Atwell for the Rams. Wow, that seems high.
The Rams are another team that's crazy. This guy was 246 pounds or whatever, or 146 pounds.
Yeah, they have him at 5'8", 149.
What are we doing here?
What are we doing?
Over Terrace Marshall.
Oh
my gosh, Tutu Atwell. I brought Tutu Atwell in this bag for the show. The Rams just took him in the second round.
Oh, my gosh.
Goodness gracious. Wow. What are we doing?
Yep.
Tutu Atwell over Terrace Marshall.
Yeah.
I hope he actually is the pick, and that wasn't a rumor.
That's the pick. Yeah.
Wow.
That's the pick.
I just can't even believe it. I didn't think he was going to get drafted.
Yep. That's the pick. Wow. Oh, man.
Wow.
That's a reach. That's a reach of all reaches right there. Kansas City, let's see who their first selection is going to be. And then the Panthers, then the Saints. We have back-to-back NFC South teams coming up.
I honestly did not think Tutu was getting drafted.
He's getting drafted.
He's 149 pounds.
Said, you're wrong. Second round.
He's 149 pounds. How many guys have ever been drafted 149 pounds?
Oh, my gosh.
To do it in round 2.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot.
I got to see what the chat's saying about this.
I cannot. That's crazy. But it's good because the Rams are one of the Bucs' top competition. I don't think
would have been better off drafting Mark Cook.
Let's not get crazy.
Definitely not as fast. They're probably drunk at the Malibu Beach House. That's right. They're doing the Malibu Beach House. Oh,
that's right. Yeah. That's probably true.
I'm not going to post it, but look at that comment right there.
Tutu Atwell, very small. Let's put it that way. Very small.
Oh my God, that's fantastic. I'm not going to post it, Logan Merrick, but I love his sense of humor. Okay, I'm just going to say that.
How many 149-pound guys have ever been drafted And in the second round, things have gotten crazy in the second round. Things have gotten absolutely out of control in the second round. Okay, let's update the consensus big board, which, believe it or not, has not changed after Tutu Atwell was drafted. Terrace Marshall, 35. Creed Humphrey, 41. Joseph Asai, edge rusher from Texas, 42. Carlos Basham, Wake Forest edge, 49. Those are the only 4 of them. Only 4 top 50 players on the consensus board have not been selected. Got Nick Bolton, the linebacker from Missouri. Wyatt Davis, the guard from Ohio State at 53. Jalen Mayfield has not been drafted yet. 55. We thought the Colts were pulling the trigger. They did not. 55 overall from Michigan. Ifitu Melifonwu from 56 Syracuse. That's my guy for the Bucs right now. That's who I would want to see the Bucs draft as Ifitu Melifonwu. Jabril Cox, the linebacker from LSU, coverage guy, still on the board. Another guy I wouldn't totally be shocked to see the Bucs. Again, it's definitely a niche type of role, but you're talking about trying to get another LSU linebacker in there. Jabril Cox, LSU linebacker connection.
Great coverage guy. But it lacks physicality in
the run game. Yeah. The instincts are not there just yet, for sure. Nick Bolton just was drafted. Is he a Chief? Nick Bolton just went to the Kansas City Chiefs.
From Missouri, just down the road in Columbia.
So there goes the 51st player on the consensus board. As the Chiefs.
I was not a Nick Bolton fan. I watched his tape. I tried to like him.
He is instinctive and tough, but the athletic limitations are going to be real with him, I think. But I do like him. I do like him. I like Derek Barnes more. Elijah Molden, the 4'6" corner from Washington, who is probably fallen because of the speed and size concerns. 5'9", 4'6". It's not going to get drafted very high. And that's it for the consensus top 60. You have Davion Nixon, Diami Brown is outside that. I can't think about anything but Tutu Atwell. I really can't.
John, there's still a couple picks, and there's still a chance that some of these guys can come off the board before the Bucs select. But let's just throw this up since we haven't in a while. This is our remaining Bucs best bets at pewterreport.com. You see the guy in red. That's the guy they picked in the early part of the draft. Actually, Tampa Bay's first pick at number 32. Washington's Joe Tryon. It was our outside linebacker pick, and we nailed it. Mm-hmm. And we've seen a couple of guys come off the board. We're down to one center because not Creed Humphrey, Landon Dickerson was selected. We saw the Detroit Lions take Levi Onwuzurike, so we're down to one defensive tackle left. That's the late pick. And we also had cornerback Tyson Campbell come off the board as our Bucs best bet for the early guy, and Liam Eichenberg, the offensive tackle, come off the board in the second round as well. So those are the remaining Bucs best bets. Now, would any of these guys maybe be a potential pick for the Bucs in the second round? Well, Terrace Marshall still on the board, carries a second round grade. Kyle Trask, if the team likes him.
Now, no quarterbacks have been selected.
I know. Is it going to be Kellen Mond or Kyle Trask? Who's the next quarterback that's going to be drafted? Or is it going to be Davis Mills?
Davis Mills, in my opinion. I think Kellen Mond's the one. I just couldn't. You know what? And I said I couldn't quit Kellen Mond. I finally quit him. I watched his tape, and I was just like, all right, I can't do it. It's just too inconsistent. There's just nothing special there, I think.
So I think on this list, and I'm not campaigning for Kyle Trask, but that would be a consideration. But Michael Carter in the second round, I think there's a possibility there. Terrace Marshall because of the caliber of player. Now the medicals are what we don't know about, John.
Yeah,
and that's probably what's keeping him still on the board. Mm-hmm. And in Tennessee's Trey Smith, there's some medical issues there too, right? Because he had the blood clots and not only kept him out of some games, but it really kept him out of some practices.
Yep.
Stymied his development a little bit there. So it really would depend on the medical grade. And I don't know. The Buccaneers could have Trey Smith off their board for all I know, but he is a Bucs best bet probably in the third round. But if they like the guy and you're looking interior offensive line, he can also play tackle, John. Mm-hmm. So you're talking about position versatility. It's not just looking for a center that can play guard or guard that can play center. It could also be a guard that can play tackle.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think those are some guys to keep an eye on. Trey Smith, Michael Carter, Terrace Marshall, Derek Barnes from Purdue. Mm-hmm. That might be a player too. I love Derek Barnes. If they draft Derek Barnes, I'll be very happy.
Me too.
This is the guy that would be Levante David's heir apparent and would be an absolute ace on special teams, and he could come in as a situational pass rusher too.
Yeah, I mean,
great blitzer.
Now, but honestly, Scott, we're 5 picks away. I want him to just take Creed Humphrey, not even because of anything other than the fact that was my second round mock.
I just want to hear you sing a Creed song. That was the deal, John.
All right, I'll sing one line from a Creed song if they take him.
Yeah,
I promise.
Arms wide open.
I promise.
Okay,
you'll find out.
All right,
I'll sing one line from a Creed song if they take him. But no, I right now the only second round grades I have left on my board are Terrace Marshall, who's still falling.
Yeah.
Creed Humphrey, Quinn Miners, Derek Barnes, and Ifeatu Melifonwu.
Right.
And I would love Melifonwu to the Bucs. No question
Larry
about that.
Bracken still. You remember Larry Bracken's? You're probably too young to remember Larry Bracken's.
Yeah.
Pearl River Community College.
No, it doesn't ring any bells with me.
The Bucs drafted him.
Not good or good?
No, not good.
Not good. Dang. Rib.
He was a John Gruden pick.
Okay. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Tutu Atwell wasn't even on my board. He wasn't even in my top 150.
As he shouldn't have been.
No, because I am not scouting a guy who's 149 pounds. If he's great in the NFL, more power to him. It's not scouting dudes under 150.
If he ran like a 4.19.
Yeah, right.
But what he was just like ridiculously insane.
Watch him become a star, and this clip will be viral. But I don't. Yeah, that's so. Rams always do crazy stuff.
Yeah. Tony Montana still blessing us with rubles. So, what percent of Miami is for the Bucs, and what is for the Dolphins? I promise I will stop abusing the super chat. No, we appreciate it.
We appreciate it. Keep it up.
We love all your rubles. I don't know. I mean, the way I've always, and I've lived in Florida. This is year 26 for me. So Florida's weird because it's really split up into 3 different sections of the state. You've got Jacksonville and the Panhandle, that northern stretch right there. Ever since Jacksonville has been down here, that's kind of been Jaguars territory, especially since they've had a couple of playoff runs. Started early with Tom Coughlin. They were a good franchise, a good expansion franchise out of the gate. And then you had the Buccaneers. They were really just Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater for a while when they were awful. Then they expanded their reach to Orlando, and then they've gained some fans across the state. But really, what I kind of classify the Buccaneer territory in this state as Ocala, Gainesville, down I-75 to Sarasota, Bradenton area, maybe Fort Myers down there, and then from the west coast of Florida, the beaches, St. Pete, Clearwater, into Tampa, down I-4, going across the state to Lakeland, and then to Orlando. That's kind of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers territory. Then you've got South Florida, which has always and probably forever will be Dolphins territory, John. I think that's how you break up the state. I'm
still learning those things too, so it's actually helpful for me to hear because I'm still a newbie. But Terrace Marshall just went to the Panthers, so we thought he could have been a Bucs target maybe if he was still on the board. I don't think they would have taken a receiver at this point, but you never know. Saints are now on the clock, so we're getting the NFC South picks in here. Terrace Marshall, it's fine, but here's the reality, Scott. They don't have a quarterback. And outside of that, they don't have an offensive line. So that trend continues. Hard to see the Panthers' strategy here. They really feel like they want to ride with Cam Irving and Pat Elflein next season on that O-line. Greg Little maybe at left tackle. I mean, good luck, fellas.
So Terrace Marshall to the Panthers.
Yes, to the Panthers. So Davis Mills to the Saints, is that speculation, or is that, I would love for that to be the actual case.
Please.
That would be great to have somebody off the table. No, come on. Don't take a quarterback, Bucs. My favorite thing is that a couple days ago, Tutu Atwell just stressing about the fact that he weighed at 149 pounds. Right. He literally had this video that went on Twitter of him, and he pulls his pockets out and he shows people there's no weights in there. And then he steps on the scale, and it's like he's doing a little weigh-in today. He just wants to show everybody he's not actually 149 pounds. He's 160.3. So he gained 11 pounds. I mean, come on. Like,
are we sure those are his feet?
We don't even know anything. The video's like his phone. It's just like, this isn't convincing anybody for sure. Bob pulled his pants down to show us that he wasn't holding anything in there. Oh, man. I was cracking up. I can't believe they just took him the second round. Wild.
Still, even at 160 pounds at 5'8". Wow, that's something.
Wild. So where are we at now? We've got Carolina taking Terrace Marshall. Saints are on the clock. Bills, Packers, Chiefs. Should I even bring up Creed Humphrey again? I mean, he's the highest ranked player on the consensus board. That's the left right now.
Yeah.
Terrace Marshall off the board. So Humphrey and Osai and Carlos Basham, the only. Now, some people had Carlos Basham as the Bucs pick in the first round. I thought that was crazy. I didn't think they would even consider him there. Physicality is big for the Bucs, and that was a concern with Carlos Basham.
Right.
The only other guy is Wyatt Davis. I think he's going to slide. I've been hearing that for a while. Jalen Mayfield, I think he could slide. So those guys could be there for a while on the consensus board.
The pick is in for the Saints.
Ifeatu Melifonwu would be the other one. I want Melifonwu or Humphrey are my top guys right now if I were the Bucs. Now, Derek Barnes, you got to consider as well. But I don't think they're going to take a linebacker this early or a running back for that matter.
Right.
Pick is in for the Saints. Do we know who that is yet? Have you seen anything? Pete Werner, the linebacker. Nick Underhill reports that Pete Werner is going to be the pick.
Yep.
Ohio State linebacker, good player for sure for the Saints side. I'm not sure where he slots in right now. Demario Davis, he's a little bit more like Demario Davis.
They had to let
Anzalone's gone.
Yeah.
And Kwan's gone.
Yeah.
But he's not really a coverage linebacker type, so I don't know. So Pete Werner off the board, not really a Bucs target. We are at, 60? 61 with the Bills on the clock. Bills have a center, Mitch Morse. Packers are in need of a center. Creed Humphrey could be a Packer for sure. Kansas City Chiefs at 63, they got a center. I forget who it is now, but they got one this offseason. Again, for the Bucs, there's just a lot still in consider. I mean, we have no idea what position's even going to be addressed here.
No.
and if Creed Humphrey gets picked,
and why?
I don't think it's going to be Quinn Miners. I don't think it's going to be Derek.
Why
Barnes.
don't we know what
because they don't have any holes?
Because they don't have any holes.
They don't they don't need anybody. Play Super Bowl right now.
They're letting the board come to them. They're seeing who's available, and that's
take
smart
anybody
play.
right now. Neutral field.
Yep.
Go play at that high school they warmed up. What high school was it? Brady had them playing at.
That would be Berkeley Prep.
Yeah, Berkeley Prep. Go play over there. But they're going to get to add anybody anyway. That's the rules. They're going to get to add somebody to the squad, believe it or not.
Yep. Appreciate all the super chats tonight from Tony Montana and others. It's great to see Eric Cullison back in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
And definitely appreciates all of the support. And again, if you are able and willing, and you want to support our efforts here at pewterreport.com, we advise you to visit pewterreport.com/donation. There you can give us a one-time donation. We have a lot of former subscribers that say, I used to pay money to subscribe to the website, but there's nothing to buy anymore. There's no magazine. Because magazines are old. We're news. And we can't get the news printed and out to you fast enough anymore where we can just post a story on pewterreport.com and get the news out instantly. That's why we're strictly digital. But there's been people that say, I used to support you guys and get a subscription. Well, here's a way you can support our efforts. Our website is going to be free. It's always going to be free. We're not going to have a paywall up. Don't believe in the concept. But if you like our work, if you like the fact that we put a lot of time into the draft, if you like the fact that our Pewter Report podcasts have been upgraded, and this Pewter Report draft show has been upgraded with high definition cameras and graphics, and our website is running A-OK, knock on wood, despite huge traffic in 2020 and 2021, thanks to you guys, then consider donating to Pewter Report. You can, again, do that at pewterreport.com donation. A one-time donation as little as $10, or you can become a monthly donor for as little as $3. So appreciate all of your support and the super chats that we get in the Pewter Report podcast and on the draft show.
Absolutely. So we've got we're moving now closer to the Bucs pick. The Bills are on the clock, then the Packers, the Chiefs, and then the Bucs will pick. I'll go through it one more time. We're going to get this Bills pick. I'll go through it one more time. I'll give you my board, and then we'll go back to the consensus board as we get closer.
Okay.
Who's still left? Only 3 second-round picks off to my board. Creed Humphrey, second-round grades. I'm sorry. Creed Humphrey, Quinn Miners, 4. Derek Barnes, the linebacker, and Ifeatu Melifonwu, the corner from Syracuse. So for me,
Derek Barnes. Give me Derek Barnes.
I'd love it to be Humphrey or Melifonwu just because I think I see a path to playing time a little bit more readily than Barnes. I think Barnes would surprise me, but he is definitely the Bucs type of player. Yeah. I think they'd love to land him at the end of the 3rd round.
Yes,
there's a lot of projections have him in the 4th round.
Yeah.
So if they don't take him here, it's not off the table.
I've talked to NFL people that have said that he's probably somewhere between 60 to 100 in that range.
Right.
And it's just, again, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right?
And now linebackers have come off the board here.
Right.
We had 3 in the first round go, and then Pete Werner and Nick Bolton have just gone pretty close together.
Right.
Jabril Cox will probably go at some point here. Baron Browning, Chaz Surratt, those are the guys I think that are expected to go around.
And Chaz Surratt is also a player that I think Tampa Bay has some interest in. Mm-hmm. Interesting story. Played quarterback, was a highly recruited kid coming out of high school as a quarterback. Mm-hmm. They tried him at quarterback. He just couldn't make the transition to college. They wanted to move him to defense. Say, how about safety? Chaz says, no, actually, how about linebacker? I said, are you sure? He's like, put me out there, coach. Let me show you what I can do. He was physical, just missed a lot of tackles because he's not used to making tackles.
Yeah.
But the missed tackles dropped from 27 his first year to 11 this past year. And he's a good blitzer. When you're looking for linebackers for the Buccaneers, they got to be able to rush the quarterback. Todd Bowles likes to blitz his linebackers. Case in point, John, 9 sacks from Devin White.
Yeah.
Yep.
It would be fun. It would honestly be a really good fit the more you talk about it. It just, what's the path to him seeing the field in the next 2 years? You'd love to get a player like that in the third.
Right.
In the second, maybe you're looking for a guy who has a chance at more of an impact.
Well, here's the thing. You need an inside linebacker. They're going to have to draft one this year. And the reason for that is because they only have 3 on the roster. And 2 of those guys are age 31. Kevin Minter, the special teams captain, and the top reserve. Here you go. Bills select Boogie Basham. That's kind of a Bills pick. Yep, 61.
Oh, let's go. But Bills took 2 fourth round edge defenders.
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
Bills and I do not have the same type.
Yep.
We do not share the same type.
So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we will. I mean, I thought this could be Melifonwu here to the Bills. They have they don't have another corner. So now the board. I mean,
John, you want any pizza?
Pizza.
You want a pizza?
I would love pizza.
Okay.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, are we going to eat it on?
It's not 21, boy. I guess it's Friday night, right?
Yeah, it's Friday night.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the Bucs pick approaching. I don't think anything's really come off the board in a while. What's that? Yes, those are great. Yeah, that's great. Pete Werner, Terrace Marshall. Again, I don't think he's going to pick Nick Bolton, Tutu Atwell, Dwayne Eskridge, Pat Freiermuth, Deo Odeigbo, maybe Dylan Raduns, Sam Cosme back to that JOK range, but in the 50. But nothing has come off the board really that I think would impact the Bucs in the last 10 picks or so.
Right.
The Packers are on the clock now, and this could be Creed Humphrey landing spot. That to me would shake things up. He's the highest ranked player left on the consensus board. Boogie Basham was 49th on the consensus board.
Mm-hmm. Josh Myers just got drafted.
Josh Myers was
by the Packers.
So the Packers took a center, and it was not Creed Humphrey.
Yep.
I really like Josh Myers though. I do. I think it's a good pick still.
Mm-hmm.
I get even taking him over Humphrey, to be honest.
Okay.
Because the upside, I think, but Humphrey's better right now to me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one guy maybe off the board for the Bucs. It limits your center options. That's what it does. Because here's the thing. The Bucs, everybody's going to look at this draft and they're going to say there's a lot of centers. Drew Dahlman, Kendrick Green, Michael Manoy. I mean, some of these guys later in the draft, these are all zone-only centers. I just don't think they fit the Bucs scheme at all. The Bucs want people movers, doubles, vertical blocks. There's a shortage of options now. Dickerson's gone. You have Miners and you have Humphrey. I think they could fit. And that's really it until the late in the draft.
The interesting thing too about center, and we've said that as a need, but Ryan Jensen's 30 years old. He can still play for a couple more years. It might be a thing where they punt on the position if there's a player they like better, and they might not take a center. They might just look at it and say, it just didn't fall right. The right players were there. Maybe they liked Myers more so than the other guys. Who knows? Might be the same situation at quarterback this year, or the Bucs might take a quarterback right here.
I was going to say that's still the consideration.
You got 3.
Board. I mean,
you got Davis Mills.
They don't have a third quarterback on the roster right now.
Right.
And no quarterbacks have been taken in this round of the draft. And they know if they don't take one here, they're likely all gone. The 3 are gone before they take in the third round.
Probably. And again, it's did they like these quarterbacks enough, right? Or you don't have to make that decision. Tom Brady's going to be the starter for the next 2 years. Maybe you address it next year.
Right. That's what makes it tough to me. Now you are not getting the 5th-year option.
Yeah.
So you're halfway through this contract before you've probably even seen anything.
Right. Exactly.
To me, you'd have to really be sold that the guy could be good and prove it in a short amount of time. And I'm not taking a backup quarterback in the 2nd round.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So
it's
Creed
good.
Humphrey's still falling.
Yeah,
and he's gonna be there for the Bucs, I'm sure, because the Chiefs said they got a center in the offseason. I mean, maybe they double up. We'll see. But back-to-back centers. Could we see 2 centers come off the board and just a couple picks? We'll see. Kansas City. Kansas City, Austin Blythe. I mean, so it doesn't maybe take them out of consideration, but they still have Allegretti and some of those guys there. So, Josh Myers is a good player, man. Packers got themselves a good center. I don't know why there wasn't more talk about him. I didn't see most people even mock him in the 2nd round.
We'll see if the 2nd round, if we can hit 2 back-to-back Bucs best bets.
Yeah, that'd be who's our Bucs best bet center was Creed?
No.
Was Landon because
Landon Dickerson, and then it's Harry Kreider, who's a 3rd round, or not 3rd round.
So pull can we get up our Bucs best bets here as we are 1 pick away from the Bucs being on the clock? And we could see that Chiefs pick really at any moment now. I think Chiefs are on.
Now, this does have Terrace Marshall because I haven't
taken him off yet.
Creed, Chiefs just took Creed Humphrey.
Did they?
Yep.
Wow. So I jinxed that. I'm sorry. Just kidding. That's really weird. They already have a center. So
back-to-back centers go.
So I don't have to say anything. That's good.
Right. So there's the Bucs best bets right there. Just let me get rid of that graphic there so you can see it.
Well, it'll be interesting to find out if Creed Humphrey was a target for the Bucs.
There's the Bucs best bets right there. I think the only guys that are in consideration for this pick that are Bucs best bets are Michael Carter. Again, Terrace Marshall's gone, so forget him. Trey Smith, Kyle Trask, Derek Barnes from Purdue, a guy that John and I are very high on.
Yeah, that might have been a target for the Bucs. Chief nabbed him right in front of the Bucs. Interesting that happened at the end of the
Bucs are on the clock.
Bucs are on the clock. And okay, so Creed Humphrey's off the board. Here's your consensus top players that are remaining for my board. You have Quinn Miners, who we didn't think was going to go this early, but the offensive line run has officially kind of happened here. He's probably your last center option. 2 back-to-back centers there. 3 centers in a row would be pretty unlikely, I think. So Ifeatu Melifonwu, that's the pick that I would love for Tampa Bay. The quarterbacks are admittedly looking a little bit juicy here. I'm not going to lie. I don't want it to happen, but if you're the Bucs and you're thinking about quarterback at all, this is probably where you do it at this point in the draft. You have linebackers, Derek Barnes, Ifeatu Melifonwu, which Quinn Miners is my only 2nd-round grades remaining. The consensus board, as we update that, Joseph Asai at 42 is the people had mocked him to the Bucs in the 1st round.
We actually had him.
And so we'll see. Use you monitor and look for what that pick is. Wyatt Davis from Ohio State, the guard. Jalen Mayfield, offensive lineman. So those are some offensive linemen that could be potentially available that I could see fitting the Bucs kind of MO. Both would. Davis I'd be okay with. Mayfield would be a reach to me. A long way to go technically. Ifeatu Melifonwu, as I mentioned, he's 56 on the consensus board. Jabril Cox, the LSU linebacker. Elijah Molden, the nickel from Washington at 59 on the consensus board. Davion Nixon, 61. Diami Brown, UNC. Another nickel corner, and Aaron Robinson. Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma, another edge. Quinn Miners, 65 on the consensus board. Those are kind of your top guys here. Some running backs after that, but anybody's guess here as we finish up the 2nd round with the Bucs' 2nd pick. Could it be a quarterback? Could that be the direction that they're heading with this? Again, it would surprise us a little bit, but not that much. I mean, it really becomes about best player available and trying to find some value.
If it's a quarterback, I think it would be Trask, but I think this is a little early. But we'll see.
I think it would be Trask as well. He's our Bucs' best bet, right, at quarterback, and so it sounds like.
I think this is too early for Quinn Miners, but if they do see him as a center, and I think they see him more as a guard, to be perfectly frank with you, the run on centers has happened. So there's not many. There's not many out there. That's for sure.
Yeah. Wow, the reports are coming in. It's Kyle Trask.
Yep.
So Bucs' best bet nailed again.
2
Kyle
for 2.
Trask finally get a 6th quarterback off the board. Would not have been the pick that I would have made. Obviously, they're a loaded team, so we're not going to lose our minds over.
There you go.
Limited ceiling with Kyle Trask. You've got yourself a suitable backup, I think, for long term for the next 4 years.
Mark Cook is happy.
Mark Cook is happy.
Yeah.
He wanted the Bucs to take, or he's targeting them in the first round for a while. He wrote about, and so we've known that there was definitely interest in Kyle Trask. So they've got a quarterback. I think there's very little upside with Kyle Trask. I think you do have a guy who is still learning. Now, he hasn't played that much football. If you're looking for upside, that's probably the one advantage for him is that he started 2 years, but he wasn't even a starter in high school. Derek King, the quarterback over Miami, was the starter over him in high school. So he really came to Florida. I mean, it's a backup situation, and so he's worked himself into what he is. So he is still growing. Relied a lot on Kadarius Toney and Kyle Pitts. Like I said, the ceiling physically is not very high. He is a middling athlete. There's not a ton of movement skills with him. There's not a ton of out of structure play with Kyle Trask. So you are pretty much going to need to have a great offense around him. The Bucs do have a great offense. I don't really expect Kyle Trask to necessarily be the guy long term, but he'll get a look over the next couple of years, and he'll get a chance to develop into at least a good backup. Would not have taken him this early. Would not have pulled that trigger this early. Would have addressed more valuable spots for sure. But they are looking at that quarterback room, and now it becomes a long shot for Blaine.
I don't know.
You don't think?
I think
Griff could get shown the door.
I think this is Griffin versus Trask right here.
Griffin versus Trask.
I think we know who's going to win
for number 3 job.
Yes.
So you think Blaine's still coming back?
I don't know.
That surprised me. I don't know. I think you take a quarterback in the second round, they better be able to win the number 2 job.
Yeah.
But so we'll see. So it'll be Griff versus Trask for the number 2 job to start the season, obviously. And I think that there is at least, for the Bucs, it's kind of like, okay, we have a ton of talent around him. If we can operate our offense, great. Now, he doesn't have a strong arm at all. That's where it gets
He's a touch passer.
Touch passer. He does throw with good touch down the field. It's pretty accurate. Confident. I think that leadership definitely is there with him, and that's something that they like. They obviously wouldn't be taking a quarterback if that was the question, I think. And so, some intangibles that there certainly are that are interesting. Again, people are going to say, "Oh, second round pick," and I get it to a degree, but the Bucs just don't have many holes, and I think they just want to take a guy that they feel like if something happened to Brady for a game or two, I think it could be that simple. Honestly, something happened to Brady for a game or two. This guy gives us a better chance than Griff, might give us a better chance than Gabbert. And, just trying to fill those potential holes. Again, it's not what I would do. I think you can get a backup, and it's not a big deal. I don't see Trask ever becoming the future starter or anything like that. Didn't trade up to land him, at least. I'm encouraged by that. Right. Just stayed there, so it shows that they weren't going crazy over him or anything. But, again, if you could sit there if you're the Bucs, there's not a lot of places on their team where somebody they draft will make the team.
Right.
The offensive line's one of them. They keep moving forward without addressing offensive line. So that becomes, we would think now, the 3rd round target. We'll see. Quarterback was one of them without a QB spot. Edge defender was one of them. They addressed 2 of those there. So really most of their position groups seem like they're pretty filled. And if that's how they're looking at it, then it's understandable why they went that direction. It just wouldn't have been what I did, Scott.
John, this is the luxury draft for the Buccaneers. They said it. They're going to pick players they want rather than players they need. And they've gone ahead and done this with Kyle Trask. I like the pick because I like the player. I think that he went toe to toe with Mac Jones, and what I've been told within the organization is they looked at him as someone who resembles Brad Johnson in a good way. Give him the supporting cast, and he can flourish. He had that at Florida, right? Van Jefferson, Trevin Grimes, Kadarius Toney, some guy named Kyle Pitts, right? He had the arsenal, and he was the trigger man.
Yep.
He was the point guard. He distributed the ball. Back in 2002, you had Brad Johnson with Keyshawn Johnson, Keenan McCardell, Joe Jaravicius, Ken Dilger, Ricky Dudley, a backfield with Michael Pittman and Mike Allstott catching the ball out of the backfield, right? So you give Brad Johnson those weapons, he wins you a Super Bowl. Tom Brady came to Tampa for one reason. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Because it's warm and pleasant down here, right? No, he came down here because of the weapons, John. He came down here because of Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, and he asked for Rob Gronkowski to join him, and he did, and O.J. Howard and Cam Brate, and he helped recruit Antonio Brown, and he formed a bond early at Berkeley Prep with Scotty Miller, right? So I think I can see the logic in this pick, and this guy performed at a high level at the SEC.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely did. And again, if there's something encouraging, it's the fact that he hasn't played that much. So there's still room maybe to grow in terms of processing, but physically, athletically, tapped out, this is what you're getting. You're not getting a ton. Just a reality. And Trevor just texted me, Trask, man. We had talked about this possibly. He said that I won't tell you what he said next. But yeah, so I think what you're getting is kind of tapped out at that point, with him. So I wish there was more upside from that point on. But I do think that he's a better backup than I prefer him as a backup to Gabbert or Ryan Griffin. And so if you had to go without a game, Brady for a game, maybe there's that possibility there that he steps in. Would not have been my pick. I'll be clear about it. I wanted Afitu Melifonwu. I think that this team needs to maybe think about cornerback a little bit more than they are. I'm not going to pretend like it's a dramatic situation with the Bucs roster right now. I can't quite get there.
Yeah, right.
But the reality is still like this team is – if there's any position on the team, they have questions at its corner still. And I liked Afitu Melifonwu there, and he didn't come off the board. So we'll see. We'll have to monitor kind of where this whole thing heads in the direction at corner. I mean, obviously the Bucs have a lot of faith in their four guys. They have a lot of faith in their young guys. They're going to be probably waiting, and maybe they trade up in the third round too. That's something interesting to monitor, Scott, just because we are getting to that point where it's the cost of day 3 picks, I think, to move up.
Listen, again, I've heard from multiple people within the organization, this guy's Brad Johnson, and this team won with Brad Johnson.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That's a long time ago.
I know, but
that's a different era.
But the head coach is still a coach that wants a pocket passer. And this is a pocket passer. Does
it mean something for Bruce? Like,
yes,
that they took a quarterback? Does this mean like
he's the quarterback whisperer?
I just wonder if it means like he's like, I want to keep going after Brady. I wonder if I don't know. It's definitely hard for me to completely figure out what if you're Jason Light and you're taking a quarterback, the fit, the match with a coach is important. And now you might not have that. Now it's a second round pick, not a first round pick. So, but. Now you might not have that if Bruce Arians were to retire with Tom Brady. So, it creates a lot of intrigue, man. It's fun.
Yeah, it does. It's certainly a pick that's going to cause some controversy and all that. John, you mentioned Bruce Arians right here, the quarterback whisperer. Okay, this guy likes to teach and groom quarterbacks, and I think he wants to do that one more time before he retires up there at Lake Oconee. And when you get these veterans on the squad, not that you can't teach them or coach them up, but there's something about maybe one last trip around the block with the rookie quarterback that will get Bruce Arians going again. Not that he's not going.
I know that quarterback is going to make everybody go crazy. I get that, but I don't care if it's a second round pick. This is a unique draft for the Bucs. They could take whatever they want in the second round, and they took full advantage of that.
Right.
There is no guarantee that Kyle Trask ever starts a game for the Bucs.
Right.
Ever starts a game for the Bucs. They're going to see what they got. It's a valuable position. They want to see what they got in them. That's it. I would have used that on another roster spot, but that's the way you basically want to treat the quarterback position. I think if you're drafting for it down the road.
Here's the thing: he was not going to be there by the time the Bucs pick in the third.
I agree. I don't think he was going to be there by then either. That wouldn't have bothered me at all, but that wouldn't have been a big deal to me. Trevor, by the way, if people are wondering, he tweeted, "The Gator in me loves Kyle Trask going round 2, but I never thought he was a Bruce Arians type or a top 64.
Oh, no. He's definitely a Bruce Arians type.
Well, I get what he's saying from the arm strength perspective. There's no physical tools about Kyle Trask that are alluring.
Yeah.
Now, Bruce just may seem as he may be a backup. That may be valuable enough for them to take a backup and feel like they have a better backup. That honestly may be how they see this because their rosters are slow. It's not like a normal roster with all these holes, like the Packers or Eagles and they took a quarterback, and it's like, oh, this guy, he's going to play. It's not that situation.
Right.
So Trevor says, or top 64 type. I just don't see it, but not a bad backup gig for Trask. Now, Trevor's the Gator great.
I know. So
if he's saying that, y'all. Now, here's the thing. He played with Kyle Pitts and Kadarius Toney, and he had a great season. Mm-hmm. And when those guys were out for the bowl game, Kyle Trask looked
he
horrible.
He didn't even look mortal. He looked like he was dead.
Like a brutally bad quarterback performance.
Yes.
Now, they dropped some passes in that game, too.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing, too, is I remember watching that game, and Oklahoma, they just jumped all over them, and they won the first quarter. And it reminded me so much of the first Chiefs Bucs game, although the Bucs put more of a fight as the game went on. But it just like it was over before it started, right? I mean, that first quarter, Trask had a look on his face like this is not our night. This is just not our night, right? And there's still 3 quarters left to play. All right, so here's what we're talking about with Kyle Trask.
By the way, Davis Mills just went off the board to the Texans. To begin.
We knew
Texans' first pick in the draft.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be around where the quarterbacks were going to go, Mond and Davis. And
by the way, we had Andre Sisco, the safety from Syracuse, to Jacksonville at the top of the 3rd round. The Vikings, I don't know what their pick is, and then the Texans took Davis Mills.
Gotcha. 4,283 yards for Kyle Trask. Led the SEC. And really what I think appealed to the Buccaneers is the fact that this guy was a high volume passer. He threw the ball 437 times in 12 games, completed 68.9% of his passes, 43 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. The year prior had 25 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. So you really saw the touchdown numbers go through the roof last year. And not a mobile guy. He's not a player that's going to be any threat to run the ball outside of the quarterback sneak or something. That's something Tom Brady can do. And you saw Kyle Trask have 3 rushing touchdowns last year, but 64 attempts, 50 yards. So he's non-mobile.
And it was a big jump for him last year. I give him that, and that offense was really good. They gave him a lot to work with, but it was a bigger jump than anybody expected. He does play the game with a fearless way, and I appreciate the fact that he can throw the ball with touch down the field. That, to me, is why I think he was a Bruce Arians type, despite not being able to drive the ball with great velocity. I think that made him a Bruce Arians type, and the fact that he can throw the vertical ball, the 9 route, he throws that ball very well, despite not having a great arm.
And when we say a touch passer is the accuracy, it's on the money. It's not a rocket down the field. No one's going to confuse him for Jameis Winston, who had a live arm, but the accuracy wasn't there. This guy's a pretty accurate deep ball thrower.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely accurate deep ball thrower. In fact, for Pro Football Focus, he had a 96.6 deep ball grade.
That's pretty high.
They're very high. Yeah. And he had 4th most deep yards. So the deep passing is there. That's why it was a Bruce Arians fit. But there isn't the physical tools and the upside that you typically find a Bruce Arians quarterback, but there is the fearlessness in the pocket. So I do see the fit for sure. I get where Trevor's coming from too. I get where some people are coming from too. I do think the fit is not a concern for me personally. The concern for me is just that there isn't any high end with Kyle Trask. If they were to be like, this is our guy for the future, long term, no question, then I would be like, okay, like let's pump them. If they took him in the 1st round and that was the 2nd round, 64, you're talking about bottom of the 2nd round. You're probably through your 2nd round graded players. You're probably looking at your 3rd round graded players. That to me is not that big of a deal in terms of value. Like in terms of how they see Kyle Trask long term, that isn't that big of a deal to me. So. I think it's the scheme fit makes sense. It's an upgrade as a backup if something were to happen to Brady. But if something happens to Brady, this team's not, they're not winning Super Bowl if something happens to Brady anyway. So
exactly.
That's just is what it is. So it gives them more options a little bit for sure. But Kellen Mond just came off the board as well. So Kellen Mond, so the Bucs took Kyle Trask at 64. Yes. Andre Sisco, safety, went to the Jaguars. The Vikings took Kellen Mond. I think they might have traded up. They took Kellen Mond. So the clock is pushing Kirk Cousins a little bit here. Yeah. And now the Texans took Davis Mills at 67. So 3 quarterbacks in 4 picks going there at the top of the 3rd round.
And you know what? That's it for the quarterbacks. That's the only quarterbacks that are really worth the
If you take another quarterback in this class, you're stupid.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. But seriously.
Yep.
No, so we've got now the Falcons on the clock, right?
I believe the Falcons are on the clock. John, I'm going to throw up the Bucs' best bets here.
2 for 2. High five.
We are 2 for 2.
2 for 2. After not getting any last year on a weird draft.
I know. And here's the thing. We've talked a lot on the podcast about Kyle Trask and about Joe Tryon. These are not these are not picks that we're just going to stumble upon. These are picks that we have kind of forecasted coming. Again, not that we're endorsing the Kyle Trask pick, but again, it's our job to inform you Buccaneer fans about what the team can or may do. And why don't you go through? I know we still have a whole round to go with the Bucs picking late here in the third round. We might see the Bucs move up, right? They've yet to make a trade. I know Jason Light, he's got to be antsy because he's usually made a trade by now. I've never seen him stay put like this.
Yeah.
But just set us up with out of these remaining guys, who might be a fit in the third round.
Well, just look at players who might be there in the third round. I mean, Michael Carter has a chance to be there. I know it's a running back. We just went through an entire round. Only one running back was selected. So I don't know who's going to come next. It's Trey Sermon, Michael Carter, Kenneth Gainwell. Those are probably going to be your next three in some order, I would guess. Tamorian Terry is late probably. So we're looking at early round, the early choices on there right now for the third round. Tommy Tremble could be there at the end of the third. Trey Smith could be there at the end of the third. He was the player that we've consistently mocked to the Bucs at the end of the third. Medicals could take him off the table. That's the only concern. Purdue's Derek Barnes could be there at the end of the third as well. We still have some linebackers on the board that haven't gone. And Divine Diablo, again, could be there at the end of the third. So far, we've kind of hit it in the range that we want. We still got a lot of our early Bucs best bets are still kind of slated to be available near the end of the third. I think most of those guys are probably going to go mid to end of the third, if I had to guess. So we'll see kind of where that ends up shaking out. Texans pick is in. We're probably missing the Falcons pick, honestly, at this point. So I'm going to try and catch you up on some of these picks, see if I can find them here. But yeah, Kellen Mond. So we've got quarterback. I think Carolina came up a couple spots. They're picking after Atlanta, I believe. So let's see. What do we have here the Panthers moved up to take an offensive tackle. Brady Christensen, really good pick for the Panthers. But that's a couple picks from now, so we're still missing some picks. Let's see if they can track down these picks for you. We'll see if – okay, so we've got the Falcons took Jalen Mayfield, the guard from Michigan. So he does come off the board. Then the Bengals took Joseph Ossai, so there he goes. Good pick by the Bengals. And then the Eagles traded back. The Panthers moved up, and they took Brady Christensen. So we saw the Falcons adding to their offensive line with Jalen Mayfield, who I'm not a big fan of. I think he needs a lot of technical work. Brady Christensen to the Panthers. I love that pick by the Panthers.
Yeah.
He is 25. I think strength is an issue maybe for him. Is he going to stay at tackle? Probably, given Carolina's needs. I definitely like that pick. I think Brady Christensen's a good player for Carolina. So I think that catches us up. Giants traded up, and they are on the clock now. So the Giants – by the way, I'm sorry if I'm letting people know picks way out of time. I don't have any idea.
I mean, screw the broadcasts. I mean, it's the only broadcast that matters.
So. We'll see. People are, I don't know. Okay, here's the thing. Let me know. People in the chat, thumbs up if you like the Cal Trask pick. Thumbs down if you didn't like the Cal Trask pick.
Some kind of a consensus.
Yeah, let's get some kind of a consensus because we'll take this consensus and use it in an article. So thumbs up in the chat if you like the Cal Trask pick. Thumbs down in the chat if you didn't like the Cal Trask pick. I think a lot of people are upset about the pick. Is it hard for – I mean, I'm somebody who would always shoot you straight. When they drafted Keyshawn Vaughn last year, Bucs fans were mad at me. Yeah, and I was straight up on the show about it. How can you get that worked up about this year's draft? Like,
I know.
I mean, it's especially now that we're out of the first round. Like, I'm not sure, man. I don't see it. I don't think Cal Trask is going to be a great pick at all. But okay, here we go. I'm going to try and catch up with these. Here we go. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs down. Thumbs. Oh boy, trying to keep up with all these. Thumbs.
We just got a thumbs down from Warren Sapp, who says
thumbs down, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Warren Sapp says makes no sense.
Up, down, 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 down. They're all starting to blur together now in my head. I don't know. There's a lot of people down. Most people are down. Some people are giving it the middle finger. So not a super popular pick, turns out, Cal Trask. But at least they didn't do it in the first round. At least they didn't trade up for him. Maybe they still trade up from the third round and make a good pick there. So we'll see.
Well, you know who else? Who liked it? Believe it or not, was Mark Cook. I mean, he's a Seminole who was lobbying back in January.
Yeah.
He even wrote a hook column. Why the Bucs need Gators quarterback Trask, and it was a good column. I think the points were well put and well researched, and Mark wrote that with conviction. I mean, I know that had to make his own blood boil, right? Writing about pining for a Gator when you're a Seminole. I mean, that's he's actually sacrilege.
Maybe there's a little part of him that wishes he was cheering for a team like the Gators.
Whoa. I mean, I don't
can't wait till he comes on the show now, Taylor.
I can't imagine a world where I would like openly campaign for the Bucs to draft a Kansas Jayhawk.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't do it. I think I would.
Luckily
quit.
for you, they never produced any good football players. Hardly.
Thank God. Yeah. Thank God. Even in our down years, Kansas State has kicked the shit out of KU. So I'm glad to see that. But yeah, I think Mark's going to be reposting the Hook, that column. So go back and read it. Read what he wrote back in January about why the Bucs need to draft Gators quarterback Kyle Trask.
Wow, we really had 3 quarterbacks go off the board in 4 picks. I don't know if you saw that, Scott, but it was a little run there on quarterbacks. Kellen Mond now to Minnesota. That's interesting just for the NFC and the situation with the NFC. I think in general, it sounds like Andy Reid said Orlando Brown told the Chiefs to draft Creed Humphrey.
Wow.
That's funny.
Tony Montana, another $100 ruble. Appreciate that. Mark my words, Brady will buy a team and then take them to the Super Bowl and win. Sounds stupid, but we will talk in 3 to 5 years. So,
yeah. See. So, yeah, the Trask pick is interesting. It's funny to me how many people really attach themselves to a prospect there. I know. This draft is not that good. So I would have loved Ifitu Melifonwu, but he is still on the board. And honestly, I can't say that I told you there was only like 2 second-round grades on my board. Yeah. 3 second-round grades left on my board when they even picked. Right. And there's half my third-round grades are gone. I just don't see that many players as that valuable in this class. It's hard for me to wow, they missed huge opportunity here. Right. It's hard to see it that way, I think. Now, I'd like this third-round pick to hit with somebody that's good. Both these last 2 in my mind have been reaches for my board. Yeah. Even though I get it where they're coming from, I think I see the upside with Tryon. Wrote about that over at pewterport.com. You can go check it out. And having a backup quarterback could help when you don't have any other holes in your roster, really. Right. But this next pick, for it to be a meaningful player that could be around here for a long time.
Derek Barnes, Purdue, bring it on. Let's go 3 for 3. Something we've never done in the history of Pewter Report.
We might, but I think it's going to be Trey Smith. Wouldn't it surprise you if they went all 3 rounds?
Trey Smith, guard, yeah, I'd take that too. You know why? He's a Bucs best bet, Joe.
That's what I mean. I said I think it's going to be. I think we're going to go 3 for 3. I really do.
That would be fantastic.
I think it's going to be 3 for 3, and I would like that.
After getting shut out last year due to COVID, we come back roaring with the vengeance here.
We'll see. Yeah. But yeah, so we have a situation now. Let's see where. Joseph Asai, Panthers, took Brady Christensen, Giants, took Aaron Robinson, the DB, Central Florida. If there's any Central Florida peeps, I don't even know where the colleges are yet. I got to learn that.
It's Orlando.
Okay, so we're not quite close there, but there's still a lot of Bucs fans in Orlando. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So Central Florida is in Orlando. South Florida, which you would think would be in Miami, is in Tampa.
Right.
Sorry, Taylor. Your alma mater is like directionally challenged a little bit.
Explains a lot about Taylor. To be honest.
We love you, Grizz. We
love you, Grizz.
Yeah, I think Joseph Asai of the Bengals, boy, that's a good value pick there in the 3rd round.
Lee McNeil just came off the board, by the way. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, North Carolina State nose tackle.
Yep, he's going to the Lions.
Yeah, Joseph Asai, I think, is a player who's raw. I mean, he's migrated to Houston, I think, in high school, and really is just new to the game and more of an athlete. In a hardworking guy than a technician right now.
I'll be fascinated to see what he becomes.
I know.
You're talking about one of the more explosive athletes in this class, and a guy that plays so hard he knocks himself over at times on tape. I mean, I'm not kidding. He falls down and all kinds of stuff. And so
Grizz says, "Wow, someone lives in Tampa and still doesn't understand why USF is called South Florida. Not a good look." Props for calling them Central Florida, though. They hate that, Scott. Okay.
That's what it is.
Well, it's UCF.
University of Central Florida. How do you hate that? That's so weird. Yeah. I'm sorry if you're Central Florida people.
I understand it because it's like KU people. Like they like for it to be called KU, not Kansas
Kentucky?
University.
Or not Kansas?
Which is actually stupid when you think
about it.
Wait,
they don't like it to be called Kansas?
Not really. They prefer KU. But the dumb thing about KU or Kansas is it's not the University of well, it is. They call themselves the University of Kansas. Then they call it KU rather than the UK.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
It's just University of Kentucky. University comes first. Yeah,
right.
Wow.
But that's KU for you.
Long Lost Laser dares us to say 3 nice things about the Bucs taking Trask 64 overall. I don't know. I feel like we've been pretty kind to the pick.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't. It's hard. We're not. Just be honest. Right, we're not going to kill the Bucs for anything this year's draft.
Bruce Arians, Tom Moore, and Byron Leftwich.
Yeah, exactly right. So you got guys to work with them again. Yeah.
It's
to me, you're probably taking a backup quarterback at second, and maybe that was valuable enough for you to do it. It would not have been to me. I don't think I wouldn't have taken a backup quarterback that high in the draft. I don't think that there is the ceiling there for Kyle Trask to be the guy after Brady. But
right.
And so now you have 4 years with Kyle Trask, and the next 2 are probably going to be quarterbacked by Brady. And then, but you get to look at him in practice in preseason, and you'll get to find out a little bit about what that could possibly be with him as a ceiling. Robert says, I hate the Gators, but this is a good pick, as was Tryon, because both can sit and learn. And that's true of anybody. Anybody they draft this year is going to be sitting and learning more than anything. It's just the reality of being stacked. Somebody said 3 things: not a kicker, not a kicker, not a kicker. I'm trying to be honest about it. I'm not going to lose my mind on the show. They didn't draft a 149-pound receiver. In the second round.
It could have been worse.
Yeah, I mean, quarterback's a very valuable position. If Kyle Trask gets into one game this season and he wins and he plays well enough for them to win a game, and if he doesn't lose them a game that Brady needs them to play because of an injury or something like that, and they win the division because of that, or they get a higher seed in the playoffs because of that, he plays the most valuable position on the field. Yeah. From that perspective, I get it. That's why you're going to see PFF probably give this like an A+ grade.
Right.
Plus, they have Kyle Trask like 62nd on their board, so
it'll be interesting to see how Tom Brady reacts to this, because the quarterbacks that have been taken in New England, I remember Jimmy Garoppolo was drafted in the second round, and that was a frosty relationship up there. I mean, Brady did not go out of his way to take him under his wing or help him out or whatever. I mean, Brady wants to be the alpha. He wants to be the guy, but I think it's different now. Brady is turning on the light at the end of his own tunnel. You know what I'm saying? Like, he knows he has 2 years left, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like he's going to be forced out of Tampa. He's saying, I will play this year and I will play next year. And I think that's it. I think he's done after that.
Yeah, I think
unless he wins the next 2 Super Bowls and then goes for the thumb, because then you can't get stuck at 9. Like, you gotta get number 10.
So let me just read a little bit about. So Dane Bergler is really respected, and people. I'm just going to give you some other opinions, good and bad, from other people. Dane Bergler did not have him particularly high on his board. He had 4th round grade on him. He's outside of his top 100. So he had him ahead of Kellen Mond, but behind Davis Mills. Dane liked Davis Mills a decent amount. Here's what Dane has to say about him. Strengths here from Dane. Sturdy. I had it the same way, by the way. Davis Mills, but the injury with Davis Mills is the reason why he fell, and I can't speak to that. So. Then I had Trask, then I had Mond.
Right.
He says, sturdy, big-bodied passer, delivers with above-average timing, trajectory, and touch, good enough arm strength to make every throw when he uses proper mechanics, cerebral passer and understands where to go with the football, quick to recognize pressure, stay composed, and find his outlet. Small windows don't intimidate him, which gives his target a chance to make plays. Owns the size and toughness to be successful on short yardage runs.
Right.
Receives very high character marks for his dedication, work ethic, and low-key yet intense competitive fire. Deserves credit for his patience and always preparing like the starter despite spending most of high school and college as the backup. Recorded outstanding production the past 2 seasons as a starter, averaging 301 yards and 2.8 touchdowns per game, breaking the SEC record held by Danny Werfel and Joe Burrow for touchdown passes in conference play in 2020. This season, by the way, threw 40 I better be looking at the where's the touch? 43 touchdowns, 8 interceptions this past season. Okay, that was his strengths. Weaknesses: has heavy feet and lacks the body quickness to consistently evade or reset versus NFL rushers. Lack of mobility is a hindrance on his playmaking ability. Below average consistency with his passing mechanics. Doesn't drive through his hips, which leads to poor zip and his passes dragging. His precision and placement need to improve instead of relying on his targets to bail him out. His passing anticipation is up and down, and he needs to pull the trigger quicker. His gaudy production was boosted by scheme and talented targets. 45% of his passing yards came after the catch, which was especially evident in Florida's 2020 bowl game. Of his 8 interceptions in 2020, 4 were returned for defensive touchdowns, missed most of the 2017 and 2018 seasons due to foot injuries.
Yep.
So he goes on to say his conclusion, basically, overall, Trask is a well-built, smart, and tough competitor with natural touch as a passer, but his inconsistent mechanics and below-average mobility cap his ceiling as an NFL quarterback. He projects as a carbon copy of Mason Rudolph.
John, I take it you're not a huge fan of Mason Rudolph.
You know what? There's one big difference. Kyle Trask got some stones on him.
Yeah.
I'll give him that. No, Mason Rudolph is tough. He's a tough dude. No, I'm not a big fan of Mason Rudolph. He's bad.
Yeah.
Kyle Trask could be better than Mason Rudolph, I think, but I agree with him in general. The projection is pretty similar.
Yeah.
They throw a touch, but they can't drive the football. They're not going to do anything special in the pocket. There's just a very low ceiling on what they can be. So Mason Rudolph came in. He's won some games for the Steelers when they need him to win some games. I mean, he hasn't lost some games for the Steelers. I'm saying 1 or 2 games. But if you're tell me he's your franchise guy and you're drafting a bunch of needs on the board, can't do it. Cannot get on board with it. All right, let's catch up on some of these picks, see who's off the board. I actually don't know myself who has been picked. Not many players, I don't think. All right, here we go. Aleem McNeil, we said, was a pick to the Lions in the 3rd round. A nose tackle comes off the board. That's the 3rd defensive tackle taken?
Yes.
I believe, in this class.
Yes, he was number 3.
Yeah.
And Davion Nixon's still on the board. Not a huge Davion
Nixon and there
fan.
goes Milton Williams, by the way. Eagles took Milton Williams right after the Lions.
Okay.
So another defensive tackle comes off the board. Highly athletic project. Washington took Benjamin St-Juste in the 3rd round.
Oh, wow. Okay.
High in the 3rd round at 74. Was he our Bucs best bet?
No, he was in our mock draft.
Yeah, okay, we
4th
talked
round
about
for the
him
Bucs,
as a potential Bucs best bet.
Scheme fit with the long arms and
played well at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
Physical
press.
He'll be down their depth chart for right now, which is fine. They did develop a guy. They've got a couple corners there. Signed William Jackson in free agency. So Washington keeps getting better for sure. St-Juste had a bunch of injury concerns.
Bunch
of them in his career.
Little surprising that he's in the 3rd round. I thought he was going to be a day 3 guy.
I did too. I thought the medicals.
No career interceptions either.
Wow.
So,
okay. That usually matters to teams. I'm a tape guy, but
right.
Cowboys are on the clock. Let's see. Has anybody on the board been in trouble with the law?
Again, they're not the Cowboys anymore. They're the Outlaws, the Dallas Outlaws.
Dallas Outlaws at 75 overall. Denver Chargers, Bucs sitting down there at 90. 95? Is it 95? I thought it was 96. I can't, with the comp picks, it's always shifting.
Yeah. Bucs at 95. The Panthers have 2 picks coming up because the Panthers have been trading back this entire draft. They're picking 83rd and then 89.
Okay.
And the Panthers already have 3 players.
They have a very good draft, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, they've waited to take the tackle, but I really like Brady Christensen. Like him more than some of the a lot of guys that went ahead of him. Now,
and some of the guys they've signed in free agency too.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Terrace Marshall's a great value pick where they got him at the end of the 2nd round. The question with him will be medicals. The question with Christensen will be where exactly do you play him?
Right.
Questions, but
so Carolina has 3 picks in the 3rd round, no picks in the 4th round. Due to trades.
My wife just texted me that Kyle Trask was 2 years old when Brady was drafted.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
That's actually pretty.
It's a little noteworthy. Yeah.
That's actually pretty old. He was old.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these other guys weren't even born yet.
So
Trask is a little bit on the older end, I think.
We've seen the Panthers do some maneuvering, and so they've got 3 picks in the 3rd round, no picks in the 4th round or the 5th round, and 1, 2, 3 picks coming up in the 6th round, and then no picks in the 7th round. It's getting these picks correctly here.
Interesting. Oh, it's 10 o'clock, Scott. How about that?
It is 10 o'clock.
Past the 10 o'clock hour. The Cowboys are selecting Oso Odigizua. Actually gets high character marks.
Oh.
Defensive tackle. Good pick by the Cowboys. He's a good player. I think this is the range for him. You didn't want to reach for him. But now we're all of a sudden seeing the run on D tackles. Not that we were high on the Bucs taking a D tackle at this point. But I'll update you on the board rankings here in a second. But all three of the players I still had second-round grades are still on the board, by the way. Afitu Melifonwu, Derek Barnes, Quinn Miners, all still on the board. So Diami Brown, who many people said could be a first-round
North Carolina,
pick, he's still on the board, yes, as well. Amon-Ra St. Brown from USC is still on the board.
Not terribly fast. I think lack of speed is going to hurt him a little bit.
I agree.
He's a day 3
You're
guy,
going to see Nico Collins come off the board here pretty soon. I think Michigan guy, just due to tools, I would guess.
Yeah.
But did not play particularly well on tape. I was not very impressed.
Me neither.
Personally. Now, we still have not seen another running back since Javonte Williams.
Correct.
There's a huge
Michael Carter, Kenny Gainwell. Those are, I think, probably the next two that come off the board. Unless you're going for a bigger back. Ramondre Stevenson from Oklahoma, Trey Sermon. Those are bigger backs that from Ohio State that could be in the mix.
Right. And the run on offensive line has definitely happened to a degree now. We're looking at a group that's starting to get depleted. Quinn Miners, Wyatt Davis, Trey Smith, Robert Hainsey. It might be a zone-only guy.
And the thing with Quinn Miners is this might have been more of a media creation with the Senior Bowl love. I've just heard
I've
heard
this range still would be within other people.
Yeah, if he's picked in the 3rd round, then yes. Yeah. But 4th round, I think, is more in line with where NFL teams have him.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, you were talking about a Division III guy who did not play football this past season. Like, that is a big jump. And no matter how good you were at the Senior Bowl,
he was not flawless at the Senior Bowl. He showed well. He showed he could compete, but
I always say on my board, I want to take chances on a couple guys every year, Scott. But they have to check character, work ethic boxes. I have to know about the fact that they do that. Right. I don't always know some of these guys. Athleticism, physicality boxes, if you're offensive lineman especially. Those, and then the fact that he balled out the way to the Senior Bowl, that was enough. I just went all in for the 2nd round grade.
Showed out at the Senior Bowl.
But I'm just taking a chance. I'm taking a chance that he's going to be a guy that develops and becomes a stud. I think you got to do that once or twice in every draft. That's how I look at it anyway. Okay, so Saints just selected Paulson Adebo. So one of the top corners that was left comes off the board of the Saints. This is interesting because the Saints play a ton of press man. To me, Paulson Adebo had concerns and questions in press man. I think a lot of people would have seen him as a zone corner. I marked him to Seattle.
And the thing is, because of his length, because of his size,
you'd want him in press.
Yes.
But his feet aren't that great. His technique's not that great. He does have great ball skills, but again, that's why another reason why I want him in zone. I want him facing the quarterback at all times and playing that way. He can get disconnected in man coverage. So the Saints may be trying to make him something that he isn't quite naturally.
Sounds exactly right on the money. I would agree.
Or they're changing some things up because they don't have any corners. Coverage-wise.
No, they got Marshawn Lattimore. Mike Evans' favorite punching bag, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, that's true. They've exchanged some haymakers with each other, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Just going through and all these trades, I'm just updating on our selections here. Now, Mark Cook just got off the phone with Kyle Trask. So we want to bring those headphones. Want to bring Mark in?
Those
headphones are right here. Sharing is caring, John.
Do you want to share or you want to just chat with them?
I'll chat with them. I'll give you a break. How about that?
Well, you chat with them. I'm going to update some of the board stuff so I can update people.
Mark Cook, how the hell are you?
Where's this pizza you guys speak of? That's what I want to know.
It's coming.
We always get pizza at one Buccaneer place.
I know.
This is 2 years in a row that I haven't had any pizza on draft night. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm watching the meltdown of Buccaneer fans.
Oh my gosh, it's even coming from some Gator fans, Mark. I mean, you can kind of relate because of the Roberto Aguayo pick in the 2nd round a couple of years ago. You're a Seminole through and through, right? You bleed garnet and gold.
Sure,
but you were not happy about the Roberto Aguayo pick, and Mark, we've even had some Gator fans say, "Yeah, love the Gators, but love the Bucs," and sometimes they don't like.
Let me just explain something to these people saying he has a noodle arm. He can't throw the football. Bruce Arians, I'm going to go with Bruce Arians' evaluation over Twitter evaluators.
He is the quarterback whisperer.
The quarterback whisperer.
Jason quarterbacks.
John Spytek, Byron Kiefer, all of these guys that were at the pro day who've watched Kyle Trask, who watched the film.
Tom Moore.
Clyde Christensen. They all put their stamp of approval on this guy. Now, nobody knows how he's going to pan out. We all thought Jameis Winston was going to pan out. He didn't. But let me tell you something. In 2000, nobody in New England was excited about a 6th-round draft pick named Tom Brady, right? Yeah. When you look at his measurables, go back and look at that picture of him at the combine without his shirt on.
He's not in body.
There was the same concerns. Listen, the odds of Kyle Trask coming anywhere near Tom Brady is slim and none. We all understand that. But this is let's also not forget
near him. They're going to be in the same quarterback room. But what you're saying is in terms of developing into a Tom Brady.
Sure,
right? Yeah,
sure. Again, nobody can predict anything. Look at the Jets; they can't pick quarterback.
Well, actually, Pewter Report can predict. We're 2 for 2 with our Bucs best
2
bets.
for 2. So, by the way, congratulations on that. You guys are kicking ass. Yeah, that's tremendous. But listen, I don't know how Kyle's going to turn out, but he's a guy that going back to January. I thought the Buccaneers should take a look at. You wrote a whole
column about him.
I watched every game Kyle Trask played. Why? Not because I'm a Gators fan, because I like to watch the Gators lose. The problem is they just didn't do it very often with Kyle Trask at quarterback.
That's right.
Kyle Trask went toe for toe with Mac Jones in an SEC championship game, throwing for over 400 yards. Ask Nick Saban what he thinks about Kyle Trask's arm. I asked Kyle Trask about his arm in the press conference, in the Zoom call. And I got a little flack because people are like, wow, Mr. Negative, Mr. FSU. I wasn't being negative. What I was doing, Scott, was giving Kyle Trask an opportunity to answer those critics. And there are plenty of critics, about his arm strength. He doesn't have a cannon. We understand that. But what Kyle said when I asked him about that is he says, I've proven I can make every throw needed in the NFL. He understands he doesn't have the strongest arm of guys in the NFL or even guys in college football. But he also said, I came to Gainesville. I ended up being thrust onto the national stage in a very tough conference. And basically all I did was perform and win football games. And so, again, I understand the SEC is still far removed from being the NFL. I get that. But again, Bruce Arians, Jason Light, I'm going to go with their evaluation on this. I don't know if he ever starts a game here in Tampa Bay. Here's something, Scott, we knew. When they brought in Josh Rosen last year, right? The Buccaneers had a year, not even a full year, but they kept him protected for a little while. And they determined, you know what? He's just not a right fit down the road. Not saying he's not going to be a
He was a top 10 quarterback, right?
He was.
Of draft caliber, and he hasn't done anything in the NFL yet.
And the Buccaneers in 2 years might determine, you know what? Kyle Trask is not the guy. But maybe he is. And again, let's not forget this is a Super Bowl winning football team who just didn't have a lot of holes. And if they were going to get a quarterback that they felt could develop to one day succeed Tom Brady, they were going to have to pull the trigger right here where they did. Didn't Davis Mills go? Just a pick or two after Trask.
It started a run. You had Kellen Mond go. You had Davis Mills. So if you wanted a quarterback, you had to get one of these 3 guys because that's it. When it comes to quarterbacks, that's it. These are the only guys that are worth a damn in this draft after the guys picked in the first round.
Right. And again, some of these guys that were picked tonight may end up being better than some of the guys that were picked in the first round. Who knows? Nobody knows. But I'm not knocking anybody's evaluations out there because we're all entitled to our own opinion. But I'm going to go with Bruce Arians on this one.
Yeah. What are some other things that Trask talked about? Obviously, playing with Tom Brady. That's got to be something that is super exciting for him, right? I don't put words in his mouth. But
Greg Allman brought up a great point about it. He's used to playing the backup role. He had to do it in high school. He did it when he got to Florida, backing up Franks. But when he's been given opportunity, he's been able to succeed. So he understands the role that he's in here in Tampa Bay, but he said he's ready to hit the ground running, learn and help this team be in whatever capacity he can. And obviously learning behind the greatest is a dream come true. I mean, he loves being here in Florida since he's gotten to Florida from Texas. He loves that he's just going to be, a couple hours south from Gainesville. And but you're right. I mean, he mentioned the fact that he loves the opportunity to sit behind one of the greatest of all, not one of the greatest. Let's just say it. Tom Brady is the greatest of all time. And any quarterback that's going into a draft knowing he's probably not going to be a day one starter, what's a better opportunity for a quarterback than to be able to sit behind a guy who is going to be 45 this season, who's not going to play forever. So again,
he's 44 this year. 44, I think.
Okay, he'll be 44 this year when the season starts. But anyway, bottom line is Trask was, he was confident on the call. He's not a big fiery, rah, bang the table kind of guy. And we knew that, Scott, talking from some of the people inside the organization, even Matt Baker, when we talked to Matt Baker the other day. And when I talked to Matt, when I did that article back in January about why the Buccaneers should draft Kyle Trask, Matt Baker did say he's not the Tom Brady that you see on the sideline in the Bears game, right? Screaming at people, getting people fired up that way. But players tend to follow his lead because he performs. He's cool and he's confident. He doesn't get, too high, too low. And he's got a very quiet air of confidence about him. And that to me came through in the Zoom call that we had with him as well. He said all the things that you would expect him to say, to be able to play behind a guy like Tom Brady. And what I liked was he didn't back down from my question about the arm concerns. I mean, he answered it right away. And again, clearly the Buccaneers were at his pro day. They've watched all of his game film, and they're not going to take a guy at 64 who they think, well, he'll never succeed. I mean, obviously they think he has a chance to be a pretty good quarterback down the road.
Yep. So. What are your thoughts on Blaine Gabbert? Does he come back?
That's
or now that they've drafted a quarterback in the second round, they've signed Ryan Griffin.
My thought is I think Blaine Gabbert's, I think he's on his way out. And I say that because, again, the Buccaneers aren't going to win a Super Bowl if Kyle Trask or Ryan Griffin or Blaine Gabbert have to play. I mean, if Tom Brady goes down, the season's pretty much shot. I have to admit one thing, Scott. I keep, on our podcast the last few months, I keep bringing up, Jeff Hostetler and Phil Simms in 1990 or 91 season, whatever that was. I did forget about Nick Foles and Carson Wentz. Okay, yes, Nick Foles did come in as a backup and win a Super Bowl in Philadelphia. But again, that doesn't happen very often. And I would say Nick Foles is a better quarterback than Blaine Gabbert, or at least he's been more successful in the NFL, in his times that he's been a starter than Blaine Gabbert has. Blaine's been brutal as a starter in the NFL. So I was wrong about that. I told people I would admit that on the podcast that I was wrong about that. But I roll with Trask, roll with Griffin. I mean, you got Griffin for the league minimum, and Trask is going to get second round money. Both of those are going to be paid a lot less than what Blaine Gabbert is asking right now. And move on and go, because again, if Brady goes down, season's over anyway, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Obviously you're excited about Trask because you wrote the column. We're excited about it because we're 2 for 2 with our Bucs best bets so far. Yeah, I think the pick makes some sense. He's a pocket passer, and that's what Bruce Arians wants.
Yeah, and he fits the mold. I mean, I'm not saying he is Tom Brady. I mean, Kyle Trask had more success in college than Tom Brady. But when you look at their physical attributes, I don't think it's too far off, to be honest with you. Now, again, the intangibles, Tom Brady is the reason he's as successful as he is the intangibles, not just the physical talent that he has. But when Tom Brady came out of Michigan, nobody in their right mind was thinking this guy was going to turn into the quarterback that he was. Again, I'm not saying Kyle Trask is anywhere near that, but I'm just saying from a athletic standpoint, neither one of these guys are going to impress a whole too many people in a bodybuilding competition. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, they're both winners. They're both successful guys, and they both love playing football, and they're very smart guys. Kyle Trask is extremely intelligent. Matt Baker again confirmed that the other day. There's a lot to like about him. Again, his arm isn't perfect. Matt even brought that up. There was one game in particular. I think it was the first game that Trask started after he filled in for Felipe Franks, and he threw a deep ball to one of the receivers, and it was a 40-yard completion. Great. Felipe probably completes that for a touchdown. Again, based on the arm strength. It was a little underthrown the ball from Kyle Trask. So, again, he's not going to be just zipping the ball all over the field. But arm strength doesn't mean anything. Jameis Winston could throw it, 80 yards probably on one knee, but you got to throw it to the right person. Kyle Trask tends to throw it to the right person.
Great stuff, Mark. We appreciate you coming aboard and giving us the lowdown from what Trask had to say. Well, I'm sure we hear from you again as Jason Light will probably speak at the end of the third round. Yeah. End of the night.
I confirm that it's going to be after the at the end of the night, and then whoever that third round pick is will also get them as well. So I will be back later tonight. But anyway, you guys are doing a great job. Keep it up.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. So there we have it from Mark Cook.
I'm not mad about the pick. I'm squinting because my contacts are starting to dry out, by the way. People are saying in the comments that I'm sitting here angry. I'm not angry. I'm just trying to see this screen, see what other ballers the Bucs can acquire for this team. No, people are not happy about the Trask pick in here, but Greg Allman is running a poll, and Bucs fans seem to be actually happy with the Kyle Trask pick, and they want Quinn Minders in the third round.
Okay,
overwhelmingly so. So one person said on Twitter to me that Quinn Minders in the third round could save the draft for the Bucs.
Could save the draft for the Bucs.
By the way, the Raiders just took a guy I did not rank and hadn't watched, Malcolm Kuntz from Buffalo. I did hear good things about him. I just didn't get to his tape. Dane has him in the 6th, I think, though. So I know that. I'll take a look at Raiders continue to be interestingly unorthodox with their draft strategy.
John, you want some pizza? We're going to eat some pizza live here on the podcast, the draft show tonight. And why not? It's 10:20. It's past dinner time.
That's right. We have not eaten since we got on the show. So, Malcolm Kuntz. See, we have some good grades from Pro Football Focus for sure. Didn't play out much, obviously, this past season, just 333 snaps. But the Raiders continue to do some unorthodox things, which the Raiders are want to do. There's no question about that. And so won't be necessarily surprised by that. Bucs taking Kyle Trask, obviously, in the 2nd round. So their 3rd round pick, we are kind of steadily marching our way toward their 3rd round pick. The Raiders are on the clock at 80 right now, I believe. That pick may have been actually announced, not sure. But they had back-to-back picks, which I think they actually had in the 3rd round last year. I don't know why I remember that, if that's the case. But that's just, I think it was right around the same range. And they took 2 receivers, I think. Was it Brian Edwards and the small receiver from Kentucky that they traded before the season even started? Then the Dolphins, you've got obviously a bunch of picks before the Bucs are on the board at 95 overall. But, that's kind of where we're at right now with the 3rd round, looking at potential Bucs best bets and some guys that could be possibilities, and keep kind of zeroing in a little bit on the fact that it could be offensive line coming in the 3rd round, and it could be not out of the question, in my opinion, that it could be potentially even a trade-up scenario in which that occurs. So we'll keep you monitored, obviously, as to what we're hearing for that Bucs pick. And Mark giving us the update on Kyle Trask was obviously pretty clutch too, Scott, because we get to kind of hear things from the Bucs perspective on how they were feeling about that pick leading up to the selection.
Yep. John's going to go grab some pizza. I'm getting ready to eat some pizza here, but we're going to take a look at the Saints. Let's see here. What are we looking at now? Getting caught up. All right, Raiders with back-to-back picks here. So we've seen Chaz Surratt, who is a player that Tampa Bay had some interest in. We almost put him as a Bucs best bet, but Surratt is an athletic linebacker. I like the fact that Derek Barnes from Purdue is still on the board. I hope the Raiders don't take him because they certainly could use a linebacker there. I know that they took Malcolm Coons from Buffalo, as John was talking about. They had an opportunity to get Devin White a couple years ago, and I just don't think they've done enough really at the linebacker position to shore up the middle of their defense. And Derek Barnes would be a good fit. Again, I'm hoping that they don't draft him. I'm not anticipating or counting on it because they're the Raiders. Miami is going to be next at the 81st pick, then the Washington football team. Then the Panthers are going to be coming up with the second to the – they've got two more picks, 83, 89. Vikings have a pair of picks here in the third round at 86 and 90. Buccaneers are picking 95th. It'd be interesting to see if they go running back. I could see that.
There's a lot of options.
A lot of options.
I mean, especially now that we're going to get to a point where there's not going to be any third round grades left for me, probably.
Yep. Here's a look at the Bucs' best bets. We've had two of them. We're still alive, as we like to say, with a couple of these guys. You know, UCF's Jacob Harris. I don't think he's a third round pick necessarily, but he's an interesting guy. He's a player that I would not be surprised to see go in the third or fourth round. And when I say third round, I mean like the end of the third round, just because he's such a freak athletically. 6'5", 219, runs a 4.39 40-yard dash, crazy vertical leap.
Oh, and the Raiders then came back and they took Divine Diablo. So there's our Bucs' best bet at safety.
There you go.
In early rounds off the board. I like Divine Diablo for what maybe he could be, but his tape to me was not that good, Scott.
Right.
He's big, he's athletic, but do I think he's going to develop in Las Vegas? No.
But he's a John Gruden type player in terms of physicality.
I wish he played with that.
Well, when I say physicality, I didn't mean physicality. I meant physique.
A physique, yeah. Right. And speed.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Now you look at Bucs' best bets right now, and safety's kind of out of consideration for us, and you wonder if running back. We've talked about it and floated it around. That could be a possibility, but we still have not seen a running back come off the board since Javonte Williams at the beginning of the second round.
That's right.
That's crazy. That's a long absence, and it shows how the league felt about it. Now Miami is on their pick is in, and I don't think they've taken a running back in this draft, right? They didn't. No, because so this could be a running back for sure. No, Hunter Long, tight end, Boston College, going to Miami. So the third tight end, Tommy Tremble's still on the board.
Yep.
The third tight end comes off the board, Hunter Long, remarkably ordinary player.
You know, the only thing I really don't like about the Kyle Trask pick, John, is it crushes my hopes and dreams of the Bucs drafting the jerk next year. Phil Jerkovic from Boston College, who I thought would be a fantastic fit.
Maybe Trask sucks this year. It's possible. But we don't even know where Jerkovic's getting picked next year. If he's a first round pick, then maybe the Bucs are out of consideration. If he's not, then maybe it ends up being right in line with kind of what they're thinking. But I mean, we still are looking at a board for sure right now where the third round picks are dwindling. So I'll update you on kind of where the board sits. For me, I still have 3 second round grades. Quinn Miners, Afitu Melifonwu, the cornerback from Syracuse, and Derek Barnes, the linebacker from Purdue. Third round, Hamza Nasiraldeen, near the end of the third round grades, the safety from Florida State. I probably butchered his name. I'm sorry. Elijah Molden, the cornerback from Washington at the end of my third round grades. Jabril Cox, linebacker from LSU. Baron Browning, the Ohio State linebacker / edge defender. He's just kind of a fun, exciting player. Cam Sample, defensive end. Rashad Weaver from Pitt, defensive end. Probably not Bucs fits, in my opinion. Davion Nixon, defensive tackle from Iowa. I don't think the Bucs are going to take him. Marlon Tuipulotu, USC defensive tackle. Wyatt Davis, the guard from Ohio State, Trey Smith, the guard from Tennessee. Those to me are kind of options that I could definitely see the Bucs going that direction. Marlon Tuiapelotu at the end of the third, I could see that happening maybe. Spencer Brown, the tackle from North Dakota, or from Northern Iowa. Don't think the Bucs are going to take him. Tommy Tremble, the tight end from Notre Dame, maybe. Diami Brown is still on the board. I thought that he would be.
I know.
Some people said he'd be a first-round pick. And I thought that would have been ridiculous, by the way. But now he's on the board, third round. This is where I evaluate him. So this would be good value here. Amon-Ra St. Brown, USC's big slot receiver. I could see it for the Bucs. Amari Rogers, Clemson wide receiver Amari Rogers, still on the board as well. Kenneth Gainwell and Michael Carter, the running backs. That's it for my third round grades. So there's still a handful of guys available in my third round grades, but it would be surprising to see the Bucs take many of those guys. Update on the consensus big board right now: Wyatt Davis, the 53rd overall player on the consensus big board, who I told y'all in the pods leading up to this was going to fall and was not going to be near consensus. He's now the highest ranked player left on the consensus board. Ifeatu Melifonwu, who Matt Miller said no team had told him they had a top 2 round grade on Ifeatu Melifonwu, so not totally shocking. He's the 56th player on consensus board. He's still available as we move into the 82nd pick. Jabril Cox, linebacker from LSU, coverage guy, just kind of a niche player. Elijah Molden from Washington. Again, the 4.62 at 5'9". It's tough to get over. Davion Nixon, defensive tackle from Iowa. Diami Brown, wide receiver from North Carolina. Ronnie Perkins, edge defender from Oklahoma, 64. On the consensus big board, Quinn Miners, the guard from Wisconsin Whitewater, obviously. Baron Browning, Michael Carter, Amon-Ra St. Brown, wide receiver from USC. Tylan Wallace, Oklahoma State, wide receiver, who I am much lower on the consensus. I don't see it with him. Is falling down the board. Trey Smith, 72. Amari Rogers, wide receiver from Clemson. Nico Collins, wide receiver from Michigan. Tommy Tremble, tight end from Notre Dame. Now, we haven't talked about Nico Collins much. We haven't talked about wide receivers much, Scott, because we don't really think it's going to happen. But he does check the Bucs boxes in terms of size, leaping ability, speed.
Just the production's not there.
Production's not there in college, yeah. So you'd have to be really sold on the person. You have to be really sold on the direction he's kind of heading in as a player if you were going to make him a selection in the third round.
Warren Sharp from Sharp Football has an interesting tweet about Sam Darnold, the Panthers quarterback, comparing Darnold's 2020 season with the 2021 season he's going to have in Carolina. The offensive coordinator was Adam Gase for Sam Darnold last year. The running back was aging Frank Gore. Mm-hmm. The receivers were Jamison Crowder, Braxton Berrios, and Brashard Perriman. Now, in 2021 in Carolina, Joe Brady's the offensive coordinator. Christian McCaffrey's the running back. DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, and Terrace Marshall are the wide receivers. Mm-hmm. That's a decided upgrade.
Yeah,
in terms of skill positions and play calling for Sam Darnold.
And Terrace Marshall's even more interesting because he can play inside and outside.
Right.
And Robbie Anderson, more of an outside guy, and DJ Moore has the ability to be flexible too, I think. So, it's definitely a change in situation. Joe Brady's a much better offensive coordinator.
Now, the interesting thing is this, and we're friends with Jake Arians. We saw him at the Arians family football event. And this is what Jake had to say about, let me see if I can find that tweet. He says, regardless of how you feel about the pick, understand anyone you know, watch, or read are complete amateurs compared to the 5 or 6 people in the building, the Bucs building that made this pick. Trust the process and the people that are doing it. Remember, a reminder, world champions.
I totally disagree with that. But
well, okay, but what I'm saying though is didn't Jake try to maybe throw some smoke out there, like a smoke screen that they weren't interested in Kyle Trask?
Did he? To me?
I don't know if it's directly to you, but I thought that he on Twitter was kind of, or maybe it was a podcast where he was kind of downplaying
quarterback
interest in Kyle Trask.
I don't know. Maybe. Okay, Washington just took Diami Brown. I think I had them taking Diami Brown in the second round in my mock draft.
Yeah.
So he finally comes off the board. A lot of people, that's a great pick. But I mean, I was not crazy about Diami Brown, but at this point in the draft, yeah, I thought the Diami Brown first round talk was crazy. So we'll see now. A wide receiver that did kind of check some boxes for the Bucs, and Diami Brown comes off the board. But again, we didn't really think wide receiver was going to be the pick. It would have surprised us for sure. Although, what position do you think they take? You have to guess right now. Do you think it's a running back still? I know you kind of thought that maybe in the second round. I know you're partial to Derek Barnes, but do you really think they'd go linebacker regardless of what you think? And then, or do you think offensive line with some options like Trey Smith and like Wyatt Davis maybe, and right now Quinn Miners, if he's there maybe in the third round, could those be options for them?
John, I think they're going best player available.
Really, any position?
Yeah,
any position.
Yeah, I do. But Michael Carter, Kenny Gainwell, Derek Barnes, Trey Smith, I think those are some good places to start. Tommy Tremble, I think, he's got to have some fans at one Buck plays, especially Bruce Arians. He's a throwback type of tight end, but can move. He can move. He's kind of plays the role that Cam Brate plays, which is that move tight end. Did he just get picked?
He did. The Panthers just picked him.
The Panthers did. Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So the Panthers get Tommy Tremble with the 83rd pick in the third round.
It's a good pick for Carolina.
Mm-hmm. They've had a good draft, a really good draft. A lot of weapons around Sam Darnold, which obviously helps a lot. So we'll see. A lot of D tackles have come off the board. Tremble's going to play special teams. He's going to block, do some inline stuff maybe. You'll continue to see, probably some backfield usage for him. As we're kind of trying to update the Panthers list of picks, because we'll get you those updated lists here soon with some of the Panthers picks, because there definitely is some intriguing additions to that team, even if they're maybe a year or two away. But it's going to be very interesting to see how they've improved from that point in time. Bucs division definitely getting better. Yes, I see that comment. Some improvements being made for sure. Dallas Cowboys pick is in. Titans are on the clock. We're moving quickly through the third round.
Yes, we are.
Bucs aren't that far away from being on the clock here. About 10 picks out from being on the clock probably. So see who Dallas takes. They took Osai Digizua.
While we're waiting for the Bucs pick, a couple of stories went up right before the draft. I had the tail of the tape where I looked at Joe Tryon and Jason Pierre-Paul. There were some Buccaneer fans, John, that were not sold on Tryon. And I didn't know how favorably or unfavorably he would compare with Jason Pierre-Paul coming out of USF. But you know what I found? He really compared favorably. Athletically, from a size standpoint, production in college. And I think if you're a Joe Tryon skeptic, Buccaneer fan, go read the article on pewterreport.com, the tale of the tape between those two players. And you see right there some of the statistics that are the same, the 7.18 three-cone time, 35-inch arms for JPP, 34 for Tryon, 22 reps on the bench, 19 reps on the bench for JPP. The speed, the vertical edge goes to Tryon. 6.5 sacks in JPP's lone season at FBS USF. And in Tryon's first and only season as a starter at Washington as a sophomore, had 8 sacks. A lot of similarities there. Read our article on pewterreport.com. John, you had a great video breakdown of Joe Tryon. Mm-hmm. Showed a couple of the videos to start this evening's draft show. Right. But you've got even more videos of Tryon, what he needs to work on and improve, and the little subtle things he can do to quickly become a better pass rusher. Some false steps, little things of that nature that are coachable and correctable. But go check out John's film analysis of Joe Tryon on the front page of pewterreport.com.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just had the Packers select Clemson wide receiver Amari Rodgers. Packers have made a couple good picks. So Amari Rodgers comes to the Packers. They might lose Aaron Rodgers, but they're getting Amari Rodgers. And they don't seem concerned with quarterback right now. So we'll see what happens with the Aaron Rodgers situation moving forward. Your boy Chauncey Golston just came off the board with the Cowboys. Who would have thought he was going this high?
Wow.
I really like Chauncey Golston, but
I do
84.
Too.
Wow.
He's a good character guy. Kind of ruins their profile there.
Yeah, that's true. They got Osai Odigizua too, so they were kind of getting those tweener type players right now, which is interesting. I never thought he was going in the third round. Where is he on the consensus board? Let me find him. He might be the lowest. Well, Tutu out. Well, Tutu out will have his fans, and then he weighed in at 149. So far, the lowest. Josh Palmer, wide receiver, went to the Chargers, 149 on the consensus board. Okay. Chauncey Golston, 180 on the consensus board. Wow. Malcolm Kuntz was lower, 198. The edge rusher that the Raiders took, of course. Wow. It's like the Raiders look at the board and actively try to choose like the lowest ranked players.
They're the contrarian.
It's so
when
weird.
It comes to it.
It's wild how consistent it is. Like, you would think eventually they would be like, oh, this guy makes sense here, but they just don't do that.
John, looks like the Falcons are done for the night, picking Richie Grant, the safety, and he's going to be an immediate starter because they've lost some safeties. And Jalen Mayfield in the third round. You know, at the start of the offseason, you saw Jalen Mayfield as a late first rounder, but then, boy, the testing, I think, really just kind of sunk his ship.
Yeah, some people put him in that late first round range. I never saw it. Brandon Thorne and we were pretty outspoken. We never saw it with him.
Where does he play in Atlanta's offensive line? Is he a starter?
My guess is that he would play guard if he starts. Now, they don't need him to start, but he would play guard if he starts. And if Caleb McGarry continues to struggle, Mayfield looks great, maybe Mayfield plays tackle. So it gives them options. Not like they took him super high. Better players I would have taken, but I'm not gonna cry about it too much. But yeah, that's where we're at right now in their terms of the consensus board, though. Scott, we've got the Falcons don't own one of those major reaches right now. That's the Raiders, that's the Cowboys, and that's the Chargers with the three biggest reaches on the consensus board. Then you have Benjamin St. Juste, and you have Divine Diablo is also one of the bigger reaches, 115 on the consensus board. So the Raiders still dominating right now on the consensus board. So good to know that they've stuck to their MO of going outside the board.
The Minnesota Vikings pick is in. Steelers on the clock, John.
Wow. And Quinn Miners is still on the board? Quinn Miners still on the board?
I believe so. Yep. Still on the board. Boy, that Tommy Tremble pick, that might be a good pick for Carolina because he's a hard-nosed player. He's a Matt Rule type player. That's one of those personality fits. And we're going to update the Panthers pick. And we're going to take a look at their draft once they make their final selection. And they're getting close. We got the Vikings coming up at 23. then that pick is in. Steelers are on the clock at 24. The Rams will have one of their few picks again at the 25th spot here in the third, which is the 88th overall pick. Then the Panthers will pick 89th overall. And then they will call it a night as day 2 wraps up for the Panthers, unless they trade down. They've been trading down quite a bit. So we shall see.
What they've done is they've worked the board extremely well, in my opinion. They've traded down, they've gotten more picks, and I think a big part of why that strategy has been really successful for them, Scott, they've not necessarily valued the top end of the draft. They've gotten down, moved down, gotten more picks, and they've still drafted good players. But part of it is, we moved down, we don't like anybody. Well, at some point, you better like somebody because the good players are probably near the top. Well, in the Panthers situation, they've traded down, and they've still been able to get good players. So give them credit. I think, Atlanta's draft's been okay. Obviously, Kyle Pitts the difference maker. The rest of it, it's okay. But, I think that right now when you're looking at Carolina, I think you have to be pretty impressed with what they've done. They've definitely gotten better. And, maybe the window is not now for Carolina, but, a year or two for where Tampa Bay is at. And maybe that's, potentially a spot that they could be competing. The Saints are kind of in flux. And so that's where they're looking at. I think they're trying to build toward that end. And they know they need a lot of picks to do it. And they've had a lot of picks in the last couple of drafts. So that seems to be the direction we're headed in. And the Vikings have selected Wyatt Davis. So Wyatt Davis comes off the board at 86. The Steelers are on the clock. The offensive line options have thinned down for Pittsburgh. You have Trey Smith here and Quinn Miners. Those are probably the top 2 options for just about everybody. Ben Cleveland still on the board as well. He's probably a guard only, though, and that's probably the one spot they're set at. So maybe you're looking at a tackle. But Spencer Brown, Stone Forsythe, the options are not too great in my opinion.
It's
they waited till the third round to address their biggest need. So this is what you get. And also they don't have another corner. So that's so they've waited a long time to address some of their biggest spots, and you're not going to end up with much more. Now, Ifeatu Melifonwu who's still on the board, and I'm a big fan of him, and that could be potentially be a fit here.
Jason Light likes to draft defensive backs on day 2. He's done that plenty.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of 3 safeties on day 2, and you include the 3rd round pick for Mike Edwards and the 3rd round cornerback in Jamel Dean. So there's been quite a few defensive backs that the Bucs have taken. They've had success there, but you wonder if the cupboard's kind of full right now. If Jason Light wants to go there. Gosh, John, the cupboard's full everywhere in this roster when you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely a unique roster from that perspective, a unique time for Bucs fans, I think, to be looking at this team. But I know there's a temptation to get really frustrated with the Kyle Trask pick. And honestly, I'd say be frustrated if you're frustrated. Like, I don't think you have to feel any type of way. If you want to be pissed, be pissed. I don't have any problem with that.
Right.
I would just say, like, there's a valuable position, and if he can come in and win a game.
Kendrick Green from Illinois. It's one of Brandon Thorne's guys, right?
Who's that, Steelers?
Center. Yeah, Steelers.
Brandon Thorne does like him, yeah. Wow. There's that's one of the smallest centers that the Steelers will have picked for quite a while. So,
the one thing I'll say is, again, trust Jason Light. I mean, Jason Light was getting all this praise for coming up with Tristan Wirfs and Antoine Winfield Jr., and how quickly we forget, right? I mean, the stockpile of talent that he and John Spytek and Mike Beal and the team's scouts have put together with the help of the coaching staff.
Oh, yeah. Unbelievable.
49ers are taking Ohio State running back Trey Sermon. So are we going to see a little bit of a run here at the end of the 3rd round on running backs?
Mm-hmm.
John,
we still have not seen a running back since.
Well, Trey Sermon.
Did he go?
Yeah.
Who took
49ers.
him? Oh, okay. They just took him.
Took him. Okay. Yep. So the Panthers are on the clock now.
So Trey Sermon, outside zone type of running back, makes a ton of sense for San Francisco.
That's a great scheme fit for sure.
Yep. So Carolina's
on the clock. This will be their last 3rd round pick. Then we're going to update the.
I'll update the boards.
Yep, and we'll take a look at what the Panthers have done collectively.
Not many 3rd round grades left. My top 100 is going to be pretty in line with the NFL's, it looks like.
Yeah.
We need, Fitu Melifonwu, we need him in the top 100 here. What we're at 80, 89. Elijah Molden. I mean, if you're looking for Bucs options here, Trey Smith is the one that keeps jumping out to me.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he's there. We obviously got a couple.
And if they pass, it just could be a medical type thing.
Right. Wondering about this Kendrick Green pick for the Steelers. Undersized center, tough, scrappy.
Undersized.
Yeah, very undersized. That's not their MO at center usually.
I mean,
wonder if they're
not like Mike Webster undersized, but
yeah, right. No, well, he's. I mean,
but kind of by today's standards, though, a little bit.
By today's standards, exactly right. Yeah, I mean, no question. They were at his pro day. Squatty strong. He's as Alex Kazora, who's a good Steelers fall, says he's a good athlete. He is. He's very much an outside zone only type of fit. So Are the Steelers going to do more of that this season? We don't know. Matt Canada, offensive coordinator, not sure what the scheme is going to be for there, but doesn't make sense to me on paper based on what they've run in the past. But we'll see kind of how it goes. So we've got Carolina on the clock. Minnesota will be up after them. Minnesota just took an offensive lineman. Carolina could take another offensive lineman and Trey Smith. That's certainly possible.
Yeah.
And I'm not crazy about Trey Smith, but at this point in the draft, this is definitely where you'd want to take.
It'd be good value, right?
Yes.
If he's healthy, and of course the medicals. For all we know, that he could be off the Bucs board completely because of medicals.
Right.
Or he could be the pick in the third round.
Right.
Who knows?
And Fitu Melifonwu was still here. I knew the NFL wasn't quite as high on him as I was, but I think the Vikings have not.
Panthers trade number 89 to the Texans.
So Panthers moved down again.
Yes.
So the Texans come up. The Texans, they have one pick? They have two picks?
And the Texans came up from the fourth round.
Okay.
So that means, let's see, is that right? The Texans, yes. So that means the Panthers are done for the day.
Interesting.
To see the details of the trade.
Panthers getting out of there. They just continue again. If they don't like it, get out of there. And that's what you got to do. It's a smart strategy by them.
So looks like the Panthers are done for the day. We're still waiting to hear what the details of the trade is with the Texans. The Saints, are the Saints done for the day as well?
Looks like it.
Yeah, I think the Saints are done. So let's go ahead and update that. We'll take a look at this.
We'll go up to 105 picks, by the way. So there's obviously your comp picks. So we'll go to 105 tonight, and then we'll turn the page to 106 tomorrow. Tomorrow, I do want to mention 11 a.m. Our coverage will continue on the Pewter Report live draft show. It'll be an hour before the fourth round begins, which will begin at noon. It'll run throughout the afternoon and into the early evening, and we'll be with you every step of the way, every single pick. We'll have analysis on, we'll have thoughts on it. We'll be giving our analysis of teams' drafts, but a special focus on the Bucs. Obviously, they got to pick in all of those rounds and 2 in the 7th right now. If it stays that way, they still haven't moved up in round 3, 95, and right now 90's on the clock. And so it doesn't look like they're going to move in the 3rd round either. So maybe they really are going to keep these picks. Maybe they move up in round 4. But
I'm a little surprised.
I am too. I really thought we'd see
Jason Light has not traded. He has gone against his nature.
Yeah,
because he has been quite the trader since taking over as the general manager in 2014. But yeah, the day 3 draft show, we're going to get started around breakfast time, brunch, 11 o'clock a.m.
Somebody asked if I'd trade up in the 2nd for a player, or I guess they mean the 3rd. I really like Fitu Melifonwu, so I would consider trading up for him, sure. But then again, he might be there. So
it looks like the Saints might have traded with the Texans for a future pick, because I'm not seeing.
Wasn't it a 20? Or maybe it was.
Yeah, because I don't see the Saints picking.
Bucs fans will lose their mind if Quinn Miners is this pick. There's like a Quinn Miners shout out in the chat every couple seconds. Felipe Franks, get that out of here. Don't put that evil on us. At least we know now the Bucs are probably done at quarterback.
That's true.
That's helpful. Okay, so we don't know the Vikings pick, right, at 90?
Correct.
We're still wondering about that. Okay, Carolina trades the 3rd round pick. Houston trades 4th round pick this year, 5th round pick this year, and a 2022 4th. Good job by the Panthers getting a 2022 4th. Probably going to be a better draft than this one. Draft with more intel, at least. Houston is picking Nico Collins, wide receiver from Michigan. I told you he was probably coming off the board soon. They get a big outside wide receiver. The tape is not very good. The production is not very good, but he is a great athlete, and he is big. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, that offense was terrible at Michigan. So chance to definitely be in a better system, perhaps, and he can be a better player. But remember, Texans' objective is actually to be bad. So to me, that falls in line with their objectives, because I'm not a big Nico Collins fan.
I'm not either.
This is turning into a very vicious draft show. I'll just come.
That's okay.
I mean, we got
nothing wrong with that.
We got to
call like we see it.
Yeah. Why is Ronnie Perkins falling? He is falling because Ronnie Perkins is
not that good.
Yeah, he's a bottom tier athlete. I think that's probably the biggest
reason.
He's
a try-hard guy.
Yeah. There's just nothing to me really special about Ronnie Perkins. He works hard. He's tough. Get a good backup in the 4th round. I had a 4th round grade on him. Yeah. That's where I see him, and so I think that's where once his athletic testing came out, he was a bottom tier athlete without a ton of pass rush moves,
and really without a bunch of production. He's kind of a mediocre 6 sack guy season, and try hard guy. But
Quincy Roche, kind of the same deal. Not an explosive athlete, just kind of a guy. I think that tough. I think you like him as a backup for sure. I'd love him as a backup.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, though, still some limitations on his game.
All right, John. So looks like the Saints are done for the day unless they trade up, but I don't see that happening. So
sounds like the Vikings took Patrick Jones, by the way, which is a huge reach.
Yeah.
At 90. He was pretty low on the consensus board, I think.
We talked earlier about like the sum of the whole, right, as opposed to the individual.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you look at the pass rush that they've had there at University of Pittsburgh, they've got Rashad Weaver, they've got Patrick Jones, they've got Jalen Twyman inside. I think all 3 of those guys helped each other get sacks collectively, but none of those guys stands out individually.
Right.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's I like Rashad Weaver. I like some things that he does for sure. I think that he has a chance to. I'm actually surprised he's not being picked ahead of Patrick Jones. The biggest thing with Weaver is no explosiveness, and it's really hard to be a good pass rusher in the NFL if you don't have explosiveness. Patrick Jones only really has explosiveness, but then didn't even test well. So, you wonder if the ceiling's pretty limited for him. So, we've got the Saints draft selections up here. They took Peyton Turner, Pete Werner, Paulson Adebo. I think 3 good picks by the Saints, honestly. Good players that they added. I'm curious about the scheme fit with Adebo. But I had an early 2nd on Peyton Turner, and they took him near the end of the 1st, so that's probably about where he should go. Pete Werner, they took him late 2nd. I had an early 3rd value on him, and so he goes about where he should. Then Paulson Adebo, I had a 3rd round grade on as well, and he goes in the middle of the 3rd there. So 3 picks that make sense. They got better at 3 different spots. They haven't added another wide receiver. There's going to be some growing pains for Paulson Adebo. I think he gave up a ton of big plays in college. He has a lot of picks too, but he gave up a ton of big plays. Penalties were an issue. Didn't play this past season. There's times where the effort kind of ebbs and flows a little bit. So that's a crucial position for them. They waited until the 3rd round to address it. I do think they got pretty good value when they actually took it, but I think he's going to be in for a little bit of a rough rookie season. He's probably going to see the field the way their cornerback room looks right now. Now, one thing to think about, Richard Sherman was rumored to the Saints early on. There were some Richard Sherman rumors, and then nothing's really happened with Richard Sherman. He's just out there, and we don't know what's going to happen with him. I still think there could be a move coming from the Saints. I mentioned this on a locker room recently, but Teron Armstead's going to need a new contract, Scott. And there's going to come a time where they are not going to be able to pay Teron Armstead and Ryan Ramczyk. Whether they were able to or not, they're not going to pay both of them. So Teron Armstead being on the move is still a possibility, I think, at some point in the future. I'm throwing it out there. I'm not saying I have a source on it or anything like that. I'm just saying I think that if you look at the Saints situation, they might be moving from somebody like that at some point. So you'd move some space, some cap space. I don't know what happens at that point if you use that on another player or if you have a little money, you sign Richard Sherman. They re-signed James Hurst to be the stopgap at offensive tackle. That's all I can think of at this point in time in terms of what their options would be in the offensive tackle market for the Saints.
We got a good pick last year in Jon Ledyard.
Thank you, Brian.
Absolutely. I appreciate the $20 super chat too. And interesting facts about John. He moved down during the bye week. And, COVID messed up a lot of things for a lot of people, including our plans to hire John and get him down here earlier. But you know what? Better late than never. And interesting thing, John, you're undefeated at Raymond James Stadium.
That's
you're
true.
3-0.
Yes, since the Ledyards set foot in Tampa Bay. We
That's
have not left, and the Bucs have not lost.
That's right. So it's part Tom Brady, but also you're not getting enough to do. It's also there's some Jon Ledyard in there too. So you saw the Vikings game. That was your first Bucs game, right? At Raymond James Stadium.
That was the first one, yeah.
Yeah. And then the Falcons game to end the season. And then what was the other game that we saw?
That was a big game.
Oh,
a lot of there was people there.
That wasn't the first Chiefs game. Super Bowl. That's right. 55.
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah. That was a good one. It's a fun one to be at.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's been a great ride. It's been a ton of fun. Looking forward to seeing what this team takes to maybe get better here in the third round, Scott. I mean, we're now at 91. The Browns pick is in. They're reading the selection now. Myles Garrett's reading it. Tennessee Titans are on the clock at 92. Bills at 93. Ravens at 94. And the Bucs at 95. So we're getting very close. Let's look at the board. See who the Browns select. I guess, first of all, the Browns are probably going to take a good player here. So that's all they do. Let's see who their selection is. We got three second-round grades still left on the board. Wouldn't this be funny if it's Derek Barnes here? Let's see. Myles Garrett taking forever to read this pick. Anthony Schwartz, wide receiver. So it's a little speedster receiver. I've watched them live, and I was never a big fan of him. But
you know what's crazy? 4.2, 6 speed, something like that. He averaged 10 yards per catch.
Yeah,
I know. It's crazy, right?
It's and part of their offense is so bad because Bo Nix is so bad. So that might have something to do with it. But still, not exactly the profile that you want to take. Yeah. But I mean, it's the Browns, and it's this point in the draft, and so I mean, they can afford to kind of take a little bit.
Ty
of a
T,
shot.
Thank you for the $5 super chat. I feel a lot better if they gave me minors at least. Thanks, guys. I hope I'm wrong about Trask since I'm a fan of the team. Give him a chance. That's the whole thing. Just give the kid a chance. We'll see him in the preseason. And
you can blast him if you want, in my opinion. I don't care. But no, I mean, I want to see what he does. I definitely want to see if he beats out Griff. That's good. I mean, that's good news for sure. I mean, if he doesn't beat out Griff, that's reason to be concerned, right?
Sure.
Second round pick should beat out Ryan Griffin.
Yeah.
Even in his first camp.
Yeah. I'm going to try to see if I can get some intel about Blaine Gabbert.
Yeah. I mean, to me, this second round pick, you bring back Griff. I mean, I don't know, Blaine, the door might be shut. It's crazy. They talked up Blaine Gabbert, Scott. Like they really sounded like they were really genuinely interested.
Yet Blaine Gabbert kind of came to the team wanting too much money.
That's right. And then if that's the case, then that Blaine Gabbert's not a guy I'm paying too much money to. I mean, I'd rather draft Kyle Trask, to be honest. So, especially in a year when you're going to be tight and you're trying to bring back more important pieces. I think that's something to consider for sure. So, okay, Titans pick is in. That's going to be read soon. Bills are on the clock. Then you'll have the Ravens and the Bucs. So the Bucs are one pick away from being on deck here. So Trey Smith's still on the board, unless the Titans take him right here. Monty Rice, the linebacker from Georgia, comes off the board. So insane to me. And I like Monty Rice that he would go before Derek Barnes. Crazy. They're the same even type of linebacker. That's nuts to me. I mean, Chaz Surratt and Monty Rice both off the board. To me, those were fourth-round type players where I like Barnes and Jabril Cox and Baron Browning even a lot more. Now, Baron Browning's not a traditional linebacker, so I'd understand that one, but the rest of it is curious to me, man. I know that Barnes was going to go lower than I had him. I'm with linebackers coming off the board, it's surprising to me that he hasn't been more of a priority. We still have a good amount of corners. I mean, let's look at the situation.
The door has not been closed on Blaine Gabbert's return. Okay. And I was told that if they draft a quarterback, and folks, just in case you missed it, if you're tuning
in, the Bucs drafted a quarterback.
The Bucs did draft a quarterback, and they drafted this guy.
Yeah,
right there.
All right, so
don't plug that in. So yeah, with Kyle Trask coming, that does not necessarily preclude them from re-signing Blaine Gabbert. And then because you know what, you're going to have 4 quarterbacks in camp anyways. Bruce Arians likes to run back to back.
So Blaine would have to come back for cheap though.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And he'd beat out Griff probably. But.
Yes. I think Blaine Gabbert would be 2 and Kyle Trask would be 3 for this year, in my opinion.
Kyle Trask better beat out Blaine Gabbert. I'm just being honest. 2nd round pick. I'm sorry. 2nd round pick. I want you in your first camp to be able to beat out. I know. But Trask's supposed to be a smart guy, right? Like, okay, I know maybe it's asking a lot. At the end of the preseason, Trask, we should at least be like Trask is better than Gabbert. If the team wants to go
at the end of the preseason,
Gabbert's been around, we want him to be the number 2. But you and I should be able to look at each other and say Kyle Trask is the 2nd best quarterback on this team, whether the team wants to put him at 2 or not. That's my
I hear you. I hear you, John.
So I mean, I look at this board right now for the Bucs. Let's get people caught up a little bit on what's going on here.
We need to get caught up on something special that just happened here, John. We just got a $50 super chat.
Wow.
$50 from Lucas Butler.
Wow.
Just keep up the great work, fellas. I went from pissed to being okay with round 2. Gotta love the roller coaster that is the draft. I'd be absolutely thrilled with Miners or Melifonwu. Either one, let's trade and get them both. So,
yeah. Well, the Bills are on the clock now. The Ravens will be after them, and then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's just look at the top players that I have. I still have 3 second-round grades left. Quinn Miners, Wisconsin Whitewater, Derek Barnes, linebacker from Purdue, and Ifeatu Melifonwu, the cornerback from Syracuse.
Right.
Then in the 3rd round, some options that could be for the Bucs. Kenneth Gainwell, Michael Carter, running backs, both still available for the Bucs. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a bigger slot. We haven't talked about him a ton as a Bucs fit. I don't think that he necessarily is. I also don't think they're taking a wideout. We throw his name out there. Don't think they're going to take Northern Iowa tackle Spencer Brown. Mm-hmm. Trey Smith is on the board. That would probably be our guess at this point. He's a Bucs best bet.
Elijah Bolden is on the board from Washington. Mm-hmm. The problem is he's a great college football player.
Kid, hard worker.
I just don't know with the speed.
Yeah,
if he's going to make it in the NFL.
Now, 4'6" at 5'9", 185, but he did pull his hamstring or whatever. He had like a tweak or groin or something like that at his pro day. Could have affected the 40. Maybe they go with the time speed on him. I don't know. Hamson Nasirildeen from Florida State, the safety. He's available still at this point in the draft. Jabril Cox from LSU, the linebacker. Baron Browning, the linebacker / edge defender, great athlete from Ohio State. Nobody's sure where to play him. And then Cam Sample and Rashad Weaver, I don't really see them as Bucs fits, but they're the edge rushers that I still have with 3rd round grades at this point. So, yes, there are some names out there. I mentioned the defensive tackles, Davian Nixon. This is late 3rd round range. Davian Nixon, the Bucs, if they're thinking about a defensive tackle, we just know what the character concerns with Davian Nixon. I mean, this was in Bob McGinn's articles and everybody. A lot of teams have Davian Nixon actually off their board for character. It would be surprising to me if the Bucs were an exception to that. They are prioritizing character with their draft picks. So, and Marlon Tuipulotu, which is probably going to go lower than the 3rd round, but I think he's going to be a steady starter no matter where you get him.
I mean, he's definitely a guy that's a run stuffing defensive tackle, and the Bucs have had some value in that before. Bo Allen was that player in Tampa. A guy that would come in and help you out on 1st and 2nd down, and I think Steve McClendon's kind of that guy right now for the Bucs.
And the Bills just took Spencer Brown, by the way, Northern Iowa tackle.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. Yep. About the McClendon.
No, I just think that
Did you get this question, Michael Kellen, with the Davion Nixon?
No, I didn't.
Should they take Davion Nixon with the set for next pick? I think I kind of just answered that by accident, Michael. I didn't even see your super chat. I do really appreciate that $10 super chat. That is terrific. I don't think the Bucs would be the team to take the character risk on Davion Nixon. That would be a surprise to me if that were the case.
Do we know what the character concern is? Has there been some?
Yes, I kind of do, but I don't really want to say too much because I don't know all the details. Yeah. I mean, I think that some of it might be out there. I'm not even totally sure.
The other part of it too is, and this is kind of like an admission from Davion Nixon. There's a learning disability there, and it took him a while. He was a junior college player, transferred to Iowa. Took him a while to get into the system there and really see the field. And even last year, he was not the Hawkeyes' leading sacker. That was Chauncey Golston. Mm-hmm. So I know the Northwestern game, there was a lot of splash plays. The Penn State game, splashy, right? The pick six and all that stuff. He's got the tools, but there's just more than the physical traits that you got to look at. You got to look at the character of the person. You have to look at the ability to learn and retain information and digest it. And because it's not just about learning how to play defensive tackle, it's learning your opponents. It's learning the blocking scheme that you got to face. And 1 week it might be this way. The next week you might be facing, a power man scheme. The next week you might be facing a zone scheme.
Bucs are on the clock, by the way.
Bucs are on the
Ravens
clock.
pick is in. Bills took Spencer Brown, tackle from Northern Iowa. Ravens pick is in. We'll see what it is. Could be an offensive lineman, by the way, here. Quinn Miners, Derek Barnes, Hafitu Malfanu. My top players left on the board. If you look at the consensus board, Malfanu is now at the top of that. So, again, this was the pick I would have taken in the second round. It's there. Do the Bucs want to continue to add to the secondary? We know how much Jason Light loves day 2 defensive backs.
But the Bucs are on the clock already? That can't be.
Yeah, the Bucs are on the clock. Yeah, you need to update. You need to update that, refresh that. Yeah. So the Bucs are on the clock. But yeah, so I think that's a possibility here. If you look at the consensus board, Jabril Cox, linebacker from LSU. It is an LSU linebacker, but I don't think the Bucs are going to take him.
Yeah.
Elijah Molden, nickel corner from Washington. Davion Nixon, we mentioned the character
Michael
concerns.
Carter, North Carolina, is a player that I would be not surprised. Kenny Gainwell, Derek Barnes, Trey Smith.
Right. Ravens pick is about to be read here. All right, what are we going to get? Miners is still here. We thought maybe in this range this could be a chance for the Bucs, and obviously our Bucs best bet Trey Smith is still here.
Yeah,
as well, unless the Ravens take him on it. Ravens just took Ben Cleveland. Okay, so a guard is off the board.
Yeah, boy, that's a Baltimore pick right there. That's a
It is a Baltimore pick. I'm not a big Ben Cleveland fan, but it's definitely a Baltimore pick. If you're going to run the ball a ton, he is so big and he's so strong, but he really doesn't smash. I mean, 6'6" and a quarter, 343. He really doesn't smash people as much as you think because of not that he didn't try to, but he runs out of steam a little bit. But definitely their type of player.
So Ben Cleveland, guard from Georgia, is now a Baltimore Raven, and so the Buccaneers are on the clock.
So Trey Smith, you start to wonder. I mean, certainly, health-wise, what's going on with him? We know that there's definitely concerns with some teams, but you don't know how it's going to affect his stock really at this point. So here we are. The Bucs are on the clock, and their pick should be in any second now.
Never gone 3 for 3 on Bucs best bets, John.
Never gone 3 for 3?
No.
Trey Smith would make it happen. Who else would make it happen?
Michael Carter would make it happen. Derek Barnes would make it happen. Those are the 3 that make the most sense from a Bucs best bet perspective.
Right, unless they go to a day 3 guy that we got.
Yeah, right.
Change it up for us. Still counts.
Yeah, Jacob Harris, maybe the UCF weapon.
Be a wild pick at that point in time. Bucs pick is in, so we should see it any second now.
Yeah.
Maybe people in the chat have seen it before us. I'm not following the right people to get these picks tipped.
Notre Dame offensive tackle Robert Hainsey.
Oh, wow. So Hainsey is going to play center in Tampa Bay. This is a Brandon Thorne favorite. Brandon Thorne loves Robert Hainsey. I would guess he'll be a utility offensive lineman for the Bucs.
Yep.
Ability to play tackle, although he wasn't very good at tackle in my opinion last year. Ability to play guard definitely is probably where it projects best. I bet he's a pivot guard center option for them. Did think he was probably a zone-only fit, so it's an interesting fit.
Right.
Robert Hainsey gets absolutely after people. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He is a physical dude. He plays with a ton of energy. He plays with a ton of passion. He was undersized to tackle this past season, and he still found a way to make an impact and make a dent. He chases guys down. He gets after people. So from that perspective, very much a Bucs fit. I know Brandon Thorne is going to love this pick. We'll try and get him on tomorrow. He and actually Mark Schofield will try and get on tomorrow to give you quarterback and offensive line assessments on these guys, on Kyle Trask and Robert Hainsey. But yeah, Hainsey as a depth pick on the offensive line, I do like a lot. It's the fit that I'm curious about. Obviously, they liked him more than Quinn Miners at this point, in the draft. I think Hainsey, can he snap? He did at the Senior Bowl. I thought looked pretty good at the Senior Bowl. I thought he had a solid Senior Bowl, he and Aaron Banks. So he's small, but he's scrappy. And if you move him from tackle, I think I like him a lot more. His tape of tackle this past season wasn't crazy about it.
He's got some skinny legs. Reminds me of Caleb Benenoch with those skinny calves.
Oh, but he's a lot more technical than Caleb Benenoch. Yeah. don't put Caleb Benenoch in fans' minds with Hainsey. But yeah, I wasn't crazy about Hainsey at tackle, but projecting him inside, I think definitely a little bit more of a brighter projection for him inside. So he gets a chance to come in and compete. Maybe he's a guard down the road. Maybe he's a center option down the road. Maybe he gives them versatility there. But yeah, did think that he was going to go to more zone type teams. So I'm a little bit surprised that it was a Bucs type of fit for him. And I'll be curious to see where he plays. That'll be the most interesting thing about trying to get Jason Light's post pick comments on Robert Hainsey is how does he see Hainsey? Where does he see him playing? Is he a 5? Is he what they hoped in Joe Haig? 5-spot utility guy? Maybe. Is he more likely a guard center flex guy? I think that's where but he played tackle in college. So it's like helps you when you're deciding the active roster on game day. He might give you a hat somewhere else because he can fill multiple spots as a backup. So he's tested very well athletically, by the way, for people who are into that sort of thing. He kind of hit a lot of the thresholds that are needed for those athleticism benchmarks. I think that will help a lot. So a little bit of a surprise in terms of we didn't talk about Hainsey as a potential.
He was off of our radar.
Yeah, he was off our radar for the Bucs. I definitely thought zone teams were looking more at Hainsey than not, but a tough one too because he played tackle, and obviously he'll be definitely moving inside in the NFL on a full-time basis. I'll look up his measurements real quick here. We're going to pick, but yeah, he was kind of projected right in this range by most analysts. I'll look up his rank on the consensus board: 6'4.5", 306, ran a 5'2", 40, so not fast for sure. 32 and an 1/8 inch arms for him. Short wingspan, one of the smaller wingspans for a guard.
That's why he's projecting inside.
That's right, exactly right. Almost 23 years old, so he's a little bit on the older side too for a prospect.
Seasoned.
He started for 3 years at Notre Dame, all at right tackle, despite the fact that he was pretty clearly out of position. That he was the best option, and he battled through it. He's team captain his last 2 seasons at Notre Dame, second team All ACC this past year. He's been a guy he did miss 5 games with a fractured ankle in 2019, but they loved him. They called him Cap there. 34 starts. He was a consummate teammate. He's the Bucs guy from a personality standpoint. Oh yeah,
he definitely fits in with the culture.
Good short area agility. That's probably the best thing about Hainsey right now. He's able to get to guys in space. Now he needs to throttle down in space a little bit. When he gets a guy, he'll show some power. He plays as hard as he possibly can on every snap. I mean, he was a right tackle for years that frankly struggled at right tackle a lot of the time, but he would just get by on effort and technique. He didn't have physical tools. He didn't have this.
I'm not saying he's the same guy by any means, but AQ Shipley kind of comes to mind a little bit.
Alex Kappa comes to mind for me a little bit too. And Kappa wasn't a great athlete, and Hainsey may be a little bit better of an athlete, but they're kind of like, they don't have great bodies. Right. They might need to reshape a little bit, but they're tough. They're grinders. They get after people. Yeah. They're very physical. They're aggressive. They're leaders. They're the type of personality. The Bucs, they're kind of going outside. They've valued size certainly on their offensive line, and they're kind of going outside of that a little bit for the intangibles. If there's one thing on offensive line, we know that the Bucs appreciate more than the tangibles, than the physical stuff. It's the intangibles of that position. They are just not going to take somebody who isn't wired the right way and isn't pretty durable. And although he did have that broken ankle, he's been really durable outside of that. And so
I don't think the Bucs care about broken ankles. I mean, Alex Kappa broke his ankle last year. Vita Vea broke his ankle. It
fits right in.
Yeah, exactly.
Break your ankle.
He's at home.
Break your ankle, you can come to the Bucs. Good player.
But I'd say not that it's important, because you listen, offensive line picks aren't sexy typically. Yeah. But this is not a pick that's going to move the needle with fans. It's coming on the heels of the Trask pick.
It's funny that Quinn Miners would have. I guarantee the Chargers took Quinn Miners with like 2 picks later, I think.
Okay, so here's the thing with Quinn Miners. The Bucs weren't that high on him.
Not compared to
Okay. Just letting you know.
Not compared to where we thought they might be early on.
We thought they might be early on. We got some word that was not the case. That's why he poof gone from our mock drafts and was not a Bucs best bet.
People are like, what happened to Quinn Miners? Well, we didn't think he was going to be Bucs best bet, but at this point in the draft, we thought maybe they would consider him. But Hainsey was the next best guy interior left on my board, other than Trey Smith. With obviously, I think the medicals are playing a role in that. And the other thing with Trey Smith, as much as we talked about him being a Bucs best bet,
he's not a polished player. He's not and
he's not a center.
Yeah,
he gives you no positional flexibility,
other than tackle. He could play some right tackle. Maybe.
It was pretty rough, but technically yes. Well, though Hainsey's pretty rough at tackle too. So. But I think the snapping ability was something they wanted because, and maybe that was overlooked a little bit biased, but that was, I think, something that they wanted to have something. But right now, they don't have a backup snapper. That's not something that they have necessarily.
Yeah. So Jason Light's talking right now with Mark Cook, and we're going to bring in Mark
one-on-one.
No, not one-on-one. Mark's not that special. He's not going to get the one-on-one on draft night. No.
Ronnie Perkins did just get drafted by New England, so Ronnie Perkins truthers. New England decided to make a bad draft. I mean, New England decided to take him. People could clip so many segments from this if people end up being good that I've ripped on this show.
We're going to be
clip it and
with
throw it back.
Freezing old takes.
I mean, I've been on freezing cold takes so many times.
I don't think we have.
The Pewter Report? Or
no, I don't think so.
Oh, I have. Well, personally, yeah. Darius Leonard. I was very low on Darius Leonard. Then he won Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Rip.
I was going through some old Bucs best bets from.
Was he a Bucs best bet?
No, but Bobby Wagner was in the 2000 was it 2000 and gosh, what year was that? 2010.
Oh, that was
2011.
This will be his 10th season, I think. So okay, so Derek Barnes and Ifeatu Melifonwu, the best players left on my board at this point in time. Quinn Miners coming off the board. Chargers are absolutely just – they didn't even take Quinn Miners. Why did the – people, did you tell us Quinn Miners going to the Bucs? You lied to us in the chat. That's unacceptable. Can't lie to us in the chat. Wow. Trey McKitty, the tight end from Georgia, is the Chargers pick, by the way.
Not just the tight end from Georgia, the tight end from Wesley Chapel, Florida, which is exactly where we are right now.
That's right, yeah. So congrats to Trey McKitty, representing the area very well right now. Top players left on the board right now at this point in time. We are still dealing with a shortage at running back. Quinn Miners is actually not been drafted. We were lied to. We were bamboozled, run amok, led astray, hoodwinked, flat out deceived. There it is.
South Pasco Predators.
Wow.
Right here.
Is that his old helmet?
No, this is not his old helmet.
I mean, not his, but I mean the team.
Yeah. No,
is that
this is a South Pasco Predator helmet.
Oh. So. And that's the team he played for?
Yes. I didn't coach him. But
you knew him? Or you know him? Or, okay,
yeah.
Cool.
When Logan and Caden were young kids, he was like the peewee. So he was like the older kid. So I think he's the second South Pasco Predator alum to be drafted. Which is pretty cool.
I'm going to read Brandon Thorne's. I'm sure he's posted his evaluation here of Hainsey. He loves Hainsey.
Okay. Give me 1 second here, John. Let's do a little audio visual here.
The Broncos took Quinn Miners. So he was picked. Brandon Thorne has got to be geeked about that. He's a Broncos fan.
Yeah.
All right, I'm telling Brandon, give me the Hainsey report.
Here we go. There it is.
We'll bring Brandon on tomorrow to talk about Robert Hainsey and why he likes him.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Brandon had our second round grade on Robert Hainsey.
Wow.
So he really liked him. No question, he really liked him. I was not that impressed with his tape, but again, I was watching him at tackle, and it was hard to get by the fact that he just looked like he couldn't. I mean, it wasn't technique; he was just so small for a tackle.
Yeah.
No length. But he is scrappy. I mean, he will chase guys down the field trying to block them. I mean, there's no shortage of energy.
All right, John, you have that report pulled up?
I don't. He hasn't sent it to me yet.
Oh, okay.
I wish he had. Right. I'm trying to. Quinn Miners got drafted to Denver, so he will be in competition to start there. Honestly, probably.
Yeah.
We'll see how quickly he adjusts. But man, being a top 100 pick for Quinn Miners, a Division III Wisconsin Whitewater kid,
that even playing
without playing this past year.
Yeah.
Man, you got to have some intangibles to do that, man.
All right, so There he is. There's the guy. Not a great looking prospect in terms of body.
You said not great looking.
Yeah.
In terms of, I mean, you're not wrong.
I know.
You just said it very bluntly.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's got a
Look at
gut
this
and a
guy.
butt and no twiggy legs. I mean, just saying.
Look at this guy. No, I think I'm excited to hear what Brandon has to say about him tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, there's been some guys that, I mean,
he looks like a center. He looks more like a center than he does a right tackle, for sure.
Right. Yeah, he's going to get after people for sure. Now we'll see. Development, obviously, remember, we're talking about a guy developing, right? Like, so developing his body is going to be a step in the process. You know he's going to work. You know he's going to get after people. You know he's tough. I think you have to develop that part of it for him for sure.
Yeah. Do we already?
We did answer that earlier, Mike Gone. I got that one.
Appreciate
that
super chat. I need to update here.
So Melifonwu is still falling. They were not convinced that he is tougher than his brother.
I'm not ripping Light's draft picks. I'm ripping his body.
Ripping this guy's bond. So Derek Barnes is still available, and I Ifeatu Melifonwu is still available.
I would have, that's fair. Ryan Jensen doesn't exactly have a great ability either, and that's true. Why? Because
Kappa had a terrible build.
Yeah,
coming in.
Ryan Jensen eats a lot of brisket.
Yeah.
Okay, brisket's very good, but it's not great for you. It's fatty. It's a fatty meat. I like it from Kansas City, so why wouldn't I like it?
Kenneth Gainwell, Michael Carter still on the board. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Trey Smith, Davion Nixon, and Marlon Tuiopolotu. Defensive tackles. Cam Sample. Come on, somebody take Cam Sample.
That's not bad, according to Pro Football Focus. If this is true, and
he is also a Pro Football Focus favorite, by the way, Hainsey. Yeah,
we have a report on there we can share with her.
Yeah, for sure. And we have Dane's report we can share as well.
All right, let's do that.
Okay, Dane's report on Robert Hainsey says this: wide base with adequate quickness and mirror skills, understands pass set depth, able to reset his anchor and recover after giving early ground, flashes violence in his hands, coil to mash on down blocks. Calculated with his chances, burying rushers when he senses the opportunity. Very alert when passing off rushers and picking up blitzers. Always looking for bodies to bump, and you won't find him standing around until well after the whistle. Consummate teammate and 2-year team captain. Nickname in the program was Cap. Terrific starting experience with 34 starts over the last 4 seasons. Weaknesses: lacks ideal mass in his lower body. Scott pointed that out. The skinny legs. Average feet and knee bend, allowing wide speed to stress him. Shorter arms, and it shows on the edge, allowing rushers to wrap his outside shoulder. His hands are too often wide and late to the party, inconsistent body control in space, and can be tossed around. Adequate quickness to the second level, but needs to be more efficient with his bump and climb and not overshoot his target. Doesn't rely on his lower body to drive blocks. Suffered a fractured left ankle in November 2019. Missed the final 5 games of his junior season. All his college starts came at right tackle, lacking extensive experience inside a guard. Do think of the Senior Bowl, he showed up pretty good and really impressed kind of at guard a little bit. So, his Senior Bowl numbers were some of the stronger ones from Pro Football Focus at guard. So maybe it's a little bit high for him. It's hard to know to me because I just don't think there's very many good players in the class. So Hainsey looked like a natural center at the Senior Bowl, and that's where his physical limitations would fit in best, Pro Football Focus says. So, he's not really going to reset the line of scrimmage, in my opinion, but scrappy guy that if he can add strength, that's obviously big for him. I think that's where his focus should be right now. But his workout was a pretty good one. I mean, 74th percentile for the 3-cone. That is a very strong workout number in terms of being indicative for offensive line success. So catch up on some of these picks. Nashawn Wright, I went to the Cowboys at 99 overall. He is cornerback from Oregon State. That is a big reach based on what I've seen. He is probably way down the consensus board. So the Cowboys keep reaching for a couple guys here. Let's see how far down the board he is. He might be the furthest guy. Trey McKitty was at 156, by the way. Chauncey Golden, 166. Malcolm Kuntz. And now – I don't think this guy was on I don't think Nashawn Wright was on the consensus board, or it hasn't been updated yet. We'll see. Cowboys might have just went off the whole board. Impressive stuff. Really impressive stuff. Titans pick is coming up live. See if I can get that big board from Brandon here. Or sorry, that report from Brandon here. But yeah, Robert Hainsey. We knew it wasn't going to be this super sexy draft per se, but I think that it'll trying to fill in some depth. See what happens on day 3. Obviously, the Bucs hit some magic there, especially the wide receiver position. Let's see, Jason Light. Here's some thoughts on Jason Light from Jason Light, I think, on Robert Hainsey. He says they see Hainsey as a versatile guy. He's 3-year starter at right tackle. They also think he's big upside at guard and center. After playing there at the Senior Bowl, he's got a lot of characteristics that their O-line currently has. Hainsey could be a 4-position player for the team. 4 positions, tight end. Similarities.
No, I think he's saying left tackle, right tackle, center.
Right guard and left guard, or
Sure.
he can't play center. So those 5. So which one can he do? Left tackle. He can't
Probably
do left
can't
tackle.
do left tackle, yeah.
Right, okay. Jason Light says there's some similarities between Trask and Tom Brady. There it is. I'm not going to read the rest of the quote. I'm just going to read that. Just kidding. In terms of their competitiveness and having to wait for their opportunity and then taking it. Love it. Glad that Trask cares about winning. Oh, here we go. Brandon Thorne. Hang on. Stand by. I clicked past it. Here we go. Bucs got a technician in Robert Hainsey, one of my guys in this class, going right where I graded him. Absolutely. So it was 3rd round.
Yep.
Absolutely love the fit in the Bucs O-line room too. Can be a stud swing interior offensive lineman early, play tackle in a pinch with upside as a plus starter. Here's what he says about him. Hainsey is a multiple-year team captain with 34 career starts, who was recruited to Notre Dame by Harry Heiston before starting for 3 years under current line coach Jeff Quinn. Hainsey is an undersized player with marginal length for tackle and below-average girth and sand, who excels using pristine technique, fundamentals, and efficiency. He uses above-average short area quickness and excellent weight distribution to snap out of his stance and play balanced with refined use of hands to strike, leverage, and sustain blocks consistently as a run and pass blocker. His best fits is inside a zone run scheme at the center position, where he spent the bulk of his time at the Senior Bowl with the versatility to play guard and tackle in a pinch. Hainsey has performed in Mobile and at his pro day at 300-plus pounds, so it appears he is capable of maintaining the weight to help quell some of the concerns there, making him an early starter at the pivot with the skill set and the makeup to carve out a long pro career. I will try to get Brandon on the show tomorrow, and I'll also try to get Mark Schofield on the show tomorrow. Mark is quarterback expert who can give thoughts on Cal Trask. I bet he's watched every college snap of Cal Trask. That's how Mark is, former college quarterback, one of the best in the business. He's been on the show before, giving us great insight into Tom Brady last season and Bruce Arians' offense. And he's also a Patriots guy, so he's watched probably every snap of Brady's career and studied it. So he's a great idea of what the Bucs are trying to do at quarterback and how Trask fits into that. So trying to get him on the show tomorrow, try to get Brandon Thorne on the show to talk about some of these offensive linemen. We're talking in particular about Hainsey, and then we'll look ahead to some day 3 potential targets for the Bucs too. So trying to get those guys on tomorrow. But so there goes Elijah. Did Elijah Molden come off the board? He did the Tennessee Titans. Pick 100. So nice. Got another guy in my top 100 in there. Appreciate that, Tennessee. Thank you. I'll update with best players left on the board here as the 3rd round wraps up. I think the Cowboys drafted somebody, Scott, who was not on the consensus board at all.
Really?
Yeah, Nashawn Wright, a cornerback.
Who?
Nashawn Wright. Steve Dane definitely has him. I've heard his name before. That's the first guy, though, I can say I've not
Lions
seen. Lions
took Melifonwu. Did you say that?
I hadn't seen that yet. So Melifonwu now off the board, no. Great pick by the Lions. One good player now. 21 to go. Just kidding. But seriously. 49ers on the clock. Rams, Ravens, and Broncos left to go. So Robert Hainsey. You think people should we keep the picture up, or are people still looking at Hainsey here? Or are we still looking at those Cavs trying to see if they could do better? Just kidding.
I think he could probably stand to use the weight room a little bit.
Yeah,
work on the calves.
Yeah, that's right.
Stop skipping left leg day. Right.
Just getting after him. Lions got Sewell. That's true. 2 good players. Good point, Hans. Good point. $100 super chat for Matthew Hamilton.
Just saw that.
Just for existing? He doesn't even ask a question, Matthew. If you want that question answered,
Come on.
Give us a question.
For $100.
Yeah, for $100.
We got to work for you.
Yeah, ask us something tough.
Yeah.
Something really tough that I'm going to have to think about. Yeah, Bucs fans are roasting your boy Hainsey. But thank you, Matthew. That's a very kind super chat. Feel free to drop a question. We will answer.
Thank you so much.
Even if it's a deeply personal question, Scott will answer it.
That's true. Especially it's after 11 o'clock on a Friday. Anything goes.
That's right. We've literally
Anything
slept.
goes.
The amount we've slept, we could say it and not even know at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nashawn Wright is the first player. Oh, sorry. Click past it.
I'm not delirious yet. That's going to come in about 27 minutes when midnight strikes. And then I realize I've only had 3 hours of sleep in the last 24 hours.
Yep. Oh, 49ers just selected cornerback Ambry Thomas. I like that pick for them. It's a good range for him to come off the board for sure. Now, Arif says about the consensus big board, Nashawn Wright is the first player selected this year, not in the top 300 of the consensus big board, ranked 307th overall. Rick picked 99th overall by the Cowboys. The first off the board pick typically happens a bit earlier in the draft, but not always. So, wow, like I said, this just wasn't even late for that. But he is about as bad of an athlete as we've ever seen at corner. According to RAS from Kent Lee Platt, this guy was 1,349 out of 1,790 cornerbacks who've done athletic testing from 87 to 2021. Wow. He scored a 2.47 out of 10 in athletic testing, and he's 6'4". So this could be one of the worst picks we've seen ever by the Cowboys.
Sounds like it.
Great stuff by Dallas.
It does sound like it.
Sounds like they've added a horrible player in the third round. By the way, if y'all think this is bad, just wait till day 3.
Wait till tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow we're going to be getting every one of these picks.
Day 3 where the picks continue to suck.
Yeah. We've seen 4 cornerbacks in a row come off the board here, and the Cowboys took the first one, and he's horrible.
Yeah.
The next 3, however, promising. So, I mean, think about this. If you're the Cowboys, you took Nashawn Wright at 99. If Elijah Molden, Ifeatu Melifonwu, and Ambry Thomas, the next 3 picks are all better than Nashawn Wright, and everybody in their grandmother has those guys ranked higher except for the Cowboys.
Right.
That's just I'm talking a lot about the 99th pick in the draft, but it would be a very
basically if you're a Cowboys fan, isn't it time to find the new team? Isn't it just time to give up on the star?
It's time to come to the Bucs.
Yeah.
But they haven't won a playoff game since the Lions game where the refs gave it to them. And then the refs took it back for the Packers the next.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What's that called? A course correction?
Yeah,
right?
I think that's what it is. Yeah, that's what they do. Matthew Hamilton did reply here. He said, no comments, no questions. He just enjoys the show and he appreciates Pewter Report's work.
We appreciate that super chat. We appreciate all of our super chatters tonight and all of our non-super chatters in the chat room. So we appreciate everybody.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Kyle Trask will never even come close to being as good as Jimmy G. Very specific comparison there, Hans Pennyloaf. I agree. He will probably never be as good as Jimmy G. Those are the statistical averages at the position. The Rams pick is in. Going to get their pick live from their resort house thing.
The beach house.
Beach house, yes. Thank you.
I think that's why they wanted to do the beach house this year because they hardly have any picks. They just want to party, right?
Right.
It's Friday night, Rager.
Right. I mean, hey, get it. Okay, let's update people with the consensus board so they know going into day 3 the players that the Bucs probably won't have a shot at. LSU linebacker Jabril Cox is the top player on the board. Davion Nixon, the defensive tackle from Iowa, is 61st on the consensus board.
I remember when Davion Nixon was mocked to the Bucs
in 32. He's still one of the most mocked players to the Bucs going back to, if you take mocks back to December.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. 61 overall. The character stuff was really what's dropping.
Well, you know what's funny was I wasn't too familiar with Davion Nixon, and I saw that. I'm thinking, well, holy crap! I haven't heard about this guy. Right? Am I out of the loop? I got to do some research on him. So the first game I put on is the Penn State game.
Yeah,
and I'm like, oh, okay, this guy's a player.
Wait, sorry, Arians just said he hopes they can get Blaine Gabbert re-signed soon.
Yes,
that he just said that.
Yeah, I told you guys the Blaine Gabbert is not dead. He's not.
But they just took a quarterback in the
He's
second
coming
round.
back, I'm telling you. Right? I mean, I told you guys 20 minutes ago that they're not done with Blaine Gabbert. Blaine's going to come back.
Bucs head coach Bruce Arians says he hopes they can get a contract done with Blaine Gabbert soon. Then they can have a normal competition during training camp.
Yep.
So Blaine versus
Blaine's the number
versus
2.
Griff. Who's competing? Cal Trask is not getting cut. He's a second-round pick.
He's competing with Griff.
If Griff, no way. Griff is screwed. Oh my!
You said
gosh.
it, John, not me.
Jeez.
But
Poor Griff. They were the first. They didn't have a
but you're
backup.
not wrong.
Griff, come back.
John, you said it, not me. But you're not wrong.
So it'll be Gabbert versus Griff. Gabbert will win that competition.
Yes.
Griff will be gone.
It's just like wrestling, right? It's entertainment, but we know the outcome.
That's right. we know what'll happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
I get it. I used to watch wrestling as a kid, and when I found that it wasn't real, man, I was crushed. I really was.
Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah. No, I bought into the storylines, man. I did.
That's funny.
Like
I've never actually been into wrestling at all, believe it or not. In fact, if you asked me to name 10 professional wrestlers right now, I couldn't do it.
You can't even name 10?
I don't think so.
I mean,
I might not even be able to 5 right now. Now, if you said
God.
10 names, I might know. I'd be like, oh, yeah, I know who that is. I could name – there's not many I can name. I mean, John Cena was one. Okay. I don't know all the wrestler names. Well, Undertaker is a dude.
I know a lot of the old school guys.
Who's the dude? Roman Reigns.
Roman Reigns. Like Triple H.
Heard of Triple H, yes, heard of him. Yep.
How about Jake the Snake? You heard of Jake the Snake?
Jake Plummer, yeah.
No,
I remember Jake Plummer. Good quarter, semi-good quarter. No, probably pretty bad quarter.
Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Yes, I know
Bulldog Bob Brown.
Who's the guy that does the trying to hold these? What's his name?
Ric Flair.
Yes.
Yeah, Ric Flair.
Yeah, Ric Flair. Yeah.
Dusty Rhodes. The American Dream, Dusty Rhodes.
Yes. Oh, Dwayne, obviously The Rock. Yeah, The Rock, obviously. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Obviously those guys.
See,
so maybe I can name 10.
Hulk Hogan, Randy Macho Man Savage.
Oh
yeah, come on, John.
I don't know that. See, that's where you lose
Randy
me. I know their
Macho Man
names, but I don't know anything about them. Now Roman Reigns was with a group, wasn't he? There was it was a group. Roman Reigns, didn't he have a group?
That was Chris Jericho.
Didn't he fight with a couple guys?
Oh, I thought you meant like a rock group.
No.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a whole bunch of these guys.
Okay.
New World Order, the Four Horsemen,
Andre the Giant.
Yeah. Andre the Giant. Yeah, you're well versed.
I know their names, but I honestly if you showed them a picture of all of them, I couldn't tell you who half of them were. Like I've heard the names.
You could probably pick out Andre the Giant out of a crowd.
Yes, I know him because he's in the movie. He's in the Princess Bride. I know that. Yeah.
There you go.
So great movie. All right. What do we have here? What's going on? Oh, the NFL draft. Yeah, I forgot. Ernest Jones, linebacker from South Carolina, just went to the Rams at 103. Okay. They continue, Scott, to have a remarkably bad draft. Yeah, Ernest Jones is way down the board here.
I mean, don't you feel like the Rams ship is sinking?
I don't know. They got Matt Stafford. That's a big upgrade. I don't think they're competition, but yeah. Over Jared Goff.
Can he stay healthy?
I don't know.
Behind that offensive line? Can he stay healthy?
Yeah. I don't know. Ernest Jones, by the way, the 204th player on the consensus board rankings right now. Just went to the Rams. Pretty crazy. We've got the lowest ranked is still, Brandon Stevens must have just been drafted by the Ravens. He's 255 on the consensus board. Cornerback from Southern Methodist University. I actually wrote him up in our Bucs best corner, our Bucs cornerbacks preview in Bucs Best Bets article. So go check him out if you care about that. I doubt that you do. Denver Broncos on the clock at 105. The proud team that Quinn Miners now plays for. Scott Federico, we appreciate the $10 super chat.
Thank you very much.
Great job tonight, guys. Thanks for the great coverage. Go Bucs. Go Bucs indeed. Greatly appreciate y'all. This has been great, man. We've had an awesome turnout. Y'all spread the word. Super chat donations have been huge. Honestly, y'all sustain us with the energy, really.
Yes.
Starting out, I was like, oh man, driving here, I'm like, oh, here we go. A couple hours of sleep. I think I've got 8 hours of sleep in the last 3 days combined. I know. It's bleak right now.
I wish that the league, I wish we could petition the league to start the draft instead of noon, 2 p.m. Just let everyone sleep in.
It would be a little bit, it'd be nice if it was like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday thing or something.
It used to be.
I mean, because they could finish Sunday at 6.
It used to be Saturday and Sunday. The draft used to be
it's
2
so
days.
Weird they don't do that. Why would people would feel better about staying up late on a Friday night if you move the first night to Friday. Then you do Saturday night late night, and then you'd have noon to 6 and you'd be done before dinner on Sunday. I mean,
where's Cook? Where's he at?
I don't know.
We got
Where is
he? Asking,
We got a Cletus. Find Mark Cook for us. Baron Browning to the Broncos. Great pick. The Broncos just killed it.
Gotta get some sense.
Gosh, I'm back in just when I thought I was going to be done with the Broncos. That's been my side AFC team, but the quarterback situation. Imagine if they weren't cowards and they'd taken a quarterback early in the draft.
They get suckered in that Teddy Bridgewater trade.
Oh my gosh, Teddy's
never the answer.
We feel great about Drew Lock's potential, and Teddy Bridgewater
never the answer. Never the answer.
Get out of here. Just say you're cowards. It's less words to just say that you're scared. Scared to be great.
Scared to be great.
That's it. Just say that.
Oh my goodness.
All right, we're done with the third round. The third round's officially over. The Bucs have added 2 players on day 2. Quarterback Kyle Trask, center, right guard / left guard / right tackle Robert Hainsey, who only played right tackle at Notre Dame but is now being projected to 4 positions. I believe that that's pretty likely for his NFL career, that he's going to play 4 different spots at some point in time. Now, he might never get on the field at right tackle. I sure hope he doesn't. But center, right guard, left guard, I think that's in his cards. The Bucs tried to get this kind of guy with Joe Haig. Yeah. It did not go very well, Scott.
It was also expensive. That's the thing, right? It was also
this is cheap.
Yeah.
Right. And hopefully Robert Hainsey has better hands and won't drop a touchdown in the back of the end zone in the biggest game of his life.
Costly drop for Joe Haig.
Yeah, costly drop for Joe Haig, for sure. Cost him any shot at ever getting targeted again, and the infamy that he would live in if he had caught a touchdown in the Super Bowl as an offensive lineman.
I know.
Hogs everywhere. He let down hogs everywhere.
No,
we can't talk about it enough. We really can't. I'm just distressed thinking about it. I mean, I think all the offensive linemen who suffered blood, sweat, and tears, who threw one more pancake block, who did one more lap when they didn't feel like it, who put back a cheeseburger on the plate.
Yes.
All for that.
Yeah.
All for the moment that Joe Haig had in his hands in the Super Bowl to catch a touchdown pass from the GOAT, and he dropped it.
Banished to Pittsburgh. Banished to Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. I forgot.
That's right.
I blocked it out.
You can't escape Joe Haig. He's like that recurring dream.
Gosh. I hope his house gets snowed on in the summer. Yep. That's what I hope.
The Joe Haig hate is real.
Oh my gosh.
All right. So
cast you out. Great comment there, Mr. Engel. Cast you out. Banished. You shall not pass into Tampa once more. All right. Who's good players that are left available on the board, Scott? Let's talk about it. Derek Barnes, linebacker from Purdue, your guy.
Yeah.
Say what you like about Derek Barnes real quick.
I like that there's position flexibility. He's a good blitzer. He can get after it. I think he's got pretty good speed.
Mm-hmm.
I like the way he hits, man. He brings the lumber.
Oh my gosh.
He'll whack you and knock you out.
I think he'll be one of the first 4th round picks, unfortunately, but
I think so.
There's a couple linebackers. I mean, Baron Browning, we saw just go off the board. I absolutely love that pick by Denver to close out the 3rd round that way. Barnes and Jabril Cox are the top linebackers left on the board. That position got chewed up today. I mean, there's not a lot left at linebacker. Tony Fields, maybe as you get down into day 3. We've talked about Isaiah McDuffie.
Yep. Here's our Bucs best bets. Run through these real quick, John. And we have two.
2 out of 3 picks so far.
That's great.
All the running backs. We didn't see Kenneth Gainwell, Michael Carter, Kylan Hill. We only saw 2 running backs go on the draft in the 1st round, 2 in the 2nd and 3rd round combined. So Michael Carter and Kenneth Gainwell still on the board. Man, somebody's going to get good players with those guys and great value because running backs in the 4th round that can give you legitimate carries, receptions. They can give you legitimate play right out of the gate. That's going to be great value picks for somebody later in this draft. I think for the Bucs at wide receiver, Tamorian Terry is one of the wide receivers we're looking at later in the draft. Maybe Chuba Hubbard at running back later in the draft, or Chuba. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you Chubby, Chuba. Jacob Harris.
Yeah,
it's Chuba.
It's Chuba.
Yeah, Chuba
like a Chuba.
I said Chuba, and I should have just said Chuba from the beginning. Just want to make sure he wasn't insulting because I know he's probably watching the show.
Probably.
Central Florida's Jacob Harris.
Yeah, I think that could be a guy.
Yeah,
right there on
special teams are going to be the priority, man.
Yeah.
It really is. Kentucky's Landon Young, Tennessee's Terry Smith still on the board. The health is obviously, I'm sure, part of the situation here. Grambling State, David Moore. We love David Moore. I think if he's available in the 5th. I mean, that could be. I think their next pick is going to be a special teamer all the way, a linebacker, a DB, something like that. I think that's kind of where we're heading with the next pick. Indiana's Harry Kreider at center could be the late option. There's not a lot of center options, but Hainsey might be filling that void.
Yeah, I think that probably takes him off the table there.
Defensive tackle late, BYU's Kairos Tonga, older player. We're talking about 7th rounder, probably run stuffer, very little upside.
Don't rule it out. You look at Jason Light.
Absolutely.
He's drafted defensive tackles late on day 3 last year. Khalil Davis, 6th round. He's drafted Stevie Tuikulabatu in the 7th round and Terry Beckner Jr. in the 7th round. So.
And with Ellerson Smith, the late outside linebacker, you're not only getting more depth at outside linebacker, more competition there, but you are probably also getting a really good special teams player. Big, physical, aggressive, fast, kind of guy that profiles certainly as a special teamer, hustle guy. Linebacker, we obviously love Derek Barnes. Not sure he's going to be there. How about later? Isaiah McDuffie could be a late 4th, their 5th round pick. Maybe they move up in the 4th. And they lose a couple of those 7ths. Cost to move up is not going to be too high right now.
Right.
And then the late cornerback, Boise State's Avery Williams, the guy with 9 return touchdowns. Could he be a kind of a spoiled pick for the Bucs to upgrade the special teams unit? We will see. And then the late safety, Cincinnati James Wiggins, yoked up, dude. Yoked up.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what,
hit people on teams.
Tamorian Terry, Scary Terry from Florida State. It's a player that I'm kind of high on. And speaking of Florida State, we're going to bring on our Florida State's expert here.
You got the headphones?
Yes.
Right
there. Let's see
here. I'll update the board while you're getting an update from Marcus.
We're going to get Mark Cook in here.
Oh, Marcus Cook. Can we call him Marcus? Never thought about it before.
Oh, Marcus. Mark Cook, how the hell are you?
You can call me Marcus if you want to, John. Just don't call me Johan if you don't mind. Just stick with the Mark part.
Okay, Johan. Let's talk about Robert Hainsey. What did Jason Light have to say about the Bucs' latest draft pick and the 3rd round pick?
Yeah, he talked about how he really jumped on their boards at the Senior Bowl. His versatility, had a really good week. At the Senior Bowl. They obviously liked his Notre Dame tape as well, but when they saw his ability to kick inside, play center, play guard, he really feels his upside. He thinks he can play right tackle in the National Football League, but he really thinks his upside is at the guard or the center position, and that was the big thing that they liked. And Bruce Arians talked about him as well. Bruce said they actually had some opportunities. Teams wanted to move up for that pick, and they said, hell no. They were high on Hainsey. They really wanted him there. Didn't realize he was an IMG kid, had been down here for a couple years before he went to Notre Dame. A Pittsburgh guy, John.
Pittsburgh guy, Robert Hainsey.
Oh, yeah. Pittsburgh guy. I should have mentioned that at the outset.
Yep.
Yeah. And I asked him, I said, what's your demeanor? How do you play football? How do you play football? And he said, he definitely wants to play with an edge. You want to punish the guy that's in front of you. But at the end of the day, you don't want to let your 4 other teammates down. And I think he was really proud of, and he talked about it, the other 2 guys on the offensive line that have been drafted as well earlier in the draft. He's really excited to see where their career goes. They have
Liam
a special bond.
and Aaron Banks.
Yeah, they got a real special bond, that group, and you saw that with their play. I mean, they were very successful offensive line the last few years up in Notre Dame. Jason was pretty ecstatic about it as well. I think they kind of see him in that Joe Hague role, initially maybe.
Right.
But as we've talked about, and I know you guys have on the podcast, and John especially, that Alex Scappa, who knows what happens to him after next year? And is Aaron Stinney that guy? They don't know that. I think that they look at him as potential, regardless of what happens with Cappa, to be a guy.
They also need that backup center too, because they went through AQ Shipley. Earl Watford had to be an emergency signing for the Super Bowl to be the backup. So that's certainly kind of a position of need, not a pressing need like you need a starter, but certainly for depth, it's a depth need on this team. So Bruce Arians was also talking to you guys. What did he have to say about Kyle Trask?
He laughed and scoffed at the notion that he doesn't have arm strength. He says he can make every
scoffed at the notion that he didn't have arm strength. Bruce Arians said this guy's got plenty of arm.
Robert
strength.
Hainsey?
No, talking about Kyle Trask.
Yeah, he said he can make every throw we need him to make. And we don't draft guys to run the football, he said. We draft guys to throw the football.
At all.
Yeah.
And Jason said the same thing. I mean, the question obviously is brought up, the arm strength. That's the biggest thing. And he said, we drafted him. I mean, obviously we liked him. We don't think there's any issues with arm strength or anything like that at all. I asked Jason if there is some comps to Tom Brady. Now, obviously I'm not saying, by any stretch Kyle Trask becomes that guy, but going back and evaluating Tom Brady coming out of Michigan and evaluating Kyle Trask. And Jason said, I see where you're going with this. And he says, I get it. He says, I'm certainly not going to compare the two. I can compare a rookie to the greatest of all time. He says, but yeah, I mean, in terms of their athletic ability, maybe lack thereof, he didn't say that part, right? But limited. But his ability, and both Bruce and Jason both kept mentioning Kyle Trask's ability to process information, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and how important that is. And Bruce said it in his system, what they need. Clyde and Byron were both at his pro day and apparently came back with raving reviews. Another thing that Jason and Bruce talked about was his mental toughness, his, to sit behind guys at times. And like Bruce said, I mean, in today's college football, hey, I don't get to play, I'm transferring. But Kyle Trask didn't do that. And he loves that part of him. And again, how does that translate to the NFL? Who knows? Obviously he's not going to be a malcontent complaining. And like Jason and Bruce both said, Tom Brady's not worried about losing his job. And he was asked about that. Did you talk to Tom Brady about this? And Jason said, he had a conversation with Tom about it, but Tom's such a team first guy. He's like, you guys take whatever you need to do because it's all about the football team.
Mark, I think it's a different situation now than when the Patriots drafted Jimmy Garoppolo, right? In the second round. Yeah. And you're still in your prime. Yeah. For Tom Brady. Almost like how the Patriots, or I should say the Packers drafted Jordan Love in the first round, right? It kind of raised some eyebrows with Aaron Rodgers. But I think now that Brady has kind of started his own clock, right? He came down here and signed the 2-year deal, then did a 1-year extension. And he knows that the writing's on the wall. And you know what? He's going to go out on his terms, right? Sure. He's going to be the guy that's going to decide when it's time to hang it up. And so I think that this will be a different situation. And talking with Hugh MacArthur, our esteemed owner, president, El Capitan of Pewter Report, who lives up in Boston and has kept one eye on the Buccaneers all these years and one eye on the Patriots and, of course, Tom Brady. He mentioned to me in a text, he said, Tom Brady does not like young quarterbacks. He does not take guys under his wing and shepherd them along. But I think this is different now. Yeah, because I don't think that Tom Brady has ever really felt threatened by any means, but you can't control what a franchise does. You're not the coach. You're not the owner. You're just the quarterback, regardless of how great you are.
But anytime a team brings in a young guy like he saw with Garoppolo and who else? Jacoby Brissett was drafted, fairly early as well in there. I mean, that's just motivation to Tom. But you're right. Yeah. I mean, I don't see Tom, but in Matt this Castle, situation, Matt Castle. But you're right. I think where you're going in this situation is Tom sees that he's on the downside of the hill, right? I mean, he's not going to play another 10 years. When these things were happening in New England,
he doesn't want to.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Exactly right, Mark. Yeah. It's not that he has 10 years left to play. And he did back then. You're exactly right. But now he doesn't want to play 10 more years. He wants to play 2 more years and go out on his terms. And he knows he's going to go out on his terms in Tampa. And he's okay with it. And I think that this will be a different situation. And I think that you are going to see some shepherding from a Brady to a Kyle Trask. And you know what? Even if he doesn't get it from Brady, okay? I mean, Kyle Trask walks in the building with the quarterback whisperer, right? With this guy, the head coach, right? And then you've got Tom Moore, who knows more about quarterbacking than Bruce Arians does. And Bruce will be the first one to tell you that. Then you got Clyde Christensen and Byron Leftwich, right? So there's
Byron, who played in the NFL for a long time. I mean,
exactly.
He's not going to lack. He's not going to lack for mentors, like we've seen some Buccaneer quarterbacks, Josh Freeman, who was here to mentor him, who was here to mentor Jameis Winston, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys had to just kind of learn it on their own. I mean, they had, but Mike Bajakian, again, I'm not knocking Mike. He knows a hell of a lot more about football than me, but he's not Tom Moore. He's not Bruce Arians. I don't even know that he's Clyde Christensen, to be honest with you. I mean, he came from the college ranks, and all of a sudden he's, trying to coach up, number one draft picks. I think the biggest news maybe that came out of all of this with talking to Bruce
was
and
that
Jason.
they're not done with Blaine Gabbert. They're going to bring
not
Blaine
done with
Gabbert
your man.
back.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
That's what you were going to say, right?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
And it's imminent. Bruce, you know how Bruce is. Bruce doesn't bite his tongue. He goes, we hope they get that done real soon. I think we're going to get that wrapped up pretty soon. So it's in the process, I think, of happening. In fact, it wouldn't shock me to see them sign him next week.
Tomorrow,
and he says, so we'll bring the 4 guys in, and it'll just be a normal competition. And, the best man wins.
There's no competition, Mark.
You're right. Griffin's
Blaine's the number 2.
No.
What? No, not Griffin's number 2.
Griffin is the number 2. As long as Griffin's coming on the Pewter Report podcast, he's the number 2 quarterback.
We might ought to get him on as soon as possible. That's all I'm saying about that.
Line it up.
We might not want to try and wait till the fall to get Griffin on the podcast.
He might not want to come in now. that they sign
contracts.
Well,
then I'm going to go to his mailbox and take those gift cards that I mailed him the other day, and grab them before he's able to use them up. But now Griff will join us for sure. I mean, you talk about live the charmed life. Played 4 plays in the NFL and is
sustained
more
one
money.
Shoulder injury. That's it.
Minor.
Right.
But Bruce said that's something that's pretty imminent coming up. When we talked to Hainsey, again, real nice guy, real calm, confident guy, but he's excited obviously to play here, to be able to play, to potentially block for a guy like Tom Brady. He talked about his excitement of that. But he's got a goal, and that's the reason he left Pittsburgh in high school to go to IMG. Again, I mean, you're talking about a 16-year-old kid, 15-year-old kid that has to move away from home and go live, 7 states away as a 15-year-old away from mom and dad. But I mean, his goal, like he said, was to get to where he is today. And so everything worked out. IMG led him to Notre Dame, and 4 years in Notre Dame led him here to Tampa Bay today. So I was impressed with him as well. I tell you again, I Bruce, they were really, really high on Hainsey and Jason too, but Bruce really couldn't. He was the one who said, there were some offers. Oh, one other thing. This is kind of interesting. They considered Trask in the first round. Bruce said there was talk about taking
Trask at number 32. Well, thankfully that they waited.
He said he didn't say we considered. He said there were some talks about him in the first round.
Because we would have
That's
lost
what he
our
said.
minds.
Wow.
But
smart play by Jason likes to wait.
If there's anybody who is wondering if they're really sold on Kyle Trask, number one, they drafted him at 64. But the fact that there was even any discussion how serious it was about a potential first round tells you all you need to know about their confidence in Kyle Trask moving forward.
Right. Got a great super chat here, Mark. We've had some great super chats tonight. This one is really cool because it comes all the way from New Zealand. James Alcock with a $20 from New Zealand super chat. Thank you for the great draft coverage. Gents listening from Wellington, New Zealand, you should move the Pewter Report draft coverage down to New Zealand. Only 3:45 p.m.
Yeah, I'm all for doing a on-location draft coverage next year in New Zealand.
I've seen New Zealand. I watched Lord of the Rings. I've seen New Zealand.
Right.
I'm going.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, Mark,
past midnight, we made it.
We did. We made it through day 2.
Let me ask you this, John. So you're in Wesley Chapel now. You're going to turn around and then drive tonight home to Waimama and knock out another story at 4 a.m. and then get back up at 7 a.m. again? I mean, when do you two knuckleheads sleep? I mean,
it's official. John is leaving shortly. We're going to wrap up the podcast.
I didn't know if maybe he was just going to spend the night tonight. I didn't know if maybe you were going to throw him on the couch.
He's welcome to spend the night, but I think he wants to see his little baby girls in the morning before he spends another 6-8 hours chatting with me and you and everybody else that's watching. So
why don't you go to Mama and use his internet for the last day of the show?
Because we all know that John's internet is not good. That's why. That's why John.
Somebody in the chat earlier tonight compared.
That's why
said what's worse, Roberto Aguayo or John's internet?
Roberto Aguayo or John's internet? Wow, that's a toss-up. Maybe John's internet because of recency bias. Maybe
it's not probably my internet. There's nothing I can do.
It's your internet. Yeah, it's probably funny. He's in a brand new house, a brand new subdivision. He got all these brand new fiber optic cables. He's probably using like a 1999 modem. He probably brought it from Pittsburgh. It's probably a dial-up modem, and they haven't figured that out yet. He's probably still got an AOL address.
You asked, why is John doing all this? Because he's a machine. That's why. Because he can. That's why. He's 30. All right. Remember what 30 was like?
Nope. Nope.
I don't remember.
I've heard stories about it when I was 30.
Yeah, 31.
But I don't.
Oh, sorry. He's 31. Old man.
Had to think about it.
Lord.
We got an old man over here sitting there. He's up to 31.
My back shirt. And
you got 9 years before your life completely falls apart, John.
Yeah, you got 9 years left, man. And then
and Scott and I can verify this. Your personal and your health life, it can all just crash about 40. You know what I mean? So enjoy the next 9 years.
You know what? 40 was fine for me. I was in really good shape. Felt great. I was bring 40 on. That's fine. You know what? I like the 40s, Mark. I want to hang in the 40s. I don't want to be 50. I see you at 50, and I'm like, I don't want that.
No, mine started about 45. It started going downhill. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
cool
me too. Yeah. It's like it's like, hey, 40 is good. 41, not 42. Damn, this isn't so bad. All of a sudden, 45 is like, wake up, bitches.
People say 50 is the new 30. No, for me, 50 is the new 70. It's not good.
For Marcus, 50 is the new 70.
I need to start chugging some. I know why John's a machine. He's drinking Celsius all the time. Hell of a
that's true
job, Celsius, for all that you guys do. Here's the deal. Yes. I had to go to the Apple store today in the Brandon Mall to pick up something. And while I was there, I had my Celsius mask on. And a guy goes, "Oh, man, you love Celsius?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "One of the guys here started bringing Celsius in, and they have a little 7-Eleven inside the mall across the Apple store." He says, "They've always got it on sale, so we started buying it." And then this one guy started telling us about buying stock. They bought stock in the company. He says, "Not only do we love the product to drink, we're part owners in this thing, man. We're buying Celsius stock." He was so excited.
Yeah,
he asked me if I was a vendor. I go, "Yeah, you could say that." I didn't get into the whole thing.
Yeah, we're getting this. We're after midnight, so we're getting some fantastic comments now. Taylor Jenkins,
uncensored.
We've hit the sad portion of the show 6 hours in. Yeah, this is Pewter Report After Dark now. It's after midnight, so John's internet is the Hainsey's physique of internet.
Wow.
That's incredible.
That's fantastic.
What a comment. That is great.
Yeah, that's classic. More Jimbo too.
I'm literally gonna call that Hainsey's physique is like a great handle.
Rename your your internet, your Wi-Fi.
Action bastard. I hit the sad portion of the show around the 64th pick.
Wow. Not a Trask fan, I see.
All right, Mark. Well, we're going to put an end to this madness right now.
Yeah.
But you know what? We're going to do it again tomorrow, and we have even more picks tomorrow. We have 4 picks. Are you as surprised as I am that Jason Light is not committed a trade?
I thought he would be dumping these guys. I mean, these later round, the day 3 picks to move up or do something in the second round. Maybe they do that tomorrow. And you know what? For us. We wouldn't mind a Mike Ditka Saints, Ricky Williams type trade where they just get rid of the last 5 picks for next year. You know what I mean? And then we can just take the rest of the afternoon off, but that's probably not going to happen. But I don't think they're going to have 5 picks tomorrow because they have a total of 8. Is that right? So they've drafted 3,
5. They have 4, 5, 6, and 2 7s. They have 5 picks.
Yeah. I would be totally shocked if we're talking about 5 new players tomorrow as well. Although, as I texted you guys, I don't know if you talked about it, Bruce said tomorrow was all about special teams, speed and special teams. Yeah. He says we've got to get better on special teams. And he says it's, not necessarily just offensively speed wise, but defensive backs that could be gunners I think they're looking for a guy to replace Ryan Smith. Anyway, so yeah, tomorrow's going to be about special teams for the most part. I think they're happy with what they got. The first 3 picks, they targeted the guys they wanted, and I know John's miserable and hates them, but it is what it is, John. He's not listening.
Right.
That's good.
Yeah, Mark Cook, we appreciate you tuning in, and
tell people to stick around. We've got a bunch of stories still going up tonight, so
yes, that's right.
Don't go to bed if we can't go to sleep. You guys can't go to sleep.
It's Friday night, up all night, sleep all day.
Friday Night Lights is coming on. No, Friday Night Lights isn't on anymore, is it? Damn it.
No.
Greatest show of the 80s before John was even born.
Pewter Report After Dark, coming to pewterreport.com now with more stories after dark.
That's what we do.
Yeah. All right, guys. Y'all take care. Great show as usual. Talk to you tomorrow.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mark.
Bye.
All right, Mark Cook.
Great stuff. Great stuff from Mark. Did he give some good insight there?
No, not really.
Okay. That's what I would have figured.
Great banter from Mark, but I think the most interesting thing was really
they would have considered Trask in the first round.
Yeah, and the Blaine Gabbert's coming back.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe.
I think
maybe. I probably. I'll say this about the Trask in the first round thing. I think sometimes that gets said to let people know, oh, we loved him.
Yes.
And so they have a little more confidence. Well, at least they didn't take him in the first round.
Exactly. There you go. That's damage control, right?
Right?
That's some spin. Yeah.
I don't think when they say considered him, he means he was probably their top quarterback on the board at that point.
Exactly.
I mean, you always consider quarterback.
That's right. Yeah.
I don't think it means they were about to put in that pick if Tryon wasn't there. That's my 2 cents. Maybe I'm totally wrong.
I think you're exactly on the money. So, real quick, as we're getting ready to put this to bed,
yes,
let's take a quick little gander around the NFC South, shall we? And set up what is going on tomorrow.
Couple picks in the 4th round for the Falcons coming up. Already 3 good ones. I think Cal Pitts will start right away. Richie Grant will start right away for them. It may not be a super high ceiling with Grant. Mayfield's probably one of their top backup offensive linemen to start. But 2 picks in the 4th round right at the beginning, 108, 114. Then 3 picks in the 5th round. Maybe they come back up into the 4th. And then round 6, they have a pick as well. So Atlanta getting better for sure, no question. Obviously, these teams have picks at the top of these drafts, so they're going to have better players because of that. The Saints got better, I think, all 3 spots, really. Now, the question is, who's their wide receiver 2? And is Paulson Adebo good enough to start and play every snap this season right away? Because that's kind of what they need. They don't have a number 2 corner right now. If he's not, is Richard Sherman in the card still for the Saints? There could be more moves coming with New Orleans this offseason, I think. But some good guys. I mean, none of these guys, Peyton Turner, Pete Warner, they're not going to play every snap, those 2, I think. But good guys to have in the rotation. I like those picks. I think their Saints have done a good job, especially having late picks in each round. They've done a good job. And then the Panthers, I mean, to get J.C. Horn, Terrace Marshall, that's a 1st-round grade for me. Terrace Marshall, a 2nd-round grade. Brady Christensen, one of my top 3rd-round grades. Tommy Tremble, a 3rd-round grade. I think they've done a very, very nice job so far, made their team much better. They've traded back a bunch of times. Good for them. They've added, I think, at least one 2022 pick. And then around 4, round 5, and 3 round 6s tomorrow for the Panthers. So plenty of ammunition left still to add some talent, including one right there at the top of the 4th round, the 4th pick tomorrow the Panthers will have. So good stuff for them. And then the Bucs, obviously, Joe Tryon, Cal Trask, they get their quarterback of the just kidding, their 2nd string, their 3rd string, we're not sure. Their backup quarterback in Cal Trask, and they get a backup offensive lineman in Robert Hainsey, who could compete at a couple different spots. Then the 4th round pick is not till 138.
It's a rare one. It's a rare pick. Jason Light has only had 4 4th-round picks. Right. This would be number 5 in 8 years.
Does he trade up in the 4th? Does he get rid of that 6th? Does he get rid of a couple 7ths? Mr. Irrelevance down there, number 261. So Bucs, 5 picks tomorrow. So make sure you're with us every step of the way, man. Just talking about our coverage tomorrow. We're going to start at 11 a.m. That's very soon. We will see you all very soon at 11 a.m. We are going to have Mark Cook on the show to talk at 11:15 a.m. tomorrow on the show. We're going to have him on to talk about Kyle Trask. So right as we bring us in, the top of the show, he's going to come on, talk about Kyle Trask, talk about how he fits Bruce Arians' offense, what he saw from Trask in college. Cook. I'm sorry, not Mark Cook. Mark Schofield. Screw Mark.
The better Mark.
I love Mark Cook. Yes, Mark Schofield, the quarterback expert. No offense to Mark Cook. Now he's going to feel bad that I said he wasn't a quarterback expert. But Mark Schofield is going to come on the show, quarterback expert. He is going to talk to us about Cal Trask and the possibility with him And then possibilities with Trask. And then at 12:15 on the show, so shortly after the round 4 starts, we're going to have Brandon Thorne on the show, and he is, I think 12:15 anyway. We'll see. He's a Mountain West time guy, I think. So we're going to have to figure out what time works best for him. But we're going to have him on the show at some point tomorrow morning. Actually, we might be closer to like 3 p.m. Eastern. We could do something like that with Brandon. We're going to have Brandon on the show tomorrow. He's going to give us all the stuff about Robert Hainsey, and he's going to talk to us about day 3 picks, offensive lineman that could be on the radar for the Bucs. Any late sleepers that he likes as we roll through the day. So it's been awesome stuff on the show, and it continues tomorrow, 11 till the end of the round. We're going to talk Bucs. We're going to talk about all the picks. We're going to break it all down for you. We might get more savage than this show, to be honest, by the time it's all over. Who knows? It's all a mystery. Quickly before we wrap up, the best available players on the consensus board. Linebacker Jabril Cox from LSU. Defensive tackle Davion Nixon from Iowa. Running back Michael Carter from North Carolina. Wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown from USC. Wide receiver Tylan Wallace from Oklahoma State. Guard Trey Smith from Tennessee. Tight end Brevin Jordan from Miami. Defensive tackle Jay Tufele from USC. Neither of the USC defensive tackles have gone yet. Running back / wide receiver / awesome player Kenneth Gainwell from Memphis. Defensive tackle Tommy Togiai from Ohio State. Safety Hamza Nasirildeen from Florida State. Edge rusher Quincy Roche from Miami. Safety Jamar Johnson from Indiana. Pitt defensive end Rashad Weaver. And that's it for the top 100. Those are the players left in the consensus top 100. So if you like one of them, if you're the Bucs, keep an eye on my top player. The only second-round grade on my board still left is Derek Barnes, as I thought that it might be at the end of this day. But I'll stand on the table for him. Love him. I think he's going to be a really good player in the NFL.
I agree. John, it's been a fun 2 days. I think the Buccaneers really got a fun player in Joe Tryon and a little bit of a lightning rod with Kyle Trask, but certainly needed to get younger at the quarterback position. Mm-hmm. And Robert Hainsey, not a great body, but a body that can play multiple positions, and that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard when you're picking at the end of the top 100. You're not always going to get sexy picks, and when you have no
price of success.
Yeah, it's the price of success. I know that they're not necessarily picks that are like, oh, man, I love this pick, But I think you fill some spots on your team where guys can actually make the squad. That's literally a thing. Everybody's like, oh, what about a wide receiver? I don't even know if he's going to make the team. If you take him, it's just hard. Somebody else is not getting playing time if that guy wins a job or improve that should be getting time that you want to see develop. So I think that it's a very unique draft, and we're trying to look at it as honestly as we can with each pick. But we'll keep updating. We'll keep giving. There's still plenty of talent left on the board, especially when you want special teamers. It's going to be interesting to see if they can add some of those types of players. We'll have a kind of an update for you on the kind of guys that we'd like to see them go after here on day 3 tomorrow morning. Like I said, we'll talk with O-line expert, quarterback expert. We'll get you the latest on all these picks. It's going to be a very fun time as always. We appreciate y'all tuning in and listening. We'll see y'all at 11 a.m. tomorrow on the Pewter Report Live Draft Show. Out.